Don't know what to say, but...
You want me to say it? We are at Rotary Park
on Merritt Island,
in Florida, and we are doing our own personal spin of the 24-hour walking challenge.
I've been seeing a lot of those videos on YouTube now.
Yeah, they've been popping up in your feed. But because we know walking for 24 hours straight is very bad for your body.
Yeah, which is
we're going to do this in pieces.
And every time I see a video like that in my feed, I've seen the pain that they have in those videos.
Well, what we're going to do
is we're just going to do it the smart way.
Weather permitting, we're going to come here every week and walk around.
And this will legit be 24 hours, or, you know, now each part, now due to YouTube's length restrictions,
we do not know how long the segments will be, but because we're probably going to string some of them together, but we're not going to string them all together because I don't think our computer will do that.
No, we're just gonna, we'll do it to something along the lines of 8 hours. It might not exactly be 8 hours, but along the lines of that.
We're thinking 8 hours, 6 or 8 hours.
I think 8 hours would be perfect. And this is legit, not looped.
No, this will be a legit film. And we picked today for several reasons. We've been thinking about it, and yesterday was the first day of the year where it cost 9 days. So we figured, silly people that we are, that we'd start this at the beginning. To give people an idea of how the transplant changes.
Oh yeah. I apologize if the ground was being shown for the start of this.
Yeah, I don't think people care that much to see what boards look like.
This is going to be interesting to have hours of footage. And this is not looped because I'm still...
It's not going to be looped. It's got the date in the upper corner.
Yeah.
So,
and you can always tell me if the date ever becomes wrong at any point. You can always...
I'll try to remember to double check the date.
I know, but
because
if...
on digital cameras, if the battery's dead long enough, and the time goes back to some random date in the past. I'm assuming when they wrote the software.
And this is supposed to be like one of the newer GoPros thing.
Brave 7, right?
Yeah, Brave 7. It's supposed to be like the GoPro.
Okay. Screen on the back.
I remember Diesel Ducey saw me with this camera, right? And he saw me filming clips and he saw me putting them up on YouTube. There are some clips I can't really show on here, but there were some clips I was able to show out of the trip. I mean...
I think this camera does a really good job.
Yeah, and Diesel Ducey...
Not as sturdy as a GoPro. But let's face it, you're not going in anything deeper than 10 feet long.
No.
And matter of fact, you're not going in anything deeper than 5 feet. You don't swim for this. Right now we're in a burn fan because it's a drop.
Yeah, it's supposed to. And we're gonna have to go through this multiple times, I think.
Oh, we will go through this content, and once we go to the end, we'll turn around and we'll come back.
And then we'll do the same thing repeatedly.
Every time we come. So to get both views, and that gives you a chance to hold the camera up and see if anything works.
Yeah, which sometimes I do that because I'm not very good.
Usually you do that, because that's what you're looking at. You're looking down at it.
I remember I Hate Escalators was doing that a lot with his old videos. I remember I Hate Escalators was filming the floor constantly with his videos.
Yeah.
And I remember that's the thing I noticed a lot with his videos. And there were some cases where he was encouraged to film the floor as part of the joke of him filming the floor in all his videos.
You turned a flaw into a joke.
Well, remember when he was with Schindlerhatten on that one elevator? He said, Schindlerhatten told him, to film to look at the floor, which was the joke of him filming the floor all the time.
Yeah.
And so he filmed the floor, and he's like, "Oh, you're not mad at me for filming the floor this time." That was the joke that that was made, and I thought it was hilarious.
If you can't laugh at yourself, you're going to be miserable.
I also thought it was funny when there was a video that he did in response to Suzex, where Suzex told him to not film the floor, so he went and did a video, and the way he said he wasn't going to film the floor was funny. When he, the way he wasn't showing the floor and all that. That video I thought was funny. Just the humor in there, I thought was funny. I mean, I'm not going to repeat exactly what he said on that one, but it's funny the way he said, "I'm not filming the floor." That video I thought was hilarious. I can never forget about these funny videos.
When you walk, you tend to look down.
Yeah.
You don't want to trip over.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make a good video.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't, and
Not unless you're filming down over the edge of the railing, and then you're filming over the foliage.
yeah, that's that.
So like here, look. If you aim down here, you can see all the dry, if you pan, and people look, they can see a lot of brown in there because it hasn't been at all. My water donor is empty.
My trip to Roanoke was actually 24 hours. I believe that's my longest film, I think. I couldn't put it up as a full video due to YouTube's length restrictions. I mean, that was just due to YouTube's length restrictions, because if YouTube would have allowed me to do 24 hours... I mean, I think it would be interesting to combine just 24 hours.
Turn around. Check out the bee houses.
Yep, bee houses.
That's for native pollinators, not honeybees. And they're doing something here. I imagine we'll get to see what they're doing with that, see?
Yeah, we'll get to see what they're doing.
Get a glimpse of that big planter?
Oh yeah, there's the big planter.
Yeah, and we'll get a view of what they're doing. That's cool.
Yeah, it's cool knowing that. And they're closed, so we can't go in there.
Yep.
But they're going to be closed the whole time, probably.
They're closed, I'm not sure how often. They're open more in the summer and see what's out.
Yeah. But we'll try to get here more often so we can do this series of videos.
We want to come here every week.
And we'll try and get it to where we
Try
can...
and do it like a Monday, right? We come here every week on a Monday, right? See, here's another thing where you see a lot of dry brush.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm keeping it up now. It's probably going to be shaky, but knowing how my hand is...
A little bit of image.
Yeah, it does. And of course, you know, with the editor, I don't use the immobilization editing because that tends to make the video worse.
That does affect the quality.
And like I said, like George F. will say, it's better to have the shakes. We can excuse the shakes on the video more than doing that edit. It's better to have shaky videos.
Unless you're taking a 4K video and using the image stabilization to downgrade it to 1080, you're going to degrade the quality of the video.
I would rather just, we can excuse the shakes more than that. I mean,
well, if it bothers you and you notice when you get home and you look at this that you're moving the camera too much, bouncing the camera too much, I can hold the camera for you next time if you want.
yeah, I know. But I'm perfectly fine with a little bit of shaking because, like I said, people can excuse the shakiness more than that editing.
Yeah.
Like I said, I would rather just leave it unedited to where people can just excuse
the it's not like you're jogging.
No, it's not like it's not like that. I mean, this camera is great. Even the parkour people use the cameras like this to film, right? Even they use a GoPro that looks exactly like the camera that I'm filming with.
Yeah.
Use
people doing parkour and doing mountain biking stuff, they tend to use a GoPro because it's sturdy.
And they use one that has a view screen, I noticed, when they're out filming certain types of videos.
Well, people like the view screen.
I like the view screen personally.
When it's not strapped to your helmet, it lets you see what you're filming.
Yeah.
And if you've got somebody helping you when you strap it to your helmet, they can adjust what it's seeing to get the view they want.
Yeah.
What we're doing doesn't actually require a sport camera. I like the idea that it's rainproof.
Yeah.
Swimming pool proof.
Yeah.
And small.
Yeah, it's small. And we got people over here, so I'm going to aim over here.
You got people over here, then just aim to the side so you don't get the people in the shot. Because while it is a public place,
don't mind. No, because she's got to have the flavors.
Okay.
She's got to try this first. Here you go. Ready?
Yeah, they're just eating and talking about stuff. Which, I mean, we're still getting good footage here. Yeah, we're still getting nice content, though. I mean, we're walking around here.
Hit the ground running and kind of lays around the house all.
Yeah, I know. We should have done it earlier. I mean, I have no intention on doing that 24-hour challenge, but if I were to do it, I would definitely post it if I were to do it.
Well,
I mean, I'm not.
I don't think the 24-hour anything is a good idea.
No, it's not a good idea, and I would not encourage any of you out there to do it. But if I were to actually do it, you know, I would definitely post it if I were. I mean, I'm not going to do it at this point, but if I were to be in any situation that would cause me to do it, I would definitely put it up there to say that I did it.
Yeah.
I mean, I would show it as proof.
4 hours of walking is very bad for you.
It's very bad.
Your legs will be so sore.
That's one of the reasons why I'm warning people not to do that, and you know,
everybody who's legitimately done the 24-hour walking challenge has had to go see if the diet.
And there's also a video I watched where he didn't complete the 24 hours, but he walked a whole day and night. He did it overnight, even though he didn't complete the 24-hour challenge. There was one guy who stopped. He didn't complete the full 24 hours, but at least he, you know, shows footage.
He gave it a good shot.
He gave it a good long shot, and you know, that guy I thought was interesting with his video.
But
like
if you walk too long, you get all blisters. The blisters pop, and then you rub the skin off.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't encourage anybody to do it.
That hurts, or at the very best,
yeah. I mean,
like getting a wasp thing all the time.
That's one of the reasons why I have no plans on doing it. But if I do it, that'll all be a surprise for the future. But I'm not going to do it at this point. But if
you go 24 hours without sleep? You grumpy boy.
Well, I'd be grumpy. I probably would have to. There'd be a lot of stuff that would need to be age restricted if I were to do that challenge.
You get grumpy. And on top of grumpy, your feet would feel like you had washed things.
And I'd be whiny for the whole video.
Yeah. At best, grumpy and whiny.
And I'd probably
rude language too.
there would be a lot of it. I mean, unlike most of my videos, I usually don't tend to swear a lot, but if I were to actually do it, there'd be a lot of profanity that I would be leaving in.
Understandable. But that people understand it's forgivable if they just realize that you don't appreciate it anyway.
No, I don't. Especially that guy who did that intro where I saw his video, right?
Here we are back where we started.
But we're gonna end this. We're gonna end this part. I guess we'll. Should we go
We
around?
can look and see the shiny leaf white coffee.
Should we go around more? Or?
No, we went around once and back.
All right. So I guess we'll end this,
Yeah, we'll end this one.
and we'll come back later,
We'll come back next week.
and we'll continue on.
We don't want to do too many of them because then we can't fit the whole year.
All right. So we're gonna end this part. That's it for now. Here we are again,
At Rotary Park on Maryland.
and we're going to continue. We're also going to do other locations. We're also going to do a couple other locations.
I think we're just going to do the one. We'll do Austin Park.
And just repeat that.
It's only been 3 days, but we had rain yesterday. As you can tell by looking at the board, it's a good day.
Yep.
Remember to aim up.
Oh yeah, we're aiming up. And this footage is not looped.
Yep, this is actual footage, and the fact that we've spoken on the footage
Yeah, it's proof.
is documentation.
Yeah. I just want to get enough locations to where we can make it 24 hours or longer.
Well, if we could do 24 hours in a year, 52 weeks, we need just under 28 minutes a week.
Maybe we'll go over the 24 hours.
Well, if we do here, I
'Cause-
think it's about 15 minutes to go back and forth.
Because going over is not like, I don't think going over would be too bad, honestly, because I think going to like, maybe 30 hours or a little longer would be perfect.
Well, if we go
24 hours or over is perfect, I think.
go here, something's moving, I can smell it. I think it's my nose. I bet it was
I mean, we're still going to call it 24 hours, but, maybe it'll be over. Maybe we'll be going hours over.
I believe your first trip through here, and we went through
This was 15 minutes. Which was 15 minutes.
all the greenery,
Which was 15 minutes.
and it was about 15 minutes. Which means we need 12 or 13 minutes at Austin Park.
Yeah.
swing into the dead end. Is that nice, Ben? One of these has a bathhouse that you can see.
Yeah, one of these does.
That's short.
Yeah.
Somebody threw one of the boards that were being replaced into the bushes.
Wow.
See it?
Yeah, I see it's there. It's hanging there.
Yep. I wonder how long that's going to be hanging there.
That's always the question I want to know. And we're just going to keep going until we get 24 hours.
Coming up on the parking lot. Building. Open.
Oh, they have it open now?
Yeah, they're open. Not hardest.
Wow. Wow.
Walk on this side so you don't disturb them.
I know.
Get that? There.
Because you're walking on the boards.
There's the house. And there's that big old thing they're making. Oh, he's moving. He's chasing us! Ah!
Now what do we do?
We walk that way.
Yeah, we walk that way.
There's a planter they're building.
Yeah, there's that they're building.
Oh, this time he didn't go in. I guess we figured if we didn't bug him the first time, we weren't going to bug him on the way back.
We're just going to do this until we get to the end, and then we'll do another location.
Yep, then we'll go to Austin Park.
And then we're just going to keep doing those same two parks over and over, or maybe a third one.
Maybe we can end it with the third one. We just keep doing these two.
And then and then we'll go to like Dick Blake Park or something like
Over to
that.
Dick Lake Park for the last bit.
Yeah, and just keep doing those on repeat.
We're going to keep doing, if once a week, we go here and Austin Park at the end of the year so that people get to see a whole year's worth of wild Florida. This isn't exactly wild Florida because this is undeveloped here.
Mhm. Yeah.
They can see a year's worth of two parks and how it changes with the season, right?
Yeah.
And then if you want to, we could throw in a different park at the end. But I think just going to the two.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah. Because they're both on Merritt Island. They're not far from each other. This one has a nice shady boardwalk.
Yeah.
And Austin Park is full of shade.
So after a year, then we can do the next place. I think after a year.
Next spring, we want to go to Dick Blake Park for the final video in your 24-hour walking.
Yeah, 24
The
hours.
24-hour walking challenge is a smart way.
Yeah, we'll just do the final end of that.
We get up to a half hour a week. We walk more than a half hour a week, but we thought that going to the park, like the park once a week, would give people an idea of what Florida looks like.
I think we're about to get to the end of this, right?
Look at that sign.
Oh yeah.
Smile.
Video surveillance is in progress.
I have no idea what it is.
I don't know where the camera would be, and I'm not interested in looking because I'm too sweaty to look. I'm just gonna get to the end of this, and we'll do the next location.
Even how small all the other stadium things are, even these that are battery and so powered. Who knows what's in it, right?
Yeah. All right, we'll be back at another location.
Yeah. And get a
All right, we're back again at another location, and this is actually being done the same day as the other location.
Dean Park, Brevard County's best kept secret. Look at all this shit.
Oh yeah, this way. We'll do that in the end.
Tons of shades. Bathrooms. They took all the water fountains out for COVID.
They still have them out.
No, they removed them.
Yeah, they removed them. And they still have them removed, as I was trying to say.
Yeah, I don't think they're planning on putting it back.
I don't think they ever. Because COVID has caused permanent things, and
Yes, they did.
I'm going to try not to be too on that, because I know YouTube can, algorithm can do ridiculous things. But I am trying to say.
They removed them because of COVID, and they cannot get reinstalled. It's a statement of fact.
I know, it's a statement of fact. I just think that it's messed up that they did that, but that's just what my opinion. Alright, somebody's out here, so I'm just gonna walk over here. It would be rude, so I'm just gonna probably gonna be a little tricky aiming that. I'm just gonna aim this way. They won't be in the shot, I'll just aim this way. Ah, I almost fell.
Una petición.
Why do they put no trespassing, authorized personnel only?
Well, look at the floor.
Oh yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, they're in the process of repairing the floor. See, they've got, that's too short of a board.
Well, we're just gonna get a peek, and of course I'm not gonna focus on that.
Oh, and there's a big gap here where they're replacing it. See, they took one board out.
They took one board out, I can see they did.
Yeah. And we're gonna do a slow pan of the river. And you can see boats and stuff. There's 520. Down that way. Left, you can see 520. All these tall buildings are residences, so you can't go in there. And I don't know if it shows, but there's a tall gray building, which probably doesn't show up under the cloudy blue-gray skies, but that's the hospital. Cool, huh?
Yeah, it's interesting seeing the boards gone.
Yeah, I wonder how long it's going to take to fix that. We will have an update next week, right? See, they replaced these boards, but when you come by last month, this was probably closed. Look at all the squirrels.
Yeah, if we would have come by last month, they would have been.
Squirrels?
Yeah, I see them.
They let you get pretty close.
They do.
People feed them.
We still got.
There's the pavilion. And more shade. The big sunny area where people, I don't know, throw the football or something. People fish off that dock. You don't need a permit if you're fishing off the dock or driving.
Yeah.
Put down the big one.
Assuming I can fit.
Getting yourself in it with holding the camera is different. Got a good video?
Yeah, I think I got a good video. I think we're just gonna end.
We're just gonna head back to the house.
Yeah, so we're just gonna end the video here. I guess that's it.
See everybody next week.
Yeah, we'll see everybody next week. So I'm gonna go ahead and.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're back again,
It's May 21st.
and we got a bug on me, and it just flew away.
Well, you're outside. There will be bugs.
I know, but it flew away.
Now,
Which
we
I'm
had
glad
rain
about.
since we were here last. Filled up my rain barrel. So there might be a little more green out there. Along with it.
I got the camera up. No.
Notice the new boards that were up?
Oh yeah.
We were here on Wednesday last week or Thursday?
Mm-hmm.
It's Tuesday. So they've been doing a little bit of work.
Yeah.
And there was a floorboard that was different and a section of side rail. Also, I noticed a plant that was growing through.
I think what we're gonna do probably with this series of videos is I'll upload part 1, part 2, and then what I'll do is have like part 1 be public and all the other parts be unlisted, and have it be in the playlist. Shouldn't that?
So that people can go through the playlist.
You know, have part 1 with a link with a link in the description to the playlist, and then all the other parts will just be unlisted.
Yep.
Part 1 will be the only one that's not unlisted.
That might work out nicely.
Which part 1's however long it is, but you know, part 1 might be 8 hours, but I might just have it at the standard time length.
See where at the end of the video it has a little pop-up window
Yeah.
that click to see, and you can maybe put, if you can figure out how to do it, put when part 1 ends, put the pop-up for part 2, and when part 2 ends, put the pop-up for 3 so they just need to click on the video.
Well, actually, if it's in the playlist, they can just watch it continuously.
Yeah, but if they haven't clicked to the playlist.
I think what we should probably do is put it to where the playlist clicks.
Time to turn around. Look at these wildflowers.
Oh yeah, I see the bee.
Now that's not a honeybee. That's one of the native bees.
I know. They're probably not as aggressive.
No. And there's the garden box project.
Yep. One of these days I'll do a more in-depth tour of this place. But at this point we're just walking around.
If you look out over here, I think the camera might be picking up the orangey greens and the bright greens and the dark greens. The bright green is the new growth.
Yeah.
And the orangey brown stuff is the stuff that was dying there. You gotta drought.
Yeah.
There was a burn ban. And like in here you can see. Did you stop here and take a scan? Look at all that new growth down there.
Yeah, I can see it.
And those new ferns grow fast.
I know.
The little ferny plants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
New board since we were here last.
Yeah, new board. I may start uploading these on private, and they'll all be the whatever length each part will be.
Here's the floorboard they replaced.
Yeah, here's a floorboard they replaced.
They haven't trimmed it, but probably doesn't matter.
I haven't decided how I'm going to put this together. I may have it to where it'll be like part 1 will be whatever length it is, and part 2. Because technically it's not going to be a whole 24 hours, so therefore we might just have...
It's not going to be 24 hours in one video because I think we might have problem rendering that.
And also, I'm not even sure if it'll be 8 hours. It might be the whole, like, however long it is for each day.
Well, put each day up as a different video?
Well,
or each week up as a different video?
It may be that way.
Maybe. Or each month?
Or maybe I can just put... Or maybe I can get, like, 8 hours enough to me.
Well, if you do each month, right? Now we did start at the end of March, or at the end of, towards the end of May. To have this is 3 trips.
Maybe we'll have enough to get 8 hours in.
Not going once a week. You would have 4 or 5
hours.
No, 4 or 5 trips,
Yeah.
and each trip is 30 minutes or less.
Yeah.
So it might be as much as 2 hours,
Yeah.
2.5 hours.
Yeah. I haven't decided how we're uploading it, but we'll decide when the time comes.
Figure it out. See, this stuff wasn't rolling through when we were here last. See all the stuff that's
Yeah, I
coming through?
see all the stuff that's coming through. I might go for 8 hours.
Hanging down. I don't remember you hitting your head on anything.
No, here?
Yeah. I certainly don't remember me hitting my head on anything.
Yeah. And now I'm sweaty.
Now here's something. This was not here. Look at that.
Oh.
See? So all the way to here goes into there.
Yeah.
That was not in here.
No, it definitely wasn't.
No, it was not.
There's the park rules.
And there's the park plaque. see how the instructions are. This is great.
Yeah, it's new.
This is pretty much how it was last time. And there you can see the water tower.
People are on
Be on the embankment.
but they don't care. They're gonna break the rules.
I can smell fresh cut lumber, can't you?
Yeah, I can.
They probably did that yesterday. I doubt if we can smell it because it rained. There's a lot of small planes over here because we're not that far from Maritime Airport. It's a little airport. And by little, I mean little. None of those big commercial flights. Commercial flight goes out of there. It's one of those small planes that people have chartered. Playground?
And there's people going in on a motorcycle. Look!
Yeah, that's definitely breaking the rules.
They don't care.
No, they don't.
There's people going on a motorcycle. They're deliberately driving a motorcycle through the place.
Those are the tiny ones.
Well, at least we got those on video. Someone doing something stupid. What?
You see there's two swings here, right?
Yeah.
And there's one swing here, and space for one swing that hasn't been there for a long time because you can see there's no...
Yeah. Didn't we walk around this the whole time?
This was laying on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
You don't put the American flag on the ground.
No.
That's disrespectful.
I know. Somebody did something disrespectful.
Yep. And look, there's nobody here. I should take this home?
Yeah, you should take it home.
Yeah, I could put it in the garden.
Yeah, it'd be great to put in the garden. American flag flies around.
I can put it on top of the strawberries.
Aren't we done here?
I think we're done here.
So that's it for now.
That's it for now. We'll be back next week.
Alright. So let me end this. Alright, we're back again.
Back to this week's walk. but they haven't done much with this.
Oh, my brother's on the call now?
No. Diesel Lucy's streaming.
Oh, he's streaming.
Yeah, but it's breaking up bad though. Well, there's the planter they're still working on.
Okay.
Was that bag of peat moss there last time? Because the hole doesn't look like it's changed.
I think we can go to the other end now.
Yeah, we go back around this way, right?
Yeah, back around this way. Oh, yeah, I remember.
And I didn't see that one where it was spiraling through the fence. That one they probably just moved.
I think we're getting close to the end, right?
About halfway. We're at the spot where they replaced the sidewalk.
Oh, yeah.
Right. We should have either go in this way or around that way. You want to go in this way?
Yeah, we'll go this way. We'll go through the shade. I'll go through as much of the shade as I can.
Oh, because there's a gentleman over there at the top. So, let's do this way.
Yeah, let's go this way first.
Even though it's a supercharged only card.
And as we know, I love to watch Diesel Ducey. I've been watching him since 2011, I believe.
Yep.
Diesel Ducey and I Hate Hustlers and George F were actually the first. George F 551 was the first people I watched. And then after that, you know, I saw people like Hanny, and after that, it's like I saw everybody. So it's like, and I do enjoy the videos that these people put out.
Still working on that, huh? Wait a minute, wasn't there another board laying over there before? Water's kind of clear. Oh, look, a ray. Can you see that? Two of them. Can you see them in the water?
Yeah, I think I can. Oh yeah, I definitely can.
Yeah, I wonder if the camera's getting this. Oh, there's a third one. One went that way.
I'm almost certain we're getting it.
Look, and there's two more over there.
I think we're done.
That's it. Bye. See you next week.
Alright, we're back.
Over here is a tortoise habitat. Yeah. See, there's a sign that says gopher tortoise protected by law, unlawful to touch or disturb. Their burrows provide shelter for over 360 species of animals. So they left this as a clearing, and there's gopher tortoise burrows in there. Cool, huh?
Yeah, it's cool. Now we're gonna walk through.
Yeah, and now we'll walk on through.
And I'm also glad and thankful to YouTube the fact that I didn't get a strike, because I had a video where I was playing copyright-free music, and one of the songs said copyrighted, do not use, but they didn't take it out of the playlist though. That's the big mistake.
It could be somebody who has a playlist and they're not maintaining it. And whenever you play their playlist, they get paid for everything except that one video.
I mean, at least it's not WMG, so at least I'm able to have my video up to where no problem.
Yeah, you didn't have to use that.
At least I didn't have to mute it, because YouTube.
Good camera angle?
Oh yeah, I gotta get a good hand. I'm filming the boardwalk.
Now, if you're going to throw the boardwalk show off the side of the boardwalk, right?
Yeah.
Because that's an interesting kind of view. I wonder if the camera picks up that chain link fence. The chain link fence is the end of the park, private property over there. Doesn't look like it's developed, it's private property.
Yeah.
Friday, I don't know how to.
I'm really moving this way.
Done anything with it, or it's still sitting there?
Oh, it's still sitting there probably.
Nothing's done to it yet?
I guess we'll get closer to it. Nothing's done to it. Alright, there's the...
Yeah, it's still got the board, the bucket I think is there too.
Mhm.
Not done anything with that. Jupa. Jupa.
Hey guys, everyone get up against a rail and let him pass us, okay?
Push to the side, Tristan.
Okay guys, to the side.
There we go.
Thank you guys.
I'll be in front.
People think it's a GoPro. They notice me filming. Alright, we're at Austin Park. And here we go through.
Showcase the fact that we have one fairly new against an old.
Oh yeah, there's the table.
New table, new old table. Got a grown-up size maybe.
Alright, we'll go over to it. There's still animals down in there.
Yeah, but I don't see any.
Yeah, the
Oh,
camera's.
there's one. There's a tiny fish, and there's three of them. It's better over here.
Alright, we'll go over here.
Get straight down. You should cut out a short and put this on YouTube short.
Alright, I'll do that.
Or should I take my camera out and do it?
You should take your camera out and do it.
Okay.
See if you can record a clip. I'm not having a fun time with the sweat. That's why if I don't get it in the shot, I apologize, because I'm not gonna get it.
Down by my shadow, there's two of them. Three rays of busting.
Are we done with that?
Yeah, I'm done with that.
Alright, I'm done burning here.
Okay.
Alright, we're going down here. Alright, we're getting out of here. Just gonna run through here. Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Sorry about the censoring, but somebody had to say F you. Yeah, we're gonna have to censor that because I do not want to have that kind of channel. So that will obviously have to be. Yeah. We gotta mute, the part where they say the F word.
I'll just mute everything we were saying because we were talking angrily.
Yeah, well, I'll give it to you to edit.
Okay.
Alright, so that's it for this part. It's recording.
Yep. And there's the gopher tortoise habitat. See the weeds popping up? Because we've had a couple of days of rain.
Yeah.
Let's head to the walk.
Thought we were gonna put the lens on.
I'm going to have this lens off because it's fogging because we have the air conditioner on the car.
Yeah.
Well, there you can show the Rotary Park Nature Center.
And of course, I'm talking over for a few seconds, but not enough to copyright claim me.
Somebody's listening to the radio and thinks that we want to listen to that radio station.
It's no big deal. I don't think I don't think YouTube's gonna detect it and decides. I don't think it's Let's just hope it's not WMG. So I don't think YouTube's.
Don't rush your way through.
I'm not gonna rush my way through.
Plus the boards can get slippery a little bit, and as you can see, they're wet because it was raining much of last week.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna have to do that because I'm just gonna fall if I don't. I'm gonna have to walk barefoot because if I don't, I'm gonna fall.
Walk slow. You're not in a hurry.
I know I'm not in a hurry. See, I can already tell that I'm about to slip.
Want me to take your seat?
Yeah.
Got it stuck. Combination of good beef jerky, weight from the water.
This is not good.
No.
I mean, my camera, I mean, with the thing closed, it's technically waterproof enough to where...
It doesn't have a cover on it. You want me to put the cover on? Oh wait, that wasn't rain. That was just wind. Knocking it out of the
trees.
If you want to stop, I can put this on.
Yeah, you can
And they'll get a close-up view of me modifying the camera. There we go.
and it looks
It's all,
good.
it's all warmed up, so it's not going to fog.
Yep, which is awesome.
And I don't have to worry about dropping that thing anymore.
Nope.
Lantern? Is there anything to it?
Yeah, let's see if they do anything to it.
See those big bad teeth bumps and that cord. No idea.
Let's just hope that's the trees. I think I'm just gonna get wet. It's probably raining. And I may fall, which will be great.
Well, it's like they walk slowly.
Well, I am walking slowly, but it's gonna make a good video when I fall. And as soon as I say that, I bet you I'm gonna fall.
Not making a video.
Just like how during the Minnesota trip, I said I hope I don't fall, and then I fall as soon as I say that.
Well, Mommy says,
But the timing's great, though.
Mommy says just take it easy.
Well, I am taking it easy, but you know, even when you're taking it easy, even when you're an easy taker, you still fall.
You can still fall, but if you...
You know, even with the Minnesota trip, I was taking it pretty easy, and I was walking, right? I said I hope I don't fall, and then I fall.
Well, on the Minnesota trip, you did not realize how slippery snow was. Because you had never experienced snow.
I also hope that we can get that old hard drive so that way we can retrieve the videos, which maybe they'll be retrieved by the time this is up, or maybe they won't. Maybe they won't be retrieved.
There are no promises, but I do say slow down.
Well, I am slowing down.
More wind.
I'm just hoping that we can get the videos retrieved, because that's what I'm more concerned about. Because I think we know someone who could get it retrieved.
Well, now you know why Mommy says you should render your video.
Well, I know exactly why. But I'm starting to be able to re-upload some of my older stuff better. And when I make blooper videos, I better remember to put clips in right,
Well,
so that way I don't have to re-upload them.
what you're doing for blooper videos, my understanding, for bloopers and funny moments, when you find a funny or an interesting moment that would go along on the blooper, funny, and interesting moment video, is you cut that clip out, date it, and save it to an external memory.
Well, that's what I do, but I'm glad I got all the Roanoke bloopers up properly. Like, I think it was hilarious when there was that one
That
blooper.
button thing was funny.
Oh yeah, the one where I thought I broke it, but another funny moment was when I was at the tower garage, the button looked to be broken, and I was disappointed. So then I act like I'm disappointed, but then it actually the elevator seemed to have worked. The elevator actually seemed to have worked. I thought it was going to be an epic fail, but it wasn't. And of course, that was a better reaction than the Elmwood one. But I'm just trying to point that out. I wonder what time of next year that this video would make it out.
I don't know. We will have to play that by ear, right?
Yeah. I'm sure to end it all off, we could
How
go.
long it's going to take you to do this 24 hours worth of walking around? Depends on how fast you walk. If you walk fast, it will take longer because each clip will be shorter.
Yeah.
That's another reason I tell you, slow down, don't rush.
Yeah. Makes sense. I always question whether or not it's actually raining or we're just.
That's a tough call. I think it might.
Probably would be.
In the gaps where there's no trees directly overhead, there doesn't appear to be any water.
No.
That sounds like rain.
It could be. I want to find out if it's raining. I don't want this to be shorter.
If it does start to rain, I think we'll skip the second part. What do you think? Okay?
We'll go to the other place, right?
Yeah, well, if it's not raining, if we get a gully washer started, we're not going to go.
No. But we're going to attempt to see if we can get the other place. And of course, due to YouTube's length restrictions, I'm not sure if I'll be able to put up the full 24 hours.
I don't think you'll be able to pull up the full 24 hours.
But I can put up, 8-hour parts, though. Because I know I can do 8 hours for a fact.
Break it up by season.
Yeah, but 8 hours I think would kind of do it.
Well, you're going to there's a lot of different ways you could break it up. You could just do however maybe 8 hours and cut that off.
Yeah.
Or you could do like, okay, this is the official summer. Or this has been 3 months since the first one, 6 months.
I think by July I'm probably going to, start a new series from that, or start a new part or something.
This is one of those things we're going to figure out as we go.
Yeah. At this point, I'm just doing it all as one part. At this point.
Oh, I'm pretty sure this is...
Okay. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm.
We're safe.
I'll be able to see if I can walk this way.
You want me to hold the camera while you concentrate on not falling?
Yeah, I guess you can hold it, take it over.
We're almost there, because I can see the parking lot through there. But it's definitely raining now.
Definitely right now. I'm not sure if we're going to the other place.
You want the key for the car?
As soon as we get to the end, we stop the recording.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as we get to the end, right?
Yep. I will pan over to the Rotary Park building. And,
That's it for this part. And of course the lens is fogged up again, but
okay, well, oh yeah. We may have to redo this, right?
we'll just turn it off now. It's still on.
Oh, okay.
Probably gonna have to edit now, but yeah, we're gonna have to edit.
Okay, it's recording.
Alright, we're at the park again.
Yep.
We're using the phone this time
Because there's fog in the other one. It keeps fogging the screen. And there's the gopher tortoise habitat, getting all weedy. And what's today? Today's Wednesday.
It really stinks with the lenses all fogged up. I'm not gonna keep you playing, don't worry. I'm just trying to say how much of a shame I think it is.
And as we can see, the boardwalk is still wet, but it's not as puddly as it was yesterday. And yesterday's video should be somewhat interesting for parts of it, because you can watch the thing get fogged up. That'd be interesting to watch.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to watch it back.
Now, remember to go slow because it's wet and slick.
That'd be interesting to watch this move back.
Mm-hmm. Now don't go too fast because the phone does not have an image stabilization like the camera does.
We might complete this project, we might not.
Well, we'll complete the project. How complete it is up for debate at this point, right?
Yeah. I mean, next year it probably, but if I have to go like another year, I probably would give up.
Well, we want to come here once a week, right?
I mean, I'm not like, giving up on the idea of coming here, but I'm just gonna give up. If it gets to the point where it's too much trouble, I might just put up the video the way it is and not bother doing the full 24-hour video.
Well, we'll see. Well, the 24-hour video will be in pieces.
Well, it will be. It's just... I know it will be because YouTube blank restrictions and all that, but...
Well, not just YouTube blank restrictions, also the ability of the computer. It's not like we have a high-end computer.
Well, that's true, but I think I would have the ability to do you know, longer than 12 hours if I didn't have the length restrictions. I believe I could do longer than 12 hours.
Yeah.
If I didn't have those length restrictions. But because I have length restrictions, I can't do longer than 12 hours. Due to the
Well,
length restrictions.
YouTube may be limiting you to 12 hours, but there's also the limits for processing, because if you try and process something that's too long, the computer crashes, or the program for rendering crashes. We've come across that before.
But I managed to do tricks to get my videos to render long.
We'll see.
Like I did the Roanoke road trip really long, like 5 hours. And there was some sort of trick that I had to do to get that to work. There was some sort of trick.
Yeah, we had to do absolutely nothing on the computer and just let it run, and it took several hours. The trick often is patience.
Yeah, but there's a trick that you have to do around that. I'm not really going to go into details of all that, but there's
Okay.
a trick. Well, it's not just patience. You have to do some sort of trick to do the 12 hours or 24 or long videos. Even 10 hours if I'm bored, as much as I had to downgrade it, there was still a trick that I had to do to get that to work. Now, of course, with 1080p, I can do videos that are long in 1080p, but that's even a trickier thing to do. There's even more of a trick to do with that. You know how it is, right?
Well, I'm not the one who does a lot of video editing, but I do know that your editor, if it tries to do too much,
Yeah, it won't work.
it doesn't work. And one of the things with long videos,
I have to use the Steam editor if I'm doing a long video.
Okay.
That's the one thing I've learned. If I'm doing a really long video, like hours of footage, the Corel editor will not work. It will not.
You have to not have it be. Ooh, there's a spider.
You just have to not have a lot of editing to do.
Can you see the spider?
Well, the trick is not to have a lot of editing.
Yeah, if you're doing a long video, you have to edit the segments separately so that it's merely stitching them together.
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
Mhm.
And you have to use the Steam editor to stitch them together.
Steam does better at stitching them.
Well, with the really long ones, yes, because
Okay.
if you got like a 5-hour video or 10 hour, or you definitely have to use the
Oh,
Steam
there's
editor to
another
edit
spider.
that. The reason why the Steam editor does better, I'll say this in a minute. The
Mhm.
reason why the Steam editor does better with editing is because it has better, it renders longer videos.
Mhm.
I notice with the Corel editor, I can technically do up to 10 hours, but with the Steam editor, I can do longer.
Well, the Corel one does allow you to do more editing.
The Corel one,
You know,
a lot-
special effects and all of that stuff.
well, the Corel editor, I can do visual censoring and all that.
Visual censoring, audio censoring.
With the Corel editor, I can add the little beeps and stuff to it. Like if I want to, with the Steam editor, I think I can only mute. If I want to edit something, but if I do it with the Corel editor, I can add sounds to it. I can visual censor. I can add sounds to it. But I try not to do visual censor because it can be a pain in the rear to do it.
Incredible thing.
That's why I don't really think. That's one of the reasons why I don't want to keep having to do bleeps on all my videos. And I also don't want to have to keep doing, boxes on the screen, for inappropriate gestures, because that's a lot of work.
Or license plates and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to show license plates, because it's a bunch of work to have to fuzz it out. It's a bunch of work to have to fuzz it out. And also, if I have to bleep out something, that's also a bunch of work. I know muting it would be the preferred thing, but if I'm bleeping it, I have to do more work.
Yeah.
You know, I actually have to use the Corel editor and only edit the clip and add the bleep, and then remember when stitching the clips together to stitch the edited clip in.
Yeah.
And if I'm doing the unedited clip, that's a whole lot easier, but you know how that is.
The Steam editor works better at putting together a compilation of smaller videos,
Yeah.
whereas the Corel one allows you to do more things with the videos.
Yeah. Like it's like I took the Roanoke blooper video and I added, you know, the bleep sound effect to, you know, certain clips, as everybody knows. Because obviously I think it needed the, you know, bleep sound effect just to, you know, because everybody's going to know exactly what to expect with that one, but that's that. I don't really have the original cut, but I do have the final version. You know, knowing how things are. You know. Are we to the end of this, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna get a. There's the Bees Are Awesome thingy. It has different ways you can set up things for native bees.
I think we're now going to go back.
Yeah, now we'll go back. We'll check out the giant planter that they're doing nothing with. Mm. Don't go too fast because it's still wet.
I think it's going to be exciting by my birthday when I get an upcoming video. So there's an exciting video that I have coming that day. You know, there's an elevator that I'm going to be putting up a video of. As soon as, I mean, at least that's the day I'm filming it. Which everybody kind of knows about that. You know, when my birthday comes, there's going to be 2 videos that are going to be filmed. There'll actually be 3 videos that are going to be filmed, but I'm not really going to get into that.
That's a plan. Oops, there's lizard.
There's 3 videos. I think 4 videos maybe, but we'll see how that is.
We'll see.
The reason why I say there might be 4 is because I'm probably going to do a road trip video, even though one road trip video will have copyrighted music and the other one I should be safe with copyright free, but with the other one I will have copyrighted music. But then again, copyrighted music doesn't really affect me as long as it's not the WMG. It doesn't block my video. And like I said, a copyright claim doesn't affect me as long as it's background music. And even if I assume that it's going to get blocked, if the song's quietly playing enough, YouTube might allow it. If the song's quietly playing enough. But if it's not quietly played, you know, then YouTube will block the video and I'll have to have YouTube mute out the offending song. At least what YouTube, you know, if YouTube finds one part bad, I would like for them to just mute out just that.
I believe you had that option on one of them, where one of the songs was evidently a WMG,
And it got filtered out.
and they did some sort of filtering where they played random notes, it appears, over the song.
You know, and that's why I'm glad I was able to get that one other site video transferred to YouTube, because it was a good video. It had nothing bad. It's just I transferred it to YouTube because I wanted to get.
Single file.
All right, we're doing a YouTube video.
It's okay. You're okay.
Well, I know it's okay. I was just letting them know I'm doing a YouTube video so that they wouldn't get the embarrassment of what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
they're not on.
I know they're not on, but I just let them know so that they so that we're talking.
Yeah.
so that it makes sense what I'm talking about. But
Well, you're talking to me. It doesn't have to make sense either.
I know, but we're filming.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trying to get it clear that with the YouTube video and everything, at least YouTube allows the video, right? It's just they filtered out that one part. On YouTube, with the YouTube version, they filtered out one part, but most of it was, actually accepted because most of the music wasn't WMG. So apparently that Driving with Chris video apparently was accepted in YouTube because it wasn't WMG for most of the audio, except for the end.
There's that sign. It says video surveillance. I have no idea where those cameras are.
No. You know what? I would have put that on YouTube a long time ago if I would have known that they just filtered out the end.
Okay. YouTube has changed over the years on what they do.
Well, I know they've changed, but at least they've made it to where I don't have the video blocked. I mean, this is kind of a new, but this is new, but we know how it is. We love YouTube.
Mostly.
We love YouTube with the way some things are, but some things we don't like about
Some
YouTube.
of it is annoying.
I mean, I like YouTube when videos like this are perfectly fine for YouTube.
Do you see how I'm holding the camera here?
Yeah, I see how you're.
It's just above here,
I see how
and
you're.
it's aimed mostly out, and a little tiny bit down because we're up high.
Yeah.
And given where the sun is, I don't want it to like glare the lens.
No. And we're gonna go to the other park after.
Yes, we're going to go to Austin Park after.
I'll probably continue with the phone, I think.
Probably.
Yeah. But still. And for the one question that we asked, are we gonna see those same potty mouth people, or?
I don't think so, okay?
Because I had to edit.
Chances of running into them constantly at the park are very slim. Of all the times we've been to the park, they've only been there once.
Yeah. Well, you know what? At least I was able to get that edited out, and everything else went successful. But you know what? Everything's gonna be fine, though. I don't think any problems are gonna be caused. But we got our videos edited the way we expect it to. And there's graffiti writing up there, but we can't really show the writing up there.
I'm not going to pay attention to the graffiti.
Some of it can be funny, but some of it's also vulgar.
That's why we're not paying any attention to it. Now be careful, this part's really wet. And really wet means really slippery.
I remember Diesel Lucy had that case where he was on the freight over and he closed the door. I remember because somebody in the background was, I think, in an argument or something.
No, that happens. It's nice if you can close the door. And
I think
there's another lizard. And there's people up ahead, so single file.
Yeah, we're just gonna go this way. I guess.
Yeah.
This is continuous, so I'm just walking.
Yeah, we're
around.
doing continuous, but we have to be respectful of other people. Good morning.
Well, I know it's okay, but people are gonna know we're doing YouTube videos.
Well, they know we're filming. They might not know it's for YouTube, but
Well, I've even said that it's for YouTube, so they know.
Yeah.
And you know what? I mean, I don't really, sometimes it can be embarrassing sometimes to act like you're talking to yourself, but then You tell him you're doing.
But you're not talking to yourself. I'm here.
Well, that's true, but you know.
If you were narrating by yourself, people would look and then realize, oh, he's filming for something. But when you're with somebody else, they're going to assume that you're talking to the person that you're with.
Yeah. But, you know, I'm just getting a YouTube video like usual, and I think we're at the end, so.
Yep. We're just about at the end.
I guess we can get that little.
I'll get the sign in.
We'll get the sign in.
I think I'll do that here from the shade. There it is, Rotary Park.
That's it.
Okay, here we are at Austin Park. There's the rules. And there's the plaque. And there's the playground. And there's the public bathrooms. This is one of the nicest parks. It doesn't have much, but it has a lot of shade. I mean, just a quick 360 to show all the shade. Shade, and more shade, and more shade, and more. And a pavilion, complete with a grill. Nice bench to watch the river, and a nice picnic bench. There's all that new wood. They took out the picnic bench.
This is not good. They took off the do not.
They took out the picnic bench, and
Look, they still got the boards not there, but yet they have the thing blocking it
yeah,
off. Not
it's
there.
not blocked off, but it's still missing a board there, and missing a board there. So let's not go there because
Let's not.
I don't trust it.
I don't trust it. I don't feel safe going on.
And because we had all that rain, the water's nice and clear. I don't know if the camera's picking up those fish.
I remember Rafe dropped his phone in the water,
That's bad. That ruins the phone.
and Jason called it. Remember Rafe dropped his phone in the water? I heard this about this, where Rafe dropped his phone in the water, and Jason called it.
And there's... Okay, that's not going to help. See, there's another little cluster of fish.
Well,
What is there on this side?
Well, I know calling it's not going to help, but Jason called it.
Well, if it's in something waterproof,
And somehow the phone was able to be retrieved, I believe.
Okay. if the phone,
Well, Jason called it to see if it still worked.
Yeah.
Because I heard
oh,
that.
I found the park bench. I found the picnic table. There it is.
Wow, somebody threw it out.
Somebody picked it up and tossed it over. We had some thunderstorms and some wind, but we did not have enough wind to do that.
Somebody vandalized.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised. Oh, there's some ducks.
Would not be surprised.
If the person who threw that in the water is the one who took down the caution signs and the caution tape.
I believe that's the person who did it.
That's
I would bet
very
you.
likely.
Well, I'm gonna bet you it's the person who did it.
Mm-hmm. Anything to see down here? Nope. And nothing to see down here except a little bit of litter. That was disappointing behavior.
Yeah, it was. I hope so.
Oh, I think there's a plaque on this bench. Let's go see what it says.
It's very disappointing way for people.
Yes. Yeah, there's a plaque on the bench. Mm-hmm.
No, there is so much.
There is so much beauty in this world. There is so much good. Chase it, find it, create it. In loving memory of John Diamond, 1976 to 2022.
All right, well, that's memorable.
Somebody donated the park bench.
That's memorable, though.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a shame that somebody threw that bench into the water.
Yes.
We had somebody who did that.
Mm-hmm. That was not behaving well. Yeah, and this is one of the few playgrounds where the entire playground equipment is in the shade. Most of them are out in the sun, or at least half of them are out in the sun. And we'll end it at the plaque. There's the plaque again.
And that's it.
Bye for this week.
Bye for this week. And the good news is we seem to know the guy who we might. I mean, we're not going to get it retrieved until until after my birthday or before, or during that time. But we're going to try and see if we can get the old videos retrieved.
We have somebody that we know who does computer repair, and he's going to try to, if he can't unbrick the computers that Windows Update brick, at least retrieve the video.
And I'm going to point over to the black computer to see if he can get the videos off of that. Well, there's a black computer in particular that I'm going to point to.
The most recent one to crash is the one that we believe has video on it. He's going to try and see if he can retrieve the video.
And we're going to try and get the Ilnixon Park video and the...
We're going to try and get the Ilnixon Park video. We're going to try and get the videos from Minnesota trip in
2018.
that allowed us to put up.
And and this time I will be able to put it up. Like you'll get to see the full Mall of America Ferris wheel video if I get it.
No.
I'm just hoping and praying to God that we get it. Because what I want to get is the 2018 Minnesota trip
Now
footage.
I understand why Mommy says
Yeah.
render your videos and get them up.
Well, I understand
Oh,
why.
look, it's her. See over there on the fence?
Oh yeah, we're looking over
See
there.
the fence?
Oh yeah.
Okay. They're kind of dull colored.
But the thing that I'm kind of hoping for is that I'll be able, to retrieve the videos, because what I want to get to is the 2018 Minnesota trip and all the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to re-upload the road trip video in better quality because it's a 480 and I want to get it in 1080p.
Well,
We'll see about that when the time comes.
we have to see. First off, slow down.
Well, I am slowing down.
We'll just have to wait to see.
I know, but I am slowed down.
Good. Because you want to let people see how stuff changes when you see it. Yeah, there's new growth on the plants, bright green.
Oh yeah.
Because we've had rain for this week, so we've got the old growth and we got new growth.
Mhm. All right.
More new growth. tan bucket that wasn't there. Right?
They put the tape back up. I wonder if we can see the tape in the water. Because somebody had to have thrown it down in there. You know, I'm wondering where the original tape is. I wonder where I could find that, because that's got to be in the water somewhere.
It's in the water and gone away.
I know the bench is still there.
Yep, the bench is still there.
Someone had
It's
to.
harder to get out.
I'm just wondering where the sign went, because somebody threw. They must have thrown the sign in there.
Well, they may have kept the sign. I don't know.
They may have taken the sign home with
They
them.
may have taken the sign home. They definitely took down the caution tape. They probably didn't keep that.
They probably threw it in the water.
Yeah, they probably did.
Because I would bet you it went in the water, and the sign may have gone in there with it.
Yeah, somebody was very bratty.
Decided to.
See any fish are raised today?
No, we don't.
Careful. They broke this too. I didn't notice that because it's on the other side. See? When they went and did all that.
Is that a guy who's working on it, or?
You working on it or checking it out?
Just taking a look.
See, he's got a shirt on that says staff for Parks and Recreation, so
Oh,
he's
yeah.
probably evaluating what needs to be done. His friend has one of those shirts too.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that means they work. They'll need a lot of work. Okay. This is not opening anytime soon.
Cracking all the way down.
See that crack on the top? He says it goes way down. We're not looking because that would require walking over there, and that's dangerous. And you're very heavy.
Yeah. So, this is what's going on with the.
Yep. Well, most of this is stuff that it wears out. See how the boards are gray here,
Yeah.
and they're not over there? Those are new boards. As they weather, they turn gray. It's a thing that wood does. But it also rots because there's water. And this is Florida. It rains, so there's lots of water. This is right over.
Been here for
Oh, it's been here since I found out about this park. A long time ago.
wrong.
Longer than he's been alive.
I mean, it makes sense.
Let's see, and this is the river down here, so there's humidity, and we've had several big storms. So the wood gets icky and has to be replaced. I think the sign is in somebody's basement.
Well, I'm wondering where the sign would be.
Well, the person who took down the tape,
Did he throw it in the water?
I'm assuming, since we don't see it, it's a metal sign.
it's metal, it would sink.
It sink. And I don't see
See,
it anywhere in the water.
the tape is plastic, it would float.
So more than likely, we broke the sign off.
Yeah,
The sign.
they took the sign with them
Oh.
and they've got it in the bedroom wall. But it's the same people that took the tape down and threw the bench in the water are probably the ones who took the sign.
Yeah.
And they're keeping it inside because that sign belongs to the county.
And they're keeping it a secret.
Yeah, well, like you said, it's a crime. It's a felony.
I wish he wouldn't have done that, because honestly, it's a shame that people are
It's a shame
vandalizing.
that people vandalize stuff
Yeah.
because this belongs to the county, which means it belongs to all of us for our use.
How did they get the board taken off, though?
I probably kicked it.
They kicked it, or they
'Cause
had
it
a
was
hammer.
across here. So they just kicked the board. And they,
See how
They split
this
here.
piece is missing here? this
whole
piece of
is
board?
split.
It was nailed
split down to here.
And there's there's a big chunk missing over here too.
This is split wide open.
Here, see if you look over here and hold the camera over this way, you can see how it's missing.
Yeah, I see
And
that.
this isn't gray. That's recently exposed to the air. So the board that was nailed across here, that had the sign on it, they probably ripped the tape down and then they kicked it really hard. Probably a couple times. I hope they hurt their foot.
I really hope they hurt themselves doing it.
And they ripped the boards. Now boards are not easy to rip.
I really hope the guy hurt himself doing it.
Yeah.
I really hope he got hurt doing that, because honestly it would hurt me if I tried to do that.
Some things are self-punishing.
And I don't know why he had to be so stupid to do that.
That was a stupid, selfish thing to do. Because they damage things, then other people can't use them. Remember, every time we come here, there's been somebody sitting on there at the bench. Well, they can't sit at that picnic table anymore because it's underwater.
Because somebody decided to throw it in there.
And somebody decided, or a couple of somebodies, because that's heavy. A couple of somebodies decided it would be funny to pick it up and toss it over.
Yeah, someone thought it would be hilarious.
Yeah, and they thought it would be funny to take down the board and the tape and the sign, which makes it dangerous for little kids. If your brother came here with his nieces and the sign and the tape wasn't up, they might run out here and get hurt.
Yeah.
So it was not a good thing that they did that.
No, it wasn't.
No, it was not.
I don't think it's in.
Now, they're probably you know what? They want to keep feeding
Well, how often is it vandalized?
every day.
People have written funny stuff though.
They just recently graffitied the entire deck.
Oh my god. Why do they have to...
Well, they replaced that because the foundation's sinking. The people that recently did stop.
Wow. Wow. People have to write all this graffiti. I'm not even sure if I can even show it because it's probably got profanity on it. Just look at the water. I can see all this graffiti and crap. So this is an epic fail. This is an epic fail.
At the Rotary Park and the dock here.
So this is definitely an epic fail.
That's an epic
Well, if you want a place to go, you know where the vet center is?
Yeah.
By the mall?
Mhm.
There's a huge park area out there.
Do you
Long way.
want to add another park to your walking, 24-hour walking, or do you just want to stick with the two?
I'll stick with two, but I'll do the other one as a separate
The
video.
other one is a separate video. Okay.
I'm just giving you another place. And now the other one is vet center. You can start at the vet center and walk all the way around, all the way out to the park. You know those apartments back there?
Yeah.
It goes almost all the way to those apartments, and it goes all the way around.
So this is an epic fail. The dock has been vandalized.
Look how the roots go. Isn't that cool with the tree?
Oh yeah.
The tree is holding in some of the dirt, but it doesn't always succeed in holding the dirt, so you get roots like that. It's starting to drizzle.
And that's an epic fail.
Yeah, well, like you said, they're probably going to close this part off.
This is definitely an epic fail of the day.
And that's a shame.
It's a shame that people have to do that.
I know. You like going out there.
Yeah, some jerk decided to throw stuff in there.
It was that.
Some idiot decided to throw all that in. I think it's a shame that people have to vandalize like that.
If that is as bad as it is, there's no telling how bad the rest of it is.
This definitely deserves to be a video.
I would feel his heart is almost.
I'm definitely showing this as an epic fail. Alright, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and end this video. That's it. For now.
Oh, the wildflowers, huh? Go for tortoise habitat. There's a lot of stuff. Want me to do it?
Yeah, because I'm probably going to shake the whole time.
Okay.
I mean, when I'm doing elevator videos and road trip stuff, I'm pretty good at filming stuff. I mean, sometimes the camera can be down a little.
Well, there's a lot more holding still. Oh no, look. Litter bugs.
Of course. Someone just had to do that.
Yeah, that's disappointing. And we can see the gopher tortoise habitat through there. tree's coming back. See, they cut it, and it's got green on it now. Mosquito. This is Florida. And if you don't dig it up by the roots, it's probably coming back.
Of course, by next year, this will probably be over.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I get to next year, it should probably be over.
Well, you didn't start at the beginning of the year. It'll be over by next summer.
Yeah, by as soon as I get to, like, I guess,
It's officially summer now.
yeah. Well, as soon as I get to July of next year, this will probably be over.
Yep. You should have 2 hours worth of footage by, or 24 hours worth of footage by then. Here's something. Can't see it though. There it is, squirrel. 2 squirrels. I knew I heard something. fox. There's plenty of food for them. And the planter that they haven't done much with. Hmm. sweat dripping off your nose.
That's not fun. I want to get out of here.
Okay.
We're getting close to the end now.
There's the end right there.
All right.
And Rotary Park Nature Center. That's it for this week, right?
Yeah.
Say bye.
Bye. I just hit this.
The temperature is 90 and the heat index is 103.
There's probably more vandalism. If they put the bench up, I'm gonna do an update video. It's a shame that they have to ruin it like that. They may have blocked it off. Or maybe they didn't. All right, the bench is back. But the old bench is still in the, so they put a new bench, so we're back here again, and they finally put a new bench there. So this is the update that we got. They finally put the new bench. The old one's still in there. So they finally put a new bench in. But the old one's...
New bench. This is one of the benches from the pavilion.
Yeah, well, I hope they don't throw it in again. And they still have the sign.
That is a lot of repairs.
They still got the caution tape, and that's still vandalized.
Well, it's not just that it's vandalized. Well, this is vandalism, and there is. But these were boards that were bad. And the guy looked down that way, and he says, yeah, there's rot. So it's not exactly safe to go over there.
No, we don't.
On this side.
But this is the update that we got. They finally, you know, even though that one's down there, still down there, the old one's still down in there. But we got this. So.
This isn't new. You can see it's got old
I know.
and one new bit part.
Well, I hope somebody doesn't come by and throw that in the water.
Yeah.
Or there'll be two in there. Which is going to happen probably one of these days. I'm going to come back here and that's going to be in the water just like the other one. Just watch it be that way when I come back the next time.
Oh, he's over here.
They're missing one.
There's one out here. That was there.
They took one out.
There's three back here. Now, I bet if you look at the old videos from like last week and the week before, there was 4 of them here.
Yeah.
So somebody, not necessarily a Parks and Recreation person, could be somebody who just wanted to sit out there, came by with some friends and moved it.
Yeah.
So that's a tough call. I don't know if a person, just a civilian did that or if an employee did that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No. The big question is whether or not there's going to be some jerk
Who's just gonna throw it in
who's going
there?
to throw it in again. But it's nice that there's no.
Yeah. That person was a total ass. Could not stand it.
And a view of the gopher tortoise habitat. Still has lots of yellow flowers.
And we're also gonna see if the bench is back when we go to the other place.
Yep.
Maybe they'll have it back, or maybe they'll still have it there.
Hopefully, we can get into our vandalizing.
Don't throw it back in.
And throw another.
Because I'm gonna be very disappointed if that happens to be the case.
Let's just walk slowly into the park.
Yeah. Probably still got somebody who litters. Yeah.
Want me to hold the camera?
Yeah. You can hold the camera because this is all too.
Andrew bounces too much and goes too fast.
So we got the shade, which is better.
Well, given that if it doesn't rain, it's going to hit close to 100 today. We want to get this done before noon. And there's that end of the tortoise mound. And mushrooms coming up because it's been rainy and it's damp.
So I got all the footage from the Buc-ee's trip.
Yep, you got Buc-ee's trip up.
You know, and that's the most exciting. I mean, the video off the, you know, the Brave and the GoPro that Riley's got on his channel is the most exciting. Like if you, and make sure that you subscribe to Riley Rage, so that way you can see his point of view of that.
Yeah, because that's your nephew. That's my grandson.
And on his channel, you'll get to see an awesome video going to Buc-ee's on his channel. You'll get to see the same footage that you pretty much see on my channel.
Okay. If you're quiet, you can hear the cicadas. mosquitoes. There's the bee house. Mm. Still not much there. Yeah, back to the mosquito haven. This first bit has a bunch of mosquitoes on it, huh? Yeah. Picture got a little jumpy because they were biting me.
That's fine. I'm just about to hit 70 subscribers
Oh,
on the
right.
second channel. Since we're 2 numbers away. Or 3 numbers away.
You were 67 earlier?
Yeah.
Cool.
So it's like 3 numbers away.
Mm-hmm. 3 more.
At one point it did show the number before it, but now it's going to show, I think, but now it's changed back to 67 now. So apparently YouTube has kind of changed a little, but then
The numbers aren't completely accurate all the time.
but it would be fun for YouTube to change back,
Mhm.
and hopefully I'll get the 7.
Mm-hmm.
Because it won't be long until I get that, because YouTube's just counting subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, YouTube's actually being fairly accurate with their count, because they're just counting the subscribers, which is
Yeah.
accurate. What happened?
I don't trust the count to be exactly accurate because, like on the live streams, it tells how many people are watching,
Yeah.
and I'll have one number on my device,
But it's good to have
and you'll have another one on your device.
I know, but it's always good to have the subscriber count on your channel so people can see how
Yeah.
many. It's good to have the count up.
Yeah, the count. I just don't count.
I mean, I
Don't expect the count to be precise.
well, I don't expect it to be precise, but I expect
because
it
it's
to,
not precise on anything else.
But I would expect it to like.
It's pretty close.
I would expect it to be like the number. I would
Yeah.
expect it to like at least, be
It's
there.
within 5. It's probably within 2 or 3, but
Yeah. I mean, the subscriber count. I mean, YouTube even says that people don't subscribe, which I think is ridiculous, but then I get more, so. I'm probably gonna get 100 subscribers by the end of the year. I can almost imagine it's 100. I mean, the second channel's probably gonna have 100 subs on it. I hope I can get 100 subs on it.
just give it time.
It'll happen though. My main channel has already got like 300 something subs on it, so.
Yep.
And one of these days I'm going to make the evolution video, which is going to come out one of these days, where it's going to start with the first one and then it's going to end with the whatever the last, or whatever, I mean not whatever the last one, but it'll end, with the newest, of videos.
You don't want to do a long video like that. That's what playlists are for.
Well, I know, but Diesel Ducey did a 12-hour video.
Yeah, and I believe he said it wasn't worth the effort because not that many people watched it end to end. Most people quit watching.
And it was the same old footage, though.
Yeah, it was old footage. Most people quit watching after 10 minutes or less. Okay?
Yeah, it makes sense.
So it really was a bit of a waste. Now,
I
he
really
is accurate in the sweet spot for videos.
That's why YouTube Shorts are good to make.
Well, shorts are good, but the sweet spot for videos he has found, at least for elevator videos, 3 to 4 minutes.
Now with road trip videos, you kind of want to get a couple hours in.
Okay, road trip videos,
You want to get like
that's a driving video.
and a driving video. You kind of want to get maybe like
Driving videos last a long time.
Driving videos people watch like 3-hour ones too.
Yeah.
4-hour videos.
Well, a driving video is about the soothing car ride and the scenery.
So you want to have hours of it.
Yeah.
I mean, 10 hours would be nice, but 6 hours or 5 hours would be nice too.
Yeah, there.
Like I did do a 5-hour video going to Roanoke. Remember, I did a 5.
Yeah.
I mean, the road trip to Roanoke was a 5-hour video, and it was awesome to be able to put that up.
But
It wasn't the whole trip, but it was a 5-hour video.
more litter bugs. On to Austin Park.
Yeah, this is no fun.
We're back at Austin Park. Yay! And here's the mostly refurbished picnic table. It's got one open. Given the crack in that, that's probably the next one. I'll take the bottom. Just to shade it a little bit more. Hold the camera up, Stephen. Let's go this way so that we don't disturb it. Keep an eye on them.
And of course, we got those people that we better talk over. Well, I don't want the cussing to pick up, so I'm gonna have to be obnoxious.
I'm talking, okay, so you can hear me. Look, this used to say from ages 1 to 5, so we took a marker and changed it from 2 to 10. What do you think of that?
Yeah. And since they're that way, I'm gonna get away from them as far as I can so that they're not noticeable. Now, since we got those potty mouths again, I'm gonna have to go this far so that I don't get it on my video. I know it's gonna be really hot here, and hopefully I don't get stung, but then again, you know what? At least I'm away from those people so they don't have to hear me. Just gonna run through here. I'm not having fun with this. Just gonna run in here. And get ready for a mute. Because there's those people over there that want to make sure that I mute my audio. Oh, it's still there. I don't want to be in the hot. I'm not even going to bother looking.
No fishies?
No, I don't think there is.
Oh, there's one over there.
Oh.
I don't know if you can see it. Can you see them? Yeah, let's go over here.
This is no fun. I'm not having a good time with this.
Now, here's something interesting. Now, people call this the river. It's not a river. It's an intercoastal waterway. And it goes up and down with the tides. And you can see over there, there's watermarks on the wood and on the rocks. And you can see on this how the tide's going out. So it's drying out on top.
Yeah.
I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting, but now...
But now we have to go to the car and the air conditioning?
Yeah, and of
home
course...
to the air conditioning.
And of course, we have to do our not just talk for the whole video. I'm just gonna make sure... I know, but I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna go this way so I don't have to... Because I don't want them to be as noticeable. I'm just gonna run... I just don't want this to be as noticeable. And the only reason why I'm running this way is because I'm trying not to have cussing on my videos. Because this channel, you know, this channel is meant to be mostly G-rated. I know sometimes there can be PG things that are mild, but I don't want any extreme vulgarities. And at the same time, this channel is also meant to be mostly G-rated. So this is G-rated right here. You know, I'm just walking through here. You know, and of course I'm gonna try not to have people in the background be picked up. And of course we made it. I think we made it now, so. And of course I made it. I successfully made it now, and like I said, I'm talking, I'm just gonna keep talking, but I'm going out of the car. I know that was a little obnoxious, but just had to do that so that way you wouldn't hear it. But you know what? The video's over, so that's it.
It's here, so it's okay. There's the gopher tortoise habitat. And there's a Diesel Doozy shirt. At Rotary Park. Don't walk too fast. Mosquitoes. Somebody's in a bit of a hurry today. Gotta go back the other way, right? There's bee habitat stuff. You know, we're walking a little fast today because the mosquitoes are out full force. Then on the other hand, looks like it's changed a little bit. They got the buckets out of the thing. It's hot and sweaty time. Well, it is July.
I know, I hate July. You know what? We're close to the end of this, right?
Yeah, this is it.
We're gonna go ahead and
Do the. There we go. So
that's it.
that's it for this week.
See if that, I'm gonna have to hit the off button.
Yeah. I'll go start the AC. We lost steam time. And there's a squirrel on the. See it?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's two birds eating bugs.
Mm-hmm.
And when we go over here, oh, there's a squirrel out there too on the leaves. See how hard he is to see?
Yeah.
And when he moves, he's a little easier.
I don't think
But
the camera's seeing it.
The camera might see him when he moves. Probably doesn't get that butterfly.
No.
Oh, that squirrel. Oh, there's that squirrel. Now he's easier to see. He's on the blue bench. If you walk through the middle, you won't scare either squirrel. Well, that one's giving us a stinker. Yeah, I guess we'll see whether or not they've done more vandalism in this park.
Yeah, we're gonna see about that.
Today's video, we walked kind of fast through Rotary Park and the fields we're getting. They're getting you? Or are you fast enough?
I'm fast enough to where they're not getting me.
Ah, okay.
Okay. The sign is gone and another bench in the water. The bench has been moved to another location. See, another bench. So the bench has been moved. Somebody got into the water.
Did somebody find in the water and move the bench out there?
That's vandalism. That's vandalism, right?
Well, it was vandalism when they put it in there. I'm not sure if moving it would be considered vandalism or not. I'm not comfortable being out here because the caution tape.
I know, I'm not comfortable because look what they did here.
Yeah, they ripped out another board.
Yeah, see, this is, so you know what?
See, if you look down here, you can see how that's split.
I know this is kind of dangerous, but I'm just standing here to demonstrate something.
Well, you can see the two of the boards that they ripped out.
Yeah, I can see them.
And here's the caution tape down there.
So somebody's vandalized?
Yeah, they're still vandalizing it.
So people are still vandalizing it. That makes me angry. That people are still doing this.
Well, you know what's interesting? They turned it right side up, so you can sit on the bench with your feet in the water.
Yeah.
Now, I wonder if we're at high tide or low tide. Because this is, even though they call this a river, this is an intercoastal waterway. It's brackish water,
Yeah.
and it goes up and down with the tide.
Yeah, it makes me angry that this is going on. This is just insane. Well, there you go. There's your
Well,
update.
at least they didn't throw another bench in the water.
Yeah,
There's that.
but there's your update about what's happened there.
Hey, you can do a clip. You want me to do a short for that?
What?
For the update on they moved it?
You can do a short.
Yeah.
Well, I got a clip there. Okay. So they're gonna do the short.
However, it has not been removed from the water. They flipped it right side up and stuck it out there. Also, there's boards down there that used to be some of these floorboards. You see, there's another one over there. And the caution tape is there, so we should not be out here because somebody has ripped off the caution tape. So that's still a caution area. Don't go there.
Don't go there.
So, there goes the short. Say bye.
Bye.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Don't go there. It's dangerous. Climbing that fence is a dangerous idea.
Yeah. Somebody ripped
Mom's coming to the rescue. How's that? Alright, come on this way, baby.
Let's ruin the park for everybody.
Awful, huh?
Well, given that just about every time I come here, somebody either just moved here or sitting out here, I'm grateful to whoever moved on eventually. I don't really have a person.
Hey, up, Alex!
Yeah, one of them's been paired.
Come on, baby. Alex!
Alex, get back here!
Probably on the elevator. Very interesting. So he decided he was going to do a 24-hour walking time, so we're doing it smart. Well, we come out every week and go to Rotary Park.
Yeah.
Get one of those. Yeah. You can show your relatives where they can know how we can nice little around.
I'm gonna stop the video for now.
There, ready?
It's on auto.
Auto.
I think autofocus.
Yeah, autofocus.
That's a good mode.
There's the gopher tortoise habitat. We're filming with the camcorder now because we realized camcorder isn't wide angle, so it'll give us more detail.
And it's also got a better mic.
And has a better mic, so maybe we'll see we'll hear the critters moving better.
Yeah. And also another thing that I realized too with this camera. You know, I think, I mean, what day is it today? July 18th?
18th.
Yeah, so it's July 18th.
Yep, today's July 18th. Excuse us.
That's okay.
Andrew, you have to pick a side when they're coming up on people.
I know.
Alright. Well, we've lost the wide angle, but we're probably, since it's still 1920 by 1080, getting more detail in the plant life. I wonder if the mic is picking up the wind rustling the leaves. We can slow down a little bit, you know, it's only 89 degrees. 83% humidity. A little bit of thunder in the background, but it's not supposed to rain for at least an hour. weeding.
Oh yeah, these things get really bad.
Are they exotics?
Well, these actually, I'm not quite sure. I know some of these weeds aren't, but these are like really common,
Common pest things?
garden weeds, and I hate them with a burning passion. So I'm trying to get rid of them before they get too bad. But oh yeah, yeah.
And what are they going to do with this giant planter?
So I was working on it until it got really hot.
Yes.
So
Now, this is going to be a long-term project because this is Florida and it's beastly hot.
yeah.
But what are the plans for it?
So I really wanted to do like all the edible, like we have a lot of like fruits like blueberries and blackberries around here, and I wanted to have that and like all the things you can turn to like a salad or greens. So it's like an edible
An edible native
kind of thing.
native edible landscaping.
Yeah. Yep. That was the plan, and then it got really hot. So
Well, it's Florida, it's July. If you're
Oh, yeah.
not growing okra and sweet potatoes, you're not growing anything.
so I mean we've got lots of native dune ground cherry that's popping up and growing. So and that's not too bad.
Yeah.
So.
That's
And the grapes. And the grapes.
the
You gotta find them.
muscadines.
They're great for juice. But they got the big seeds in them, but they're really good.
Big seeds, thick skins. Yeah.
Oh,
That's like my policy for landscaping at my house.
yeah.
Edible, as in it's not poisonous, is required.
Yeah.
Tasty is preferred.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So
And if we can combine that with native,
that's even better. Oh my goodness. Yeah. There's like, like I had cause I live nearby. I've had blackberries from here sprout up in my yard. I'm like, give me please, cause they're so good, and they always get eaten before I can try them. But,
kind of like my tomato plants and the squirrels.
oh yeah. They're going after our mangoes at home. I'm like, stop it.
You don't mind if this is on my son's YouTube.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
He's doing a 24-hour walking challenge the smart way,
Yeah.
half hour a week.
Well, good luck to him, man. Good for him.
Yeah, well, at the beginning of next year sometime, or by next summer, he'll have 24 hours worth, and you'll have a playlist of us
There you
going
go.
back and forth on
Yeah.
this place.
Oh, yeah, you might see some butterflies in here, too.
We've seen a few of those.
Oh, you have?
Yep.
Awesome.
I think I got a squirrel 2 weeks ago.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. But this will show all of my friends and relatives who live where they have hip-deep snow how nice we are all year
Oh,
round.
yeah, and we get to grow all, like, the tropical fruits that nobody else can, like, fruits from, like, Central and South America we can grow, like, here. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, we had a frost, well, we had a hard freeze way back when, and my mother was talking to her family in Wisconsin about how so many of our plants had died, and they're like, what? Okay, we grow outside what you grow in the house.
So,
Have a
oh,
good
yeah.
day.
All right, you too.
I'm coming. I'm gonna walk some more. You ready?
Why did I even sign myself up for this?
Because you thought it would be cool. Oh, look.
Yeah, well, instead I'm just burning every week I come here.
We got some mushrooms right there growing along the tree.
I'm gonna be burning for the rest of my life now.
Nah.
Every day I gotta come back here and burn.
No, we're only coming back once a week.
Yeah, but why do
I got you some nice bonus footage of the lady
I know, but
talking about
what you got?
what. Yeah, I was talking to that lady. She works here.
Mm-hmm.
And that big planter they've got.
Well, you want me to make a cut for just that footage, or?
No, I'm just letting you know it's there.
Alright, yeah.
That big planter that nothing is happening with right now.
Can't believe we gotta go for a whole year of burning.
It doesn't burn for the whole year.
Yeah, but this is not the...
And it's cooler than it was last time.
I know, but this is still...
And there's way less mosquitoes.
This is still...
I was getting bitten a lot last time. Listen. Little Rock hates the heat. Then again, he hates the cold too, so.
I'm not enjoying this at all.
I know it's hot. It's humid.
I'd rather do the real challenge and just do it in like the cold time. Rather than fake and do this stupid.
I bet that there's going to be at least one time when we're out here that you're going to complain about how cold it is.
Yeah, but it's gonna be way more fun than this.
I know.
I hate this.
Well, here's the end of it. There's the zoom in on the sign. See, it says Rotary Park Nature Center.
Let's zoom out now.
Zoom out.
And we're gonna go ahead and stop.
That's it for this week.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Well, no, we're going to go to Austin Park next.
Yeah, but we're gonna stop the video.
Okay, stopping the video is Austin Park.
I think next week we're going to the airport.
Or we're going to get the car done.
I just hope that we can go to the airport or whatever on this time.
Yeah, we will go to the airport.
I just don't know what time.
I have not solidified exactly what time yet either.
But we tried to solidify it. We tried to solidify it. Whatever.
Let's see, we got 3 there. 1 there. 1 there. And 1 in the water, I bet. Yep, I see the 1 in the water. Looks like it's moved.
Yeah, it probably has. Just gonna walk over and look. And my hand no longer fits in that, so.
I think that's adjustable. We'll have to adjust it. Aha. Got wood here on this side. So when they had the wood on this side, it was easier for somebody to kick it down. Now it's on this side. They would have to break new board instead of old. Because some people are jerks.
Oh, so they did do an update.
Yeah, this is new.
This board has been put in.
These two boards are new, and that's not a new sign, but it's new for there. Oh, there's a ray in the water. Can you see it?
Oh, yeah.
Can you zoom in on it?
I know we had a ray before.
Yeah, we had several before, but we didn't have a zoom. That one's getting hard to see because he's moving off.
And I have no idea what I'm even zooming in on anyway.
Okay, you want me to try? No, he's gone.
He's gone. But, you know, to note everything, this is what's happened now. This is the dock currently.
Because it's unsafe because several floorboards have been ripped up.
Yeah, well, they used to have it there, but... Alright, that's the update. Yep, that... It, I can't see it. Alright. But I have to burn longer.
Chill.
I am chilled. I am chilled, but I have to burn. There's the board. And somebody threw it there. But that's that. I just wish that we would...
I know, you wish it would be a little bit cooler. Or a little less humid.
Now we're done with the video. There's your update.
There's the update on Austin Park. And
Never thought that I would have to do this.
now we're going to go to the library because they appear to be modding the, what is it, a Maori?
Yeah, Maori elevator.
Maori elevator in the library, and we're going to ask...
I don't know what kind they modded it to. Oh no, I clicked a button.
What'd you do?
I don't know what I just clicked on, but it's got this screen. I clicked this button right here, or this button right here. That button right there.
Are you still recording?
Yeah, I'm still recording.
Well, we'll find out what it did when we get home. It's an experiment.
I know, but it's just accidental though.
Yeah. Okay, it wasn't a planned experiment. I don't think that does anything while you're actually filming.
No, I don't think so, but I just accidentally tapped the button, and I have no idea what it just did to my video.
Well, if worse comes to worse, you can cut it off or say, I don't know what that was.
Well,
we're going to go to the library in Cocoa with their modding elevator and ask the guy at the information desk, which is right across from the elevator, what they're doing with the old parts.
Yeah.
Because they've replaced the call button on the outside of the elevator. They've probably already taken that away or pushed it or whatever. And it would be cool to have parking.
I'm going to go ahead and cut it off.
Zoom in on the gopher tortoise.
Yeah.
Mine says, don't mess with the gopher tortoise. less flowers than last week.
Yeah.
It's been kind of dry.
I always wonder to myself, why did I even sign up for this?
Because it seemed like a good idea when it wasn't as hot out. Right?
By next year, I'm going to have this up.
Yeah.
And if I haven't completed the series, well, I'll put up the parts that we have. I'll make those public, and then I'll do my finishing episode.
Well, you're rendering
Yeah, I'm already rendering.
weeks,
Yeah, I'm rendering each week's.
but you're not putting it up until you get the 24 hours.
Yeah. But you know what? If I don't get the 20...
When you're getting close to finished, then you can narrate a special final episode.
Yeah, which I'm going to do that final episode real... You know, next year, hopefully, I'll get that done. I mean, all the videos will be public, just like the playlist will be. But I'm more focused on other videos that I'm trying to get filmed as well. I know. And this is the reason why I wish I wouldn't even have signed up for this. Not having a good time with this.
I know it's hot.
I really wish I wouldn't have signed up for this. And I have no idea what the camera's even trying to focus on. Here we go. It's trying to focus on something, but
Well,
I think a drop of sweat hit the buttons or hit the screen. Alright, I'm done with this part.
Yep.
Since I've already gone here multiple times now.
yeah. And when we get to the car, I'm going to get this off.
Alright, I'm going to go shut the camera off right now.
There's the Gopher Tortoise sign so that people can actually read it. There we go. And now we'll go back.
Now we're going to try this again. Make sure you're zoomed out.
I'm zoomed out. What it is, I put my finger in the wrong spot,
Yeah.
and my thumb was messing with the zoom.
That was a very lousy take.
That was a bad take. Well, I'm not exactly looking at the screen in a lot of detail,
But that's
but
what
I was noticing that the image was not very stable, and I was thinking maybe we should switch to narrow the field of view with the Brave so that it gives us the detail.
But you know what?
And go with the image stabilization. But the problem wasn't the camera, it was the operator.
Yeah, but you know what? You know, now that we restarted, and you know what? I mean, for all those out there, you can check out the blooper if you just search for the same series thing and just search the blooper. Just search 24-hour walking challenge blooper.
Yep, that's funny.
And you'll get to see that.
Yep. Now
I'm,
it's darker because it's in the evening right now.
yeah, but the low light's still going to be good.
It's not that low light,
Yeah.
but it's cloudy and the sun is definitely not overhead.
Yeah, but this camera has...
Which is why the heat index is definitely under 100.
Yeah. We got the good McDonald's trip to Orlando.
Yeah, yesterday was very busy, wasn't it?
But we got a good video, though.
Yes, you did.
You know? I mean, the one good thing is I'm glad nobody ruined my video.
Nope. Well, we got a late start with yesterday for your airport birthday adventure. So we kind of hit lunch hour traffic
Yeah. But we had
on the way in, which isn't that heavy.
but my
But
video
on the
went.
way home, we hit rush hour
I
traffic.
still think it's kind of funny the fact that Riley started talking about stuff that wasn't, you know, family friendly, that wasn't G-rated, and then but then he realized, oh yeah, we got to keep this G-rated.
Yep.
Right after.
Yeah,
remember?
he was starting to move into PG territory.
Which he was already kind of halfway in.
Yeah.
But you know, but you know, he was halfway into it, and you said this is an inappropriate subject because you know he already gotten it mildly PG.
Yeah, it wasn't bad, but well, one of the things he was doing, he was talking about slang, different slangs,
Yeah.
and what they mean. And I was laughing because some of the slang meanings that he was talking about, well, when I was his age and younger, yeah, those were slang words and they meant something different
Yeah.
that was not PG. Oh, somebody just sent me a message. I wonder if that's Riley telling me no, he doesn't want to go with us because he wanted to come over and I told him we were going to the park. And he did not respond.
Now, of course, you know, the one thing that's obvious, okay, you know, mildly inappropriate, and there was, you know, some mild profanity that I did use, but, you know, that was for situations.
There were situations where we were in rush hour traffic and
I remember I got frustrated when, you know, when I talked over the GPS thing, and that's why.
Yeah, that you found that very frustrating that you were talking over the GPS because you would get louder when the GPS would talk because it was interfering with you wanting to communicate.
And then,
Unfortunately, I found that very frustrating because I needed the GPS to communicate with me.
yeah, and I remember in that situation, as soon as you were like, I talked over, I was, you know, I said the S word, you know, the first time that happened because of the situation
Yeah.
around that. I was not happy in that situation. I was kind of a little angry there.
Well, there was heavy traffic. We do not live in Orlando.
No.
I do not spend enough time in Orlando to be familiar with Orlando.
I mean, it was a fun trip, though.
It was a lot of fun.
I mean, the video is awesome. I mean, I highly encourage you, if you haven't, to check out the Orlando Airport road trip from 2024.
But
You know, for 31st. I
July
highly encourage-
31st, 2024.
I highly encourage you to watch that video to the end because that road trip video is pretty cool, and you should watch the elevator tour. Or actually, you know, if you've seen the road trip video, you've already seen that. But you know,
The thing is we were driving in a city that I was not familiar with at a time when traffic was heavy because people were trying to get home after work. Also, it's summertime, so even though it's beastly hot, we do have a lot of tourists because the kids are out of school in the summertime. So that's when people can take vacation. But you were wanting to talk, and I was wanting to listen not only to you, because I like to listen to you when you tell me things, but I needed to listen to the GPS so that we wouldn't get lost. Because I don't want to get lost in a strange city during rush hour. Now, we did end up taking a wrong turn, because when we got out of the McDonald's and we were coming up on the light, it told me to turn right. Oh, squirrel. And it told me that because it thought I was still in the parking lot.
I don't know what these people are talking. Okay, we're gonna have to talk.
It thought I was still in the parking lot, and I would need to turn right to get out of the parking lot and then continue on. But it was thinking I was in the parking lot, not realizing I had left the parking lot and was on the road already. I'd already turned right. So it had me turn right again, which ended up with us going on, I think it was I-4 and then the turnpike, instead of heading back over to 528. That's the disadvantage of GPS and MapQuest stuff and Google Maps over paper maps, because if you've got a navigator and paper maps, then they can look at it and say, okay, we're coming up to this intersection. I know what road we're on. I know what direction we're heading in. We need to go this way, as opposed to counting on the sensors in the phone.
We successfully made it through here.
Yep.
And then we're gonna go back.
Yep. Well, I always go to in front of this bee house. Right? See, that's all the different things that you can put up for native bees. the planter too hot to work with. Starting to get hot, huh?
Yeah, I'm not enjoying this.
Yeah, we're on the way back to the car. Okay, let's wait because they're on bicycles, so they're going to pass us.
Alright, let's hope.
By staying in the little cul-de-sac there, they had plenty of opportunity to go past us and plenty of space.
Yeah. I kind of had a good airport video.
Oh, yeah, I think
The train part, I mean, the camera work on it was bad supposed to. I'm sure if Dad sees my video, oh man, if he sees it,
I told him when he's done with the hospital that he has to go wash it.
yeah, he's probably gonna pee onto me, just like with the old man cave. He's probably gonna be like, oh man, you filmed the floor.
Okay, we've already explained to him about filming the floor when there's people who may not want to be in the shot.
You know, if he sees the Rustov Hospital, he's probably gonna watch the raw files. You know.
Well, Especially at the hospital.
Yeah, and I had
There is a legal expectation
just
of
like
privacy.
when I was at the airport, I had the camera down a lot.
Well, you filmed a lot of things too, though.
Yeah, I filmed the elevators. I showed
You filmed the elevators, you filmed the water, you filmed that art exhibit of the well-painted mannequin. But in the hospital, the staff and the patients and their families have a legal expectation of privacy.
At least I got a good video. I mean, I hope to come back there again and get another tape. I mean,
Yeah.
because maybe the other elevators will be working.
No, right now, because the hospital, I think, has financial troubles.
They're going to keep the elevators down.
Yeah, they're not running all the elevators to save money.
I know, but you know what? That's cool with me.
But you know what else, though?
What?
Like that one button was
Yeah.
not very responsive.
Yeah.
If the fifth floor button stops being responsive, they may take that elevator out of service and let one of the other ones be in service rather than fix it right away.
And hopefully before Dad gets out, I can have this experience. You know, because that elevator can be a little funky, as I guess we could say.
Yeah, the buttons are a little touchy, a little. It gets used a lot.
I mean, I didn't have a fun time when I went in and then pushed the button and it didn't, you know.
You didn't hit it square and hard enough.
You know, it's like
And they have like a spring behind them.
I mean, that was kind of frustrating to me.
Mhm.
The fact that I pushed the button and it wouldn't go in.
What they'll probably do with that, and when they do it varies. They'll either take that one out of service and put in one of the other two in service, or they'll take the button mechanism out of one of the other ones and put it in there. Does that make sense? I should zoom in on the
Yeah,
sign.
zoom in on it and then end.
Rotary Park Nature Center.
And now zoom out.
Zoom out. On to the next park.
Yeah, and this is no fun. And stop. Hit the stop button.
Back at Austin Park. And the rules are no, 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 no. Right?
What's going on here? Okay, this is not good. I think it's interesting what we're seeing here. So this is still a dock. No, they're not fixed. No, they're behind it.
Oh, they just went behind it? That's a...
I'm not sure if they're supposed to be there.
No, they're not supposed to be. The sign's gone, though. The sign is gone, but the boards are up.
Yeah.
Oh, do we have any fish in the water today?
I wonder if they kept the sign and threw it in the water.
I don't know where the sign went. The picnic bench has been moved again.
Yeah. I can see it.
I don't know who's getting in the water and moving it. No, I don't see any fish today. No rays, no fish.
Alright.
Okay.
I guess we're gonna
Back
just...
to the car.
Yeah. They took the sign down. This time. The board's still there, but... They took the sign down.
They took the sign down. Now, I'm assuming these are grown-ups, and I'm assuming that they're smart enough to be careful. Okay? And they're also a lot lighter than you.
Yeah.
Now, the heavier you are, the more likely you are to fall through a broken board.
Yeah. I was gonna go back to the car.
I'm just looking along the edge to see if I can see any fish. For me to take short with. And I see none.
And if you do, you gotta get it up right away.
Yeah.
Because you deleted your other one.
Yeah, I deleted the other one. I saw it was up. That's what I get for not checking to see if it's up before I delete it.
Yeah.
Or was that one that I deleted before I realized that when I deleted it off of the,
No, it was a different situation.
okay.
You just decided to delete it and
Well,
not...
when I deleted deleted it, I was thought that I was only deleting it off the cloud, not my device, or I thought it was up, or I thought you didn't want it.
Well, I didn't think I didn't want it.
I don't think I thought you didn't want it. I think it thought that it was already up, or that that it wasn't deleting it off of both things.
Yeah, well, somehow you deleted it.
I deleted it, and I am sorry.
But you're going to be sorry again in the future.
I will probably have to keep telling you I am sorry about that until I get another one that you can put up.
Yeah. I think we're about done here.
You're not going to forgive me completely until I replace it.
No, we're going to get out of here now. I want to get
Check
the...
car and the air conditioner.
And my camera's down a lot, but...
When you get home, you can check to see how good a resolution we had, because it's usually brighter when we go.
Yeah. Alright, we're done.
Yep, we are done.
So we're ending here.
There's the playground.
Oh, yeah. Alright, we're done with this. I'm gonna keep filming. Alright, I'm gonna stop.
Okay. Got it? I wonder if I can get close enough to read that sign over there.
I can't even read it all. I forgot my glasses.
I'm thinking not.
I can't even read that. It is a huge sundial.
There's the Gopher Turtle sign, huh?
Use a person's shadow to properly predict time. Whatever.
Okay, time to head over to the boardwalk. You done with that, Andrew? Do you want it?
I want to get the bag.
Do you want the bag?
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. It's been a bit windy. We got lots of pine needles.
Yeah.
What was the name of the hurricane? Something with a B.
Biden?
Betty. I think Betty.
Oh yeah, I forgot I'm like
No pine needle tea for you then.
I'm sorry, what?
You can make a tea with pine needles. It's high in
I
vitamin.
only get the itch.
It's high in vitamin C. Well, you don't want to drink something that makes you itchy. Itchy in your mouth and all down your throat and in your stomach.
Yes. Very much.
Yeah.
Depends.
That would be bad.
Depends how much sugar you can eat. Because if it's more than a tablespoon, yes, I'll drink it.
No, if you have some sort of contact dermatitis from it, you should not consume it because you do not want an allergic reaction in your digestive tract. And for those who don't know, that's my grandson Riley.
I don't know who you guys are.
Hi.
Subscribe to Fire. Baby.
Hey, they quit doing those for a little while. And then we had an El Nino winter. Or La Nina. We had a really wet and rainy winter and then a hot, dry summer, and it was bad.
I wish we could do this in the spring or something.
We will. We're doing this every week.
And this is the part where I'm like, oh God, why did I sign up for this?
Now,
Because the weather was nice when you signed up, when you decided it was a good
actually,
idea.
now we're kind of past that for me. With me, we're kind of past that, like a few minutes.
You thought it was a good idea when it was cooler out.
And it's summer, it's never going to get cool.
And now it's August. And the beginning of it's the beginning of August, and the beginning of August is the yes, don't touch it. The end of July, or the whole month of July, and first that way. Are you gonna sit while I walk around? Go sit at the next one.
But I'm lazy.
Yeah, I know. July and August are the hottest parts of the year, but the weather really doesn't break until the end of October.
Oh, it's getting.
Alright, here. So Riley's doing, this is his video.
Riley's gonna do a video?
Yeah,
You can make a video and put it up on your channel.
this is your video right here. This, you can put this up today.
No,
right?
this is your video, Andrew.
Well, my video's being filmed, but
Yeah.
Riley's getting...
Oh, Riley's gonna get his camera out and film.
Yeah, this is just his part.
I never knew I was filming.
Well,
Well, you don't have to.
I just started it, but
I know.
we're halfway through, and this is where Riley's got his idea, and you could put up, you could put up, with Elevators Rock On. Just put up your video here.
So I asked Sandy for one of those for like Christmas. Like the camcorder. Yeah, I asked Sandy one of those for like Christmas.
Actually, I think the Brave 7 is a better camera than
I
the
just
camcorder.
want the one that shows you this.
You want one with a screen.
Yes.
The Brave does have a screen.
Yeah, but the camcorder's better if you're filming elevators and stuff like at the Orlando Airport was the best camera.
That's technically what all I'm doing.
You can sit in there if you want
Oh,
and look for critters, because we'll be back. Or I'll be back. I guess Andrew's not going with me. I guess I'm filming Andrew's video. Little Rock's video without the Little Rock.
guess I'll go with. You want to hold the camera in front of me?
I'm holding this camera.
Yeah, that'll be good enough.
There's a word for that.
No.
I mean, if you want it filmed, I can hold your camera. I mean, I'm fine with that. I can hold two cameras in that down. If you want.
No! Wait, we're doing this more than one time?
We're going to the end, then we turn around and go back. And then we go to Austin Park.
know that cedar is actually a really, really good fire starter. It smells good too when you burn it.
Oh yeah. Pine is probably a better fire starter.
Here, pine trees.
Pine is very high in resin,
Yeah, if you know how there's these little
but it will smoke.
you know how there's these little trunks that you can like pull back? There's these little fibers inside the thing of the pine tree. That's called monkey fir. And it is a really, really good tinder fire starter. It kind of does smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, moss is not really a good one.
Some mosses are.
Some moss,
Most mosses are not.
but no, pine needles, because, yeah, one time,
The higher the moisture content, the more smoke you're going to have.
I was on a camp out, and,
You know this is on the audio, right?
yeah.
Okay.
And, there's this big tree that was up in the air, like, I don't know how many feet off the ground, but my friends climbed it. I said no. So I said, yo, what if we gathered all the pine needles here for the fire at the campsite? They tossed lots of pine needles down to me. I held like a hand, like...
They make better bedding for underneath your sleeping bag.
I know, but hold on, I did this with like a thing of pine needles. Like...
A giant armful.
Yeah. Full of pine needles. And guess what? Scoutmaster wasn't really too happy. He made us get rid of most of the pine needles because, you know, it's gonna smoke a lot.
Yeah, because they're damp.
So yeah, we got rid of the pine needles. We used some monkey ferns. And he made me get rid of the moss that I had up.
They have classes here, periodically.
Oh man. Okay.
And they're going to put, I think, native edibles in there, I think. She says she wants to put some native plants in there. But right now it's too hot.
Look, when you put native edibles, that scared me.
And there's the tea house. That's different things. There's different things. No, it's behind. The bees and wasps can nest in those. Not all bees are honeybees, you know. But watch out for the flowers, because flowers mean bees.
Smoking, bicycling, skateboarding, littering, jogging. That's kind of crazy because I'm smoking while bicycling, while riding a skateboard, while littering, and while jogging.
Oh, that's insane to do that.
When you jog, the impact is harder on the boardwalk and would wear it out faster.
Yeah, and I can kind of tell why no bicycling or skateboards here. Because,
Well, first off, it's twisty-turny. Second, the pine needles and rain make it slick.
I like to think it's twisty turning, not turning twisty.
And running into people because you didn't see them.
Yay.
You know, jogging also is because of slippery when wet.
Yippee. Shiny blueberry.
Yeah, there's no blueberries there yet.
Nice. So where's the microphone on this?
On the lens.
There should be like a little pinhole somewhere.
It's on the microphone on the GoPro.
I think it's on the front.
With the brakes, the microphone's on top.
Yeah, found that out the hard way.
I wish I wouldn't have had the microphone covered for my entire St. Augustine road trip. That's why the sound was terrible.
I don't know if you guys can see that, but this is Soa Greenbrier.
Yep.
Look, I'm trying to be as enthusiastic as I can right now.
It's hard to be enthusiastic when you're hot and sweaty.
Yep. I really want to catch a lizard right
leave the wildlife alone.
Yeah. I tried. Sawtooth blackberry. Yay.
Hey, I think I got 3 blackberries off my blackberry bush.
Cinnamon fern.
Just based on the color, not the taste. I know.
Common bracken.
There's another sign up here.
You can just have this titled, or you can just have this titled. And this is what I have to go through. What I have to go through all the time. Next part I'm asking. I find it funny how MC Hammer was tagged in a video on you and me's video. I had MC Hammer tagged in it, right? Even though MC Hammer wasn't even played, but because I mentioned MC Hammer, it got tagged in. Which that's got to be funny, right? MC Hammer gets tagged in, even though I didn't even mention. Even though I mentioned it, right? I mean, the original song, Super Freak, is what played, right? And because I mentioned something about MC Hammer with the Can't Touch This, it tagged MC Hammer into my video.
Well, that says Dahun Holly, or no, Holly, sorry. Dahun Holly. I don't know if you guys can read it, but...
Red berries, excellent food source for wildlife. Poisonous to people, I believe. And here we have...
Well, now I'm hungry.
See?
Okay, we're going to test it in lunch.
No, you're not.
And
We're going to do the next part, and you're going to be filming.
Did you hear the part about poisonous to people?
no. All I heard were berries, and I'm hungry.
There are many wild edibles.
Slash pine.
That's the typical.
Oh, look at that one. It's kind of twisty.
Yeah, it's twisted. The wind blew it. It's got a hole in the floor for it.
Gallberry.
Gallberry.
I don't know if you guys can see it, but it says American Persimmon.
This is what I have, and one of the reasons why it's exciting to film this is because you get to see behind the scenes and what it's like to film this kind of stuff.
Riley filming is periodically caught in or in yours, and me filming is periodically caught in Riley's.
You know, and the idea is to show behind the scenes of what I have to go through. You know, this is kind of an idea.
How much complaining goes through.
Yeah, this is the idea. The video's made for that purpose, to show what he's doing. You know, for the idea of what happens here, and then we'll do the Austin, and I'll basically have a behind-the-scenes video on my end too. So that way you could be filming with the camcorder, so that way you get the, you know, and behind the scenes, so that way people can see an idea of how this is filmed. And maybe I'll be along with the idea of filming for the next round. Just to,
Touch not the poison ivy. Get over here, boys.
I'm sure you're like to yourself, like, dang it, I wish I could touch that.
You don't want to touch poison ivy.
Just because I can't touch it makes me want to touch it.
Well, I know the saying goes, right? When you're told not to do something, you want to do it. You know, I think it would be great, you know, just, I want to see the comments on this so badly. I mean, I'm even going to link your video when I put up my walk around, you know, when I get to the second round.
Andrew is Little Rock. He is my
When I get
son.
to the second part,
Riley is
and
my
we're just gonna show
grandson.
behind the scenes of this.
And he's been
That way everybody can see.
Andrew's best bud since Riley could toddle.
Hi.
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 No squeaky voice.
Hi. Oh my god, I'm so funny. Right, stuff like that.
That means if you don't burn it in little bits, you will be sorry when it burns in a big bit.
Okay. Where are we going after this?
Austin Park.
Yeah, we'll do Austin for it.
This is it.
Now, Austin Park is very small.
Well, you know what? I'll film along with you. I mean, when I get there, I mean, Mom will be filming.
I thought you'll film Austin.
Is this categorized as long?
Yeah, this is probably a little bit of a 30-minute video or so.
So far, it's been 21 and a half.
Yeah, you're gonna.
That includes turning on the camera and getting it set up, though.
Five
So.
flowers.
Oh, I see a red flower over there. I wonder if you can catch it. Purplish flower. Yep, I can get it.
Oh, those are birds. Red birds. That's a cardinal. I don't know if you guys can see that, but there's a bird right there. Yeah.
Can't see him from this angle.
They're in the
Yeah,
little bushes.
He's in the bushes.
Yeah, right there. Oh
Ah,
man.
there he is.
Oh man. Looks like a red cardinal.
There's a male.
Male cardinal?
Yeah, the males are bright red.
Slash pine with an ant. I know.
The
Ants, I love them.
The male birds are more.
Sand live oak host plants to hundreds of species of butterflies and moths. Yay.
Most of your male birds are more colorful.
Oh, purple berries. Oh, wait. Hey.
What?
Purple berries. I wonder if they're edible.
If you're a bird or squirrel, probably.
Okay, that's it. I sexually identify as birds.
Okay, stop.
Alright, okay.
Birds can eat strychnine, you can't.
Yeah. There's this guy who had hallucinations because he ate berries.
That's because he was poisoning himself and his brain was malfunctioned.
Live oak.
Yeah, it's a live oak. They're all over the place. If they don't cut them down when they build the houses. And that's a hog plum. It doesn't have any plums on it. And there's the end of the boardwalk.
There's the end of the boardwalk. Nice, and I'm having allergic reactions to pine needles. Alright, we're gonna go ahead.
And there's that's Rotary Park Nature Center, so that's goodbye. This one's off. Okay.
Alright, open the lens.
Open the lens.
And zoom out.
Zoom out. Zoomed out. And we're at Austin Park.
Alright.
Come along, boys.
There is Riley.
There's Riley and Andrew.
This is behind the scenes.
And there's the park rules that are no, 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 no. Black. And there's the shade with that lovely, lovely breeze. The table's still over there. And it's too murky to see if there's any fish hanging about.
Well, this is better because at least I got wind coming in, so.
Yep.
Can't see the thing.
No, the table's over there. Underneath. Now you see it. Oh yeah. I can't bring that out.
I would like the trick would be to get in the water.
Feel these clouds? You know how windy it is? And waves? That's because these are the outer feeder bands, the tail end of that hurricane that's up in North Florida. It wasn't too bad for us here. Definitely windy though. Okay, somebody's got a dog, Andrew, so you might want to go off to, one side. Andrew's afraid of dogs. Even though dogs are not allowed in the park, the people who bring them tend to have well-behaved dogs.
This is just, and I'm getting some BTS footage.
Yes? Oh, behind the scenes.
I think they call that BTS, right?
That's a well-behaved dog. It's not lunging trying to get the boys to pet it.
I think they call behind the scenes BTS, or for their initials.
That could be an abbreviation for it. Turn that off, Riley. Riley, I don't want that in the background.
I would not like it if he played something vulgar in the background.
Well, I don't know if he was playing anything vulgar or not, but I don't want other people's copyrighted or material in it,
No, we don't.
even if it's just the sound.
And at the
The
same
music is okay because the music has a way to handle that.
yeah, but a video.
That I really do appreciate, where they simply transfer the monetization to the creator of the music.
Yeah,
For those of us who are not monetized, that's a wonderful thing.
but I don't want to have stuff played to where because it could have the intention of having questionable things on it.
Yes, sometimes he listens to things that are inappropriate for little ears.
And that's why I try not to. Are we getting to the end or?
Yeah, we are. Isn't that usually where we do the end, where that gap in the fence is?
Yeah, we're just gonna end it here.
Okay.
So I guess we're just ending our video.
Oh, squirrel.
Okay, we're in. I guess I'm gonna end the video here.
In the video on this cute little squirrel.
Alright, we're just gonna.
Oh, there he went.
As soon as I try to get a video of that.
There we go. And zoom in on the sign. And we're off. It's not even 10 o'clock in the morning. It's 84 degrees out, and the heat index is 98. And there is some regret for this project.
I wish I wouldn't have signed up for this stupid video.
Well, the good news is that it's August. And it's the first half of August and all of July are peak heat. And today's the 15th, I think.
Yeah.
So, on average, and average isn't guaranteed that it's going to be cooler tomorrow, but on average, we have hit peak heat.
And I'm trying to figure out what other places I can go to, like big long trips and stuff.
I don't know. Just remember, big long trips have to wait a while.
I know, but I'm kind of wanting to get, you know, we were going to know someone that we were going to be able to do a road trip, but that unfortunately is probably not going to happen this year.
No, I don't think any road trips are happening this year that are of any significant length.
But I'm hoping that my brother will take me on a trip, and he said he might do it this year.
No, I don't think he said this year. I think he said next year maybe, at the earliest.
What, he's gonna take me on a trip to the Orlando?
Oh, the Orlando, oh yeah, the mall in Orlando, yeah, he's going to do that this year.
But I just don't know when.
He doesn't either.
And I kind of hope that it can be done this year.
Well, he said it would. He's been trying to think hard what to do because you went on a boat ride with your Aunt Jamie and Uncle Jeff.
I know, and that's the final video with my dad.
Yeah, is the final video with your dad. And you also, you went to the airport with me.
I know, but after that it was like, you know.
So he's been trying to think, what can we do that would be special and different?
Just hoping we can get the Orlando trip done.
You will.
Because, you know, I know the Minnesota road trip will be done the year after next year. That'll.
Yeah, probably that.
But I'm saying an actual road trip to like Orlando, that'll be done this year, I thought. I thought it would be done this year.
Yeah, that he said he's going to do that for your birthday trip, that because everybody else had right around your birthday, he's going to spread it out a little bit so you don't have a whole bunch of great big fun things and then no fun things. Right?
I just kind of want to get it done soon.
Oh, you want to do all the fun things every day, right?
Yeah, well, I kind of want to get it done soon.
You will. I'm not going to promise a day, okay? Because that would be me promising for somebody else. And Mommy doesn't do that.
No.
Now, he has said that he will do it. He just doesn't have an exact day. And I think he wants to surprise you on when it is.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get a lot of notice.
I know, but hopefully it happens soon. Before this year is over.
It will happen before this year is over. Okay?
I
I promise you.
Is it gonna happen after the end of August, or?
I cannot promise you when. And he said he wanted it to be a surprise.
You know, I remember I had the boat ride thing, which is which came after the Roanoke trip.
Which was a lot of fun.
Yeah, but.
Get the bee thingy. Spider. No, the spider does not come in clear. Too small. And he's off. Zooming in on the spider didn't work, but I did zoom in on a bee.
Yeah. But the zoom in hopefully
It's zoomed out now. I learned that lesson.
Yeah, I know. And it makes everyone dizzy.
Yeah.
The video
Yes. That's a comment on the on that blooper video. That made me dizzy. Yeah, imagine so.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's one of the reasons. If you have it zoomed in like that, it does make people dizzy.
Yep. Operator error. Please replace operator.
Yeah.
Ask Andrew, how do I operate this thing? I'm not doing it right.
If you have it zoomed in all the way, then you know it's going to be blurry.
Yep. Oh, not just blurry. Every little motion is like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Right?
It just doesn't look right.
No, it'd make you dizzy moving so fast.
Yeah.
If you got it zoomed in all the way and you're walking around, it's like you're running at 1,000,000 miles an hour, constantly changing directions. Because even the little bumps from me stepping are giant bumps. Well, you're pretty smart about the cameras. You're good at that.
I think by the end of this year, Riley might do another video.
Yeah, Riley said he will join us when it is not as hot. And you understand that completely, right? Oh, there's those berries.
You just zoomed in halfway.
There we go.
Yeah, now you're zoomed out.
Very observant of you. The berries are turning red, so the birds and squirrels will be eating them. Just because birds and squirrels eat something doesn't mean people can.
No.
I don't know about squirrels, but I read somewhere that birds can tolerate strychnine, which is a deadly poison for people. I think they said if birds can eat it and monkeys can eat it, and there are no monkeys native to Florida, then people can probably eat it.
One of these days we're going to have to do a walk around the Brevard Zoo when it's a cooler time. One of these days when it's a cooler time, I will do a walk around the Brevard Zoo.
Yeah, definitely when it's cooler.
You know, and I'll record walking around the zoo with other things.
Oh, look, we have standing water because it's been raining.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what standing water means?
Yeah.
What's it mean? Mosquitoes! Run! Yeah, I see the end over there. Woodbury Park Nature Center. And that'll be it?
Yeah.
No? This park is cooler.
Yeah.
The understory is kept clipped, so there's just shade. Two dogs. They're both on leashes. Taking his dog out on the dock. He might be going to sit on the bench. And looks like it. So do you want me to stand between you and the dog? It's on a leash.
I know.
Okay.
I'm more concerned about, you know, this trip with my brother than I am with this.
He said he would take you. He's got to double check that the mall that he's going to take you has elevators to go
Well.
to the second floor.
Well, hopefully we can get that done. Because I want to get this over with.
You want to get this over with because it's hot. I know.
I would want to get I would want to get that over with too, so that way I can have my.
Looks like the bench in the water has moved again.
Yeah.
Now they're blocking the way to go to the end, so we're not going to go to the end, all right? See any fish in the water? No, I don't see any fish in the water. Sometimes there's little schools of fish and sometimes there's those rays.
Yeah.
Not today. And still no new sign. People keep stealing the sign.
We were gonna do a short of that, but we deleted it. And it's permanent. You're gonna do it again.
I hope not. That would be ridiculous of me, huh? Would that be completely ridiculous if I did that again?
I'm sure you would, 'cause
Not on purpose, okay?
yeah, but you know you're gonna have the accident happen again.
People make mistakes, including mommy, okay?
Trying. This is not a very fun time. I'm not having
No,
fun.
it was not fun when we found out that I had done that. That was not
Well, I'm talking about a different situation altogether. I don't want to do this 24-hour thing. It's just not fun.
It'll get to be more fun.
I really wish I wouldn't have signed up because it's better to do the real challenge and be hurt than to be all sweaty.
You're not saying you'd rather I do it without you until it cools off. Huh?
No.
That's not fair.
No, I want to get.
I'll whine and complain. I'll pout.
No, but this is not a fun experience, though.
I know it's not fun when it's hot. And people watching the videos get to hear you complain about how hot it is.
Yeah, because I don't want to sit here. You know, I'm just gonna cut it off here.
There we go. To the car and to Walmart.
Yeah. All right, we're at the park again. I really don't want to be signed up for this.
Let's see.
Next week we're going to do the mall. Next week I'm going to do the mall.
It's 10:20, 84 degrees, heat index is 96. It's cooler than last week because it was 101. And this one's not going to be too slow because you want to get it done before it gets hotter, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't really care if I hit the 24 hours or not. By the time I get to May of next year,
You want to just get a year's worth.
yeah, I don't really care if it's 24 hours. It may,
Yeah, the 24 hours is a rough goal.
and I don't really care if I hit that. I probably won't hit that, but I'll hit a good portion, right? If I hit it, that would be a surprise, but
24 hours in 12 months. Okay?
I don't really care.
You know,
I don't really
is
care.
a half hour a month?
I don't really care because it's clickbait. This whole video is clickbait. I don't really care if it hits 24 hours because this whole video is clickbait. You know, this actual video is clickbait. I mean, it's actually clickbait though. You know, this whole thing is clickbait. I mean, I'm sure some people will view it, but other people probably, I'm not sure.
For 24 hours in 52 weeks, it has each video is about 27 and a half minutes long.
Yeah.
I don't think they're making it for that. Okay?
I don't think we're making it for that every
No,
time.
I don't think their videos are all 27 minutes.
No, and you know what? It's going to be that way. I'm not going to do the full 24 hours most
They're
likely.
probably going to be close to 20.
Yeah, but 24 is because it's going to be clickbait. But clickbait like this is probably good.
Well, if it's 23 hours, we can put down the 23-hour walking challenge.
Yeah.
Because remember, the guys that did the 24 hours, they took breaks. Right?
Yeah.
We took bathroom breaks and grabbed some food breaks.
Yeah. This whole thing is clickbait, as we know.
This whole thing is showing people how a wild area in Florida, because that's what this is, aside from the boardwalk, they pretty much left this alone. This is undeveloped.
I am going to go to the mall in Orlando next week.
That's what the plan is. Now remember, sometimes plans get messed up.
I hope it doesn't.
We hope it doesn't, but sometimes plans get messed up, and we have to be accepting of that.
Yeah. And one of the things I also want to make clear, if you see any videos that, you know, on my old channel that's nasty, please let me know in the comments so I can take it down. But,
We weren't talking about a good channel.
well, people know about it, so that's why I'm only mentioning it that once.
Okay, so we're done mentioning it. Now,
Yeah. Now we're just getting on with this.
Yeah. Oh, look how red the berries are now.
Yeah.
They're bright red now, huh? I bet the birds and the squirrels are going to like that really soon. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, here's some that are closer.
Oh yeah, we're just gonna finish on the. There it is, right there.
Now, those are a little greener.
Yeah.
Lots of them, though.
Oh. I'm all sweaty now. I hope people get through this whole thing, even though I'm all sweaty.
Well, they're not sweaty because they're watching it from the comfort of their.
I know,
living
but
room.
I'm all sweaty doing this.
I know.
And I don't want to be all sweaty in this situation. And I have to do this every time.
Okay, stop complaining about it. It makes a lousy video.
Okay.
Gotta go all the way to the end of the sidewalk, right? End of the boardwalk, and then we turn around.
Alright.
We're almost there because I can see the building.
It's gonna be, I'd rather be in the cold than this.
Well, that depends on how cold.
Well, I want it to be in December.
Florida December is great.
I mean, even if it was snowing.
December in Alaska.
Well, people have rumored that you'd be better off. People rumored that you'd better be off freezing.
More people die from cold than do from heat.
Well, there's actually more people that say it's more comfortable to die from cold than heat. Well, it's true. I'd rather die from cold than heat. It's more comfortable to die from cold than heat. At least in my opinion. It's more fun.
When you get heat stroke, it's dehydration. Really, you run out of sweat.
But when you're cold,
When you're cold, you shiver and shiver and shiver, and you're very uncomfortable with the shivering, and then you fall asleep,
yeah,
and you die from then.
yeah, but it's
When it's hot, you sweat and sweat and sweat and sweat, and then you stop sweating, and then you feel nauseous,
yeah. The camera may be down.
and then you go to sleep. Well, you can aim the camera. Fine.
Yeah,
Or, okay. No,
I'm
you
not
don't
too
hold it.
sweaty to do it.
Okay. And then you fall asleep. With pretty much every method of dying, you fall asleep first.
It's gonna be more fun when we get the mall with my brother.
Yes, you'll have a lot of fun when you have a guy's day out with your brother.
Yeah, because that's gonna be shown on my channel. You're gonna see.
Yeah, you're going to see that. They're going to see that before they see this.
Yeah, long before this.
This Dahun Hali. It's pretty. The berries are good food for the wildlife, but the internet says that the berries are poisonous to humans. And we are going fast today.
The mall video will be more exciting.
It will.
Because I'll be cooler.
You'll be cooler. You'll be with your brother, and he's cool.
Yeah, and I'll be riding escalators.
And there'll be air conditioning and escalators and elevators.
Yeah, and I'll film all of them, or as many of them as I can.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'll keep the camera running continuously, and I'll put up the entire video.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know people are going to view it.
Yes, people will watch it.
You know, maybe I can get all of the elevators and escalators if I know all the stores.
Well, there's only 3 stores, according to the map of the mall on the internet, that have a first and second floor.
So maybe I can do a gauntlet video.
So those 3, well, I'm not sure how far apart they are, okay, because I don't know physically how big the mall is.
Yeah, but you know, but I could probably do a gauntlet video if they're all.
So they're at opposite ends of the mall.
Yeah, but I could probably do a gauntlet video if there are a few elevators.
Yeah, I don't know how many elevators are in each store, but I know that to be ADA compliant, a 2-story mall has to have at least 1 elevator.
If they have 1 elevator, then I can do a gauntlet video.
Yeah.
If they have if 3 stores have 1 elevator, I can do a gauntlet video and a tour of the mall, like walk around and show the
mall has to, a 2-story mall has to have at least 1 elevator to be ADA compliant.
Yeah.
A store that is 2 stories really has to have an elevator. I'm not sure if they have to have one to be ADA compliant, but if they don't have one, then people who need an elevator can only shop on 1 floor at a time.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start my video outside the mall, and I'm pretty much going to say what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know, I'll start my video outside the mall and walk around the mall, like walk around the entire mall on the first floor, and if I see the escalators, I'll ride that, and then if I see, and then I'll walk around for the elevator, and then I'll, you know, show the elevator on each store.
Yeah.
And I'll do 3 elevators.
But all 3 stores have to have an elevator if they want customers who are limited in their mobility or using a stroller to
well, I'm going to ride all of them.
shop on both floors, just like Macy's on Merritt Island.
Yeah.
They have an elevator in the store because they want you to be able to shop on both floors and then check out.
Now the Merritt Square Mall, because the Merritt Square Mall is dying, I may do a tour of it at some point.
Yeah, you may. Yeah, we might do a tour of it again.
One of these days when we go to the Merritt Square Mall, I might do a tour where I walk around all the stores that are open.
Yeah.
And I might do that at some point. Because the Merritt Square Mall is actually becoming a dead mall. And it actually has been.
Most of the malls are struggling because it's hard to compete with online.
I know. But what I'm going to do at some point,
and the malls tend to be pricey.
Now what I might do at some point, I might get my Brave out or something and just walk around each store. Of course there's some stores I can't go into, but I can walk around most of the stores, right?
Or you can at least walk past most of the stores and document how many storefronts are empty.
Yeah, because I'm going to do a video about the Merritt Square Mall. When next time I get to the Merritt Square Mall and I have the camera with the battery and all that, I'm going to document, you know, I'm probably going to use the Brave since I don't know how the employees are, because I kind of want to be discreet with the filming, and I don't want it to be obvious.
Yeah, and the Brave is a much more discreet camera.
You know, I mean, of course, if I'm at the mall with my brother, I'll have the camcorder out, but the view screen will be closed and the camera will be down when I'm walking around. But when I do, the Brave at the Merritt Square Mall, I'll have the Brave out, and I'll
Should you practice how you hold the camera by your side at home to get an optimum view?
Yeah, I can.
Thing is, if you're holding it at your side, that's basically butt level for people.
Yeah, well, I've kind of practiced it.
Yeah.
Oh crap! That was a bee or wasp scary.
It was a large fly.
That was kind of a scary situation.
Yeah, it's okay.
I know it's okay.
He went right by me too.
I know.
Skimmed my neck. Like, ew, bug.
What I'm trying to say is, you know, one of these days I'm going to do the Mayor Square Mall, and I'm going to do a tour of it.
Okay, there's people, so single file. Good morning.
One of these days we're going to do a tour of the Mayor Square Mall.
Yeah, we will.
I mean, I'm not sure if I'll do a full tour, but I'll do like a walk around some of the stores.
Yeah, we can walk around,
The Sears. Maybe Sears.
like we did at Christmas one year.
Yeah, I can walk around part of the mall. I might be able to do it with the camcorder though. I might be able to do it, but I have it down. I haven't decided.
December might be a good time to do that
Yeah, by December.
because they have Christmas decorations up.
I'll probably do it by December.
And if you do it after they put up the Christmas decoration,
You know.
then you're filming the Christmas decoration.
And I think they allow you to film because we got permission to film one time.
We asked some people who had a table if it was okay if we showed their stuff.
And they said.
And they said yes.
So therefore we can do a full video.
Well, that was somebody running a table. That was not necessarily the store. So.
I know, but
Okay, turning this off.
hit the stop button.
Stop. There we go, with the cell phone.
Yeah, camcorder was fogged up if you saw the blooper video.
Well, I had the air conditioning fixed in the car. Right? The advantage to the fixing the AC in the car is it's nice and cool in the car. The disadvantage is it causes your thing to be fogged up. It's actually not bad out here. It's 84 degrees. Heat index is under 95. Of course, it's not 9:30 in the morning either.
Mommy, we got a red bait onion. There was like one.
Oh, and look. That's water because we've been having rain.
Yeah.
See, that's dry in the wintertime.
Oh, yeah, it's not that hot this time.
No, the heat index is just under 95. I think it said the heat index was 93 or something, 92, 93.
And I had a great trip to the mall.
Yeah, you had lots of fun.
I mean, I'm glad I got my footage up because everybody gets to see not only the gauntlet, but they also get to see, you know, the road trip. And I was able to do a successful gauntlet because I got all the elevators and escalators.
Yep.
And towards the end, I kind of ended it by going out of the mall, and that's how I ended the gauntlet.
Yep.
But technically, you know, that's a full gauntlet because I did all of it.
Yep.
You know, I may have missed like maybe one or two escalators and elevators, but most of them I got to ride in the video.
Well, you got all the escalators. I think you said you thought there should have been another elevator, but you couldn't find it.
Yeah. But maybe in the future I'll do an updated gauntlet video where I see if I can ride that one.
Well, first you have to do a non-gauntlet and find it.
Yeah, and find it.
Yeah. See, that's the advantage of not doing a gauntlet,
Yeah.
is that that gives you more time to find things.
Yeah. I kind
Instead of speed running the entire mall in
Well,
an
I
hour.
wasn't like speed running exactly. I wasn't exactly speed running.
Hmm.
I was taking the time.
Yeah.
Because, you know,
Well, it took it.
I mean, I got almost an hour of video.
Yeah, Kennard said it was 55 minutes.
Yeah, I did like a 55-minute video.
Yeah, he said it was about 55 minutes.
So I did get the gauntlet successful.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I was just kind of wishing that I could find the elevator in like Neiman Marcus. I wish I would have found the elevator there because I only got to ride the escalator. Of course, I did catch somebody with a stroller on the escalator once.
Okay, if Neiman Marcus doesn't have an elevator, only an escalator, that would explain why somebody was using the stroller on it,
Because,
because it was the only way to get to the second floor.
yeah, but you know what?
I believe that that's ADA incompliant because you cannot take a wheelchair up an escalator.
And if somebody's gone there and filmed the elevator, somebody can let me know where the elevator is in Neiman
Yeah.
Marcus. If anybody's found it, somebody can comment below and say, hey, there's you can go this way to get the elevator. You
Yeah,
missed
we'll go sometime and take our time, okay?
Yeah. You know, and I can still do a gauntlet video and keep continuously filming because I got several hours of filming to do.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you and I ever take the time, just you and me,
Yeah.
to go to the mall at Millennia, and we're not in a rush, right?
No.
We'll go to Neiman Marcus first, and we'll look for the elevator, and when we find it, that's where you'll start your gauntlet,
Yeah, I'll start it there.
okay?
Yeah, and I'll do like I'll still leave the old gauntlet up,
Oh, yeah.
but I'll have another take because most of it was a gauntlet.
Yeah.
I mean, I did do all the
You
elevators.
got all of the elevators and all of the escalators that you could find,
You know, so therefore it is definitely
but you
classic
could not find an elevator
in that one.
in the one store.
And I'm going to try and find it
And it may not have one. We will try and find it another time.
another time, and that'll be a different gauntlet video.
Hmm.
You know, and if that's the case, I mean, I'll still leave the old gauntlet up. It's just I'll have another take.
Yeah.
You know?
The thing is, you spent more time on the road than you did at the mall.
I know, but that's why my road trip back home was an hour.
Yeah, the road trip back home was an hour. The road trip up was nearly an hour.
Well, the
right?
road trip up was I think 48 minutes or something, and
Oh,
the-
because the road trip back was not from the mall; it was from the Burger King.
yeah, well, yeah, it started from the mall and showed going to the Burger King, and then from Burger King to home,
Okay.
which was an hour because I cut it off on 95,
Hmm.
as everybody knows.
Yeah, we stop at 95,
You know, and-
or we swing by Walmart.
And I cut it off just in time on 95 because somebody was being disgusting, so I cut it off just in time.
Somebody was desperate.
So what happened was, you know, I was on the way home, right? I cut the video off, and
Oh, we don't have to talk about that on this video.
well, I'm not.
Mhm.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying what they were doing, but I'm saying, you know, I'm glad I cut the video off on 95 shortly before there was something disgusting.
Well, if you hadn't cut it off, if you hadn't shut off the camera, you would have just edited the video.
Well, I would have blacked the screen out.
Yeah.
But honestly, thank God it didn't happen, so
Mm-hmm.
there was nothing. And I try to keep my channel, you know, mostly family friendly, and that's part of the reason why. You know, I obviously would have edited if there was something like that. I would have at least blacked out the whole thing so
Yeah.
people wouldn't see it, because I try to, you know, keep my content safe for certain people.
Yeah, what did we decide? That we don't want any nap videos not appropriate for preschool
Yeah,
or not approved for preschool?
we definitely don't want the not safe for work stuff with nudity.
Yeah. Well, not safe for work and not appropriate for preschoolers are two different things.
Yeah.
There's a lot of overlap.
Yeah, but I don't want the not safe for work stuff to really be there, like the nudity.
No, you don't want any nudity or anything gross or disgusting.
You know, because I'm one of those uploaders on YouTube, unlike some of the people with these other sites. There's some people that are disgusting.
Those pretty flowers. Those are new.
But I'm one of those people who believes in making clean content.
Yes.
You know, I'm not like some of these people with the other sites where they're disgusting. You know, I'm one of those clean
Well,
people.
you have nieces, and you have a great niece,
You know, I'm one of those.
and you want them to be able to watch the majority of your videos.
You know,
and they're little.
You know, and that's why I try to keep them clean.
Yeah.
You know.
That's why, like with the language, we know they're going to learn the language eventually.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I occasionally age restrict, and
but
sometimes
we don't want to be the ones to teach them.
I know that's true. That's why occasionally, you know, if I'm using an F-bomb, I age restrict the video.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you know, some of the time, I'll even go as far to censor it out. I'll bleep it out some of the time.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you know what you can do?
What?
This is being taken with my camera phone. On the phone.
I can go on the computer and download.
Yeah, we can download it on the computer. This will allow you to compare the video and the audio quality of
Camcorder.
the camcorder with the phone.
Yeah, I'll probably just use the phone for this part.
I have a suspicion that aside from the fact that I can zoom in better once I know what I'm doing with the camcorder, I think the camera's probably just as good.
Yeah, you're right.
Might even have a better mic,
Yeah, the phone probably does.
because it's the phone's mic, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I wonder if we can hear the cicadas. I wonder if that shows up on the
this part's gonna go up.
Mhm.
One of these days, we're gonna go to the Icon Orlando Ferris wheel.
Yeah.
With Riley, you know, I think in December.
Yeah, I think we'll probably do that in November or December, okay?
Yeah, we're gonna try and do the Ferris wheel.
The glass elevator to nowhere.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do a video on the main channel, which will be a 20-minute ride on the Ferris wheel because it's an elevator type thing. And, you know, there will also be a more in-depth video that might go on the second channel where you get to see the train and other behind-the-scenes things.
Well, if we do the eye, that's one video. And if we do the train, that's another video.
Yeah, and the elevator would be another one. The train would
Is
be...
there an elevator? Oh, there's an elevator at the parking garage.
Yeah. And I will do a road trip to the place and a road trip back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at least I'll try and do that. You know, just so people can see the trip. Because I know Riley wants me to do road trip videos and stuff, and you know, and he might film along with me, you know, on the Ferris wheel.
All right.
He might even film along for the Ferris wheel.
You might.
Which I did say that, you know, I was going to do a road trip, you know, video for everybody.
Well, that'll be up before this is. Ooh, here's a lot of water.
It'll be up before this is. You're right
Yeah.
about that. This is just recorded before that timeline.
Yeah.
I mean, this part anyway.
Yep.
And now I want to hopefully get to the end of this, because now I'm starting to...
We're getting there. Alright, hold still. There's a bird over there. See? See on the
Yeah.
on the rail? Now he will take off as we get closer. So let's go slowly. And there he goes.
What I'm saying, when we go to the Icon Orlando, we're also going to do a live stream starting from the parking garage. We might lose signal, but we're going to try and live stream as much of the Icon Orlando as possible, I think.
I don't know about that.
Well, we'll live stream some of it.
Yeah.
We'll live stream like the part, you know, we'll start
If
live.
you're filming a video and Riley's filming a video, and then what? I'm supposed to live stream y'all?
Well,
That's a lot of work.
it's a lot of work, but I'm kind of, I don't know, maybe I'll just do the cam.
I like the canned videos better.
Yeah, because it's better quality.
It's better quality, and there's a good chance we'll lose signal within the building. I mean, there's enough signal to make phone calls, but I'm not sure there's enough signal to live stream.
No.
And there's the end. And enthusiasm for the heat. Say bye.
Bye. What happened?
It's chocolate shake day at Burger King.
What?
It's chocolate shake day at Burger King.
Maybe we can try that after this. Couldn't we try that?
It's also got a meal thing at McDonald's for $5 where you get a double burger and some nuggets and a small fries. We weren't here last week because we weren't feeling that great.
Now, one thing I'm going to mention, if these videos happen to come out early, I'm still continuing the series, I mean, at least for this year.
Yeah.
Even if all the videos get released now, I'm still doing the series.
It's a work in progress.
So, if you happen to be watching this episode like today or so, that means all the episodes were released early. Because I'm sure the public might be able to access these now. But
No, you've got them on.
well, the videos themselves are unlisted right now, but they might, But
You're thinking about whether or not you're going to release them early.
yeah, because I'm still gonna do them even if I release them early.
Yeah. We're going to come back every week. It should be starting to cool off soon.
So because the playlist is already public, so.
Oh, the playlist is public? Oh, if the playlist is public, unless the videos are private.
If they're unlisted, that you can access
If
them.
they're unlisted and you put them on a playlist, then people can see them.
So that's why some people may have noticed that, and I noticed it's got 90-something views on the playlist. So therefore, people have seen this.
People are seeing it. I'm not sure that was a good idea because I don't know if they'll keep watching it because they may think they've seen it all.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I've kind of realized
There's
that.
90 views on the playlist. How many views are there on the most recent video?
Yeah, I question that now. It's like, should I have done this or should I have not? Should I just make it all public or should I just make it back to unlisted?
Well, if you're going to make them public, now you've got quite a few.
Yeah, if I'm going to make them public.
I wouldn't make them public more than one a day.
Yeah, more than.
Schedule them out.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to start scheduling these out.
Yeah, if you've made the playlist public, it's probably a good idea then to actually make the videos, schedule the videos out to be public.
Yeah, because I'm going to start scheduling.
Because that way people will know when there's a new one.
Yeah, because I'm probably going to make them. I'm probably going to schedule them out. It's probably a good idea because I've realized what I've done here.
Yeah. Yeah, since you decided to do them all as clips, each week is a clip, and even though they're unlisted, if the playlist is public, then the public can have access to the unlisted ones. Remember that was, if you have the link,
Yeah.
you can look at an unlisted one.
Which, the unlisted videos playlist, that shows people, okay, unlisted videos that I find a little embarrassing, but they're not anything to be ashamed of, so those are fine to have public.
Yeah, just like,
okay, we're gonna have to stop the video now.
yep, yes, we are.
As we all know, we had to have another call again, so I'm gonna have to restart this whole video.
Well, you didn't get anything except me saying remove the number from the call.
Yeah, I already stopped the videos,
You already stopped it? Okay.
so I'm gonna have to retake.
Okay.
I already stopped the video because I assumed that there was gonna be something private, so.
Well, yeah, because you never know who's going to be calling now.
That's why I stopped the video, and now we're gonna have to retake it because there's a cut in the video now because I hit the stop record button. So that's gonna be a blooper.
Oh, just delete it. It's another, right?
Actually, I'm just gonna. All right, here we are at the park again.
Yep. We've had a couple of false starts that are not a blooper but an annoyance because I just got 2 spam calls.
And I really don't want to have another annoyance compilation, even though I've kind of.
That's not a blooper. That's just annoyance.
Yeah.
And me telling scammers to remove my number from their calling list is just annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, and as I said before, you might get to see this series of videos early, so therefore I may.
Because you put the playlist as public, anybody who's monitoring your channel is able to see these,
Yeah.
even though the individual videos are unlisted.
So therefore, I'm probably going to start scheduling these out.
Yeah, I recommend scheduling them out. I don't know, every couple of days?
Yeah, every couple of days.
Yeah.
Now, of course, for all those out there, you know, the videos that are unlisted that are in the unlisted videos playlist, that's perfectly fine for the public to see.
Yeah.
But this, you know, because those are just simply videos that are not in character with the channel, which are perfectly fine to have up. But the stuff that's in the
This playlist of currently unlisted videos, I thought you were going to wait until we had the whole year's worth of videos before you made the playlist public, or that you were going to combine them into longer forms.
Yeah, but I kind of forgot.
Yeah, well, you changed your mind.
But you know what? It's kind of a good reason, so I'm going to start.
It's a harmless thing to change your mind about.
So therefore, I'm going to start making these public in this scheduled out, you know, list. Like, what time should I schedule it to? Should I do it like 3 p.m. or something?
You could do it at noon, or you could just pick a time.
Yeah, I'll just do it like at the earliest, I guess.
Well, you don't want to have it go off at midnight.
No. I think I want to try and get it to go up at like...
If you have them release at, say, 5 p.m.,
Then
most people who have jobs get off work about then.
I'm probably going to release the series at 5 p.m. or something.
Release each individual one at like 5?
Yeah. And people will get to see this series of videos, and as we all know, this series is pretty much a clickbait. I really hope people find the channel this way. I mean, the first one I'll make public, but the other sets of videos will be scheduled out. Because I'm not done with this series, though. But people will get to see this as they come out. In October, I think Riley might be coming along. And he can do like...
I told him that you put up the video that he was with you on as a part 1 of 2, so that we do expect him at some point to come with us again, but that can wait till it's cooler.
Yeah, I can wait until it's cooler, but hopefully we can do the Icon Orlando Ferris wheel. That's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, we want to do that sometime in November or December. You see the squirrel?
Yeah.
Oh, now he's gone under.
And I didn't mean to cover the lens up, but...
It's okay.
It's just operating the phone is not as easy, so I might have my finger in the way sometimes.
Sometimes. The idea is not to do it too much.
Yeah. Yeah, my finger's going to accidentally get in the lens.
That's why you hold it on the edges.
I'm not covering the mic, I'm just, you know...
No, the mic's on this side.
I just don't want to shout into the mic.
And we're not doing Austin Park until it cools off?
Yeah.
Okay. 'Cause this is the longer park.
Yeah.
They're both shady.
I think tomorrow people are going to get to see part 2, like scheduled out and everything, and because part 2 is just part 2 you kind of get to see a little blooper where the rain or something happened, or where the camera fogged up, I believe.
The camera fogged up because the air conditioning in the car got fixed.
Yeah.
And
I mean, the blooper...
it was cold in the car.
Yeah.
It was nice.
The bloopers are already public, but the actual... I mean, the series of bloopers are already public.
Yeah.
And I like to be able to share bloopers. Personally, I like to be able to, you know, occasionally share the bloopers when there's an actual blooper.
Yeah. To be a blooper, it has to be something that happened accidentally.
Yeah,
That's
like,
funny
you know, like if I
or
dropped,
interesting.
like if I dropped the camera accidentally, then it would be kind of a funny blooper. If I accidentally, I mean, I don't want to drop the camera too.
You don't want to do that too much because you break the camera.
Yeah, but if I accidentally drop the camera and it's still recording, that's the kind of thing I would want to show as a blooper.
Yeah.
Like, that would be something that I could save for a blooper compilation.
Don't drop the camera here, because if you drop it over the sides, that means I have to climb over the side to get to it.
Yeah.
And I really don't want to do that.
I really don't. I'm not going to drop it.
Because there would be climbing down and then climbing back up.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm too old for that.
I would have to do it myself.
You're kind of big for that.
I know I'm kind of big for that. I wouldn't want to do it.
No.
It's not going to be fun.
You're not as agile as I am. You're not as limber. So I think it would cause you some issues.
I know. I actually one point had to climb over a railing to get something.
Yeah.
I actually have had to do that once.
This is a step down. You know, climbing over the railing, and then there's a step down to get to the ground. And then getting back up, there's that giant step up, and up is always harder than down.
Yeah. It's not going to be fun.
No, it's not. And there's a lot of puddles, like this one.
Okay. This is not fun. I'm still waiting for the end of this time to... Okay. Okay, now we're to the end of the...
Okay, I'm going to turn around and go back.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make it all the way to the end this time.
No. I'm not enjoying this. I'm already sweaty. And my finger is getting in the way of the shot.
Again, you want me to hold it?
Yeah.
There we go.
Alright, sorry about the cut.
I touched the button!
So now we have a cut in our video. So 2 times we had to cut it. 1 for a phone interruption, and 2 for this.
Yeah, but we're like halfway done. We're not restarting it.
No.
It's one thing when we're less than 60 seconds into it to go back and restart it. It's another when we're halfway through.
Yeah, you know what?
We're just going to leave it with that cut.
Yeah.
You can put up an oopsie frame. Right?
Yeah, people already know. We have a cut in our video, and we didn't intend for that to happen.
No. We did. I did not mean to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you're going to make another cut later.
You just stitch them together.
Well, I am going to stitch them together.
And you can use a transition.
Well, I'm not even sure if I'll need to be fancy with anything.
Well, if you use a transition going from one clip to the next, the explanation happens right after because we explain that Mommy touched the button and shut it off. Looks like park maintenance is blowing the pine needles off. I will turn the camera so as not to get him in. Good morning. Or afternoon, I'm not sure yet.
Sorry?
Or afternoon, I'm not sure.
Just changed over. Y'all have a good day.
You too. Wet down there. Hello. We're getting there. Oh, there's that squirrel. Well, I see the end.
And that's it for now, at least for this week. How do we get the... We're back again.
And we're here in the evening because it's been beastly hot. And the heat index is only 92 right now. Temperature's 85 at 7 p.m. Whew. Actually doesn't feel that bad since the humidity is only 17%. hold it.
Yeah, I just don't want you to hit the off button.
Off button is that one?
No, 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 no. It's right. You can see it.
Okay, yeah, that button.
Don't push it.
I'm not pushing that button. I am holding the corners. Okay? So I'm not pushing any of the buttons.
Because we'd have to redo the thing.
That would be annoying. Bicycles. I'm not sure they're allowed on here. But, I ain't telling. Shall I go to the end of the wood and turn around?
And there's a guy running.
Okay. Well, then we'll stay out of his way. Single file. And it's still not working. Maybe they've done something with that.
done with this one.
Bye-bye.
That's it for this week.
Yep.
You're recording, but the microphone might be muted.
Let me see. Turn.
You took another picture while you're taking video.
Okay, yeah. The microphone's muted. The microphone's not muted. So it's on. The microphone's not muted. It's recording. It's 14 seconds in. So here we are.
All right, we're here again.
Yep. We're kind of late this week because Hurricane Helene has been approaching. It didn't hit our side of the coast, but the theater bands and just the size of the storm, we had an enormous amount of rain all week. And as you can tell, lots of wind blown and wet. Don't go too fast because I can feel how slick the boards are.
I remember how mad I was. You have the light on the phone?
Is the light on? Oh. Oops. Let me turn that. No, there, the light's off. Oh, I turned the light on, not the microphone.
The microphone?
I don't see anything that shows mute.
No, so I'm gonna assume it's on.
Okay.
We'll just go. I'll just end it. As soon as we get to the end of this, we'll see if it's on.
And if the microphone was muted, we do it again?
Yeah, we're just gonna play back the video and then see if it's muted.
Okay.
Because even though the bright light was on, it wasn't a bad take or anything. We just have to.
No, that probably increase the well, I don't know if that would increase the exposure or not.
It's probably a little brighted video, unlike most.
Well, the light isn't going to illuminate anything. It's not strong enough for that.
No.
But what it might do, is make it more sensitive to light.
I remember I was kind of mad, you know, when I did the St. Augustine road trip. The thing that really ticked me off is the audio literally was muted because I kept putting my thumb over the mic.
I'm not doing that.
Well, I know you're not doing that with the phone, but I'm not talking about how you're
Oh,
holding.
yeah, when the Brave was new, you didn't, the microphone's hole was right where you generally put your fingers.
And I realized that you can't even hold, you have to hold it in a different way, because if you have your thumb on the top, the microphone is literally on top. And I found this out accidentally because I had my thumb over the mic for almost the entire video.
Well,
there was a lot of portions in this almost 3 hour video where I had my thumb over the mic and the audio was cutted out for the whole thing. I mean, it was hours of road trip video, and
lots of water down there.
Water down there?
Oh yeah, see, there's lots of water.
I know.
Now when we started, that was all dry.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that video was extremely boring. Like, that video became extremely boring. Like, that road trip, that was my most boring road trip video that I did not even intend.
This is new. One of the boards rotted out.
Yeah, of course it did.
Well, you know.
But, you know, with the road trip to St. Augustine, it was the most boring video that I ever... I mean, I wasn't even intending to have no sound for a lot of the video, but I ended up because I kept covering the mic.
You learned to use the case.
That's why I'm not even sure if I watched the video that many times because I kept covering the mic. I think I only saw it once because of how I was covering the mic. And now when I look at it, it's like extremely boring because I kept covering the mic for almost the entire video.
Yep.
And I've learned that I ruined the video. I may have put up the video. I may have uploaded the video to show people the trip, but I sort of ruined it because I covered the mic.
It was disappointing for you. I wouldn't go so far as to say it was ruined.
Well, in ways it was ruined. The audio.
The audio was definitely.
I mean, for most of the video, I mean, that's why I want to retake that.
Well, we learned to put it in the case. The case isn't waterproof, so it doesn't affect the sound, but it prevents you from blocking the microphone.
You know, and I hold it by the handle.
And the handle makes it easier to hold.
You know, and I hold it by the handle because if I hold it by the camera itself, I cover the mic.
Not when it's in the case.
Well, it's in the case.
But the case is when it's in the case, it's easier to hold it by the handle.
And at the same
And
time,
we've got a lanyard attached to the handle, so if you drop it, it hits your belly.
yeah, and it doesn't hit, and it's not nearly as dangerous.
No, you're not going to worry about dropping it and damaging it because it's going to fall from wherever you, it's going to fall less than 2 feet, and it's not going to hit a hard surface, so it's okay.
And well, I know it's okay, but hopefully in the future, I can do a retake of that St. Augustine road trip and get a better quality take.
Okay. Well,
That's what I'm kind of hoping for. I know I did the Miami road trip and I wasn't covering the mic, but at the same time, I just hope I can get a better video in the future.
well, I'm sure at some point we will go on a road trip to St. Augustine.
Yeah,
Isn't that where Buc-ee's is?
well, Buc-ee's is by.
Oh, that's in Daytona.
That's in Daytona on the way to St.
On the
Augustine.
way to St. Augustine.
One of these days we're gonna do. I mean,
St. Augustine's, I think, has a Christmas lights thing, and they have an open. What would you call it? Kind of like a train.
yeah, they had a train. You know, I'm gonna be going there again. I know one of these days.
You will.
You know, I mean, Christopher will probably be taking me along, you know, to that place again, and I'll be filming the road trip.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, the next take will be better because I won't be covering the mic the whole time, and at the same time, you know, I don't have to. I shouldn't have to worry about having to edit. As long as it's just simply curse words, I can edit that out as I go through the video. Because I know how to do that. It's fairly easy. As long as there's not a bunch of stuff that has to be edited.
He's getting better at minding his language while you're recording.
You know, so therefore,
However, there is still occasional traffic frustration. Because people are driving.
I mean, when I made the Rage compilation myself, I only said a few, you know, major curse words in there. I mean,
Well, we won't worry about it, okay?
well, I know we won't worry about it, but with Chris, it's like forget it. He just wants to teach kids how not to curse by cursing,
Okay.
and it's not educational.
That's not why he's doing it. Remember, I told you, kids, especially boys, go through a rude patch. And some of them it takes a little longer to get out of it. Some of them never go through it, never get out of it. But sometimes they keep the rude patch for frustrations that you might consider kind of minor. Okay?
Yeah, but I'm gonna try and hopefully get more family-friendly
Well,
road
just like you went through a rude patch where you thought it was funny or cool or it meant you were mature when you were rude, and now you just realize, no, it's rude. It's not funny, it's not cool, it's not mature, it's just rude. And you're relearning not to use those words.
Yeah, I mean,
However, when you are frustrated, it's easier to use the rude
Well,
words.
of course it is, but I mean, with my Rage compilation, it's actually not really that bad of a video. It's only got a couple spots where I said the F word. The first time I said it, it was kind of muttered under my breath a little bit. It was kind of, I mean, it was still noticeable for kids, but it was less, I didn't shout it. And see, muttering under my breath, the first clip where I muttered it under breath for something.
Go back.
Was a lot better, but then the next, I mean, you know, but then there was a clip, I mean, later in the Rage compilation, I believe, where I said it kind of louder, which was, I thought, you know, a mistake of mine. But it's not quite as bad as Chris, though.
Well, everyone we know is a work in progress.
I know, but my frustration compilation was funny. I mean, unlike Christopher, mine actually had some funny humor to it. I mean, mine was like an 8 or 10 minute video, and it was funny. Mine was like...
Well, you thought it was funny.
Well, I thought, you know, it was more funnier because a lot of my clips didn't involve swear words. You know, it's a thing.
Yeah.
Some of them were kind of muted, and some of them it's like I didn't really cuss. And sometimes I kind of muttered the curse word like under my breath to where you don't exactly hear it. So, I mean, you kind of hear it a little, but it's not exactly, you know... But you know how it is. I mean, I've gotten better about things in my videos.
You are a work in progress, and you are getting better.
And one of these days, I'm going to make the big video. You know, one of these days, I'm going to make sure that my camera's all charged up, and I have to make sure the batteries charge up the day before, because apparently the batteries automatically drain themselves, even if you're not using the camera.
Okay, some batteries are like that. They don't hold a charge while they're inactive. And evidently the batteries that came with the Brave are the kind that don't hold a charge.
Yeah. But when that day comes, you know, I'm going to be going a long road trip video. I know when I was with my brother, the battery didn't hold a charge, so I had it plugged into the car to film the video. That's the setup I had when I filmed with my brother, which I'm actually kind of glad I filmed the whole trip and everything. I mean, people got to see it unedited. There was no editing need to be done. I know the way back probably was a lot differenter than the way up, but it still had interesting things in it, and I still think that video about Diesel losing his cameras is kind of funny. That troll video that I reposted, I thought it was kind of funny.
The person who did the troll video
Meant it to be mean.
may have, we don't know for sure because they didn't say, but based on their name of their channel, they may have meant it to be mean.
Yeah.
They failed. They were funny.
I mean, it was a funny video, and I thought the humor was, you know, great enough to the point to where I shared this video.
Well, you know, it's actually harder to be funny than it is to be mean.
Yeah.
So I think the person who did that should work on their comedy.
Yeah, because, you know, personally, the person who did that, he had good humor.
Yeah.
I mean, he had more, it was more of a sense of humor type video than a offend people video.
Well, like I said, if
Yeah.
the person who made that, it was a funny video, right? And I think the person who made the funny video should work on being funny.
You know, and
because if you're good at it, you can make money at being funny.
You know,
and it feels good to make people laugh because they're happy.
You know, and at the same time, when I made the road trip back home from the mall, I believe I mentioned and quoted this video, and at the same time, I believe I've kind of mentioned to where people, you know, where people could see this exact, you know, video, and it was kind of funny, right? You know, I shared it on my channel, I put the video up because it was a funny video, but I've kind of realized how funny that video was, and...
You know what I think is funny?
What?
When we started making these videos, you told me that they were going to be silent takes so that people could appreciate the walk in the park throughout the year.
It ends up not being.
No, it's not. You talk almost non-stop through all the videos.
Well, I could have, you know, made... And as everybody knows, my first video wasn't as good and nearly as interesting.
Nobody's first video is as good, unless
I mean, I also
Unless
did,
something extremely unusual happens.
I also did the recovered videos compilation, which showed the most exciting videos. That started my whole channel. And one of these days, we're gonna do the big video. I wonder how the other park's doing.
I don't know. Do you want to go to the other park? I know we haven't gone for the last couple of weeks because it's been terribly hot out. But it's later in the day, and it's a little bit cooler, right?
Yeah.
The heat index is under 90.
And I've always thought about trying out new foods and such.
Well, maybe I should look for food festivals where you can try out new foods. Okay?
But what I'm more interested in is, you know,
Okay. Single file because there's other people. Hello. Hello. There we go. We did not get the other people on your video. Because video courtesy says we don't put up videos of other people. You too.
that's why I try to aim my camera down a lot.
Well, I didn't go down, I went up.
I know, but
Because the ones on my side, the ones on the right for us were short people, also known as children.
well, you know, I've had a few times where, you know, and one of the most frustrating things that happens when you're filming is a guy tells you that they don't want to be on camera after you've already gotten them in the shot, and they want to do that to make sure that you start doing visual sensors.
Well, depending on how they approach it and how much effort they put to get into your shot
Then,
and where you're at,
yeah, now
you can leave them in.
yeah, sometimes I do. If somebody deliberately jumps into the camera and yells, "Don't film me," then
The only time that you visually censored people out, now you've had 3 times I think where somebody didn't want to be on camera.
yeah,
One was when we were checking into a hotel.
yeah,
And you didn't use, somebody else took the desk while you were filming, and you didn't use it anyway because checking into a hotel
had our real names.
has doxing in it. You know, you have to give them your driver's license and your credit card and all that to confirm
I also decided not to use the road trip video because the road trip video I thought was pretty crappy. That's why I decided not to use, you know, the
Another time you had somebody was you were at a restaurant and someone who was an employee, now they had to wait on you, but they did not want to be on your film, so you used a visual sensor.
Yeah, I did the visual sensor, which is why I need a program that automatically blurs out faces.
Well, that's out of our price range right now.
You know, and some people want their voice disguised. Like if you film with Benno.
Okay, we're not going to England, so I don't think you're filming with Benno.
I know, but I would have to disguise voices and blur out the face.
And the other time that you had somebody who didn't want to be on was when we were at the park by the beach, and the person noticed that you were filming. The gentleman did, and he told you well in advance that he didn't want to be on it.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, you ready to say goodbye?
Bye.
Bye. Okay, here, you shut it off.
Alright, we're walking around.
photo shoot over there, so we're not going to film that way.
No,
Film underground.
I'm not going to show that.
But what's going to be interesting is what's happened. We've had a lot of rain and wind, even though we didn't get the hurricane, thank goodness. It would be interesting to see where the park bench in the water is. Right? Also, I wonder if they've made any progress on the.
It's probably still in the water.
It's probably still in the water, yeah. But I wonder if the caution stuff is still up. Right?
The Minnesota trip's going to be fun to film, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be filming with the Brave. And I'm pretty much going to try and film the whole trip, even though I'm going to have to pause it when the calls come in. Which is what I'm going to try and do.
I expect us to get a few phone calls, because it's going to be a lot of driving.
You know, but I'm obviously going to stop the camera so that I don't have to mute my video.
Yeah, see, it's moved.
Still in the water.
It's still in the water, but remember it was over there before? And it's missing one of the boards.
Since this series is kind of publicly known, I guess this is what we get to show off the update fully here.
The sign's missing again. So they've got boards here that nobody's kicked in yet. It's missing a few more boards over there.
Yeah.
The water is definitely murkier.
I could stand on that in the water.
Well, this is over there. You can see the seats. I don't see the seats anymore. So either that's a little bit of a dip there, or maybe the tide's in.
And there's that graffiti again.
Because even though they call this a river, it's actually not a river. It's an intracoastal waterway. Basically, it's brackish water, part ocean and part mouth of St. John's.
We're just gonna leave as soon as we. It'll be fun to come here. It'll be fun to come here in a cooler time. I'm also gonna make sure my batteries are charged when the time comes to be filming stuff. Because I gotta make sure the camcorder batteries are charged and the Brave, because basically it drains itself even if you're not using it. I've learned that.
We've learned about it. It does not hold the charge for very long. Makes me wonder if I should buy more batteries. Do both batteries not last very long?
I think it's both. You have to charge it once. I mean, they last for a long time when you're filming with
Yeah,
it.
they last several hours to film.
You know, at least an hour or two of film. You can get like an hour or two of film continuously, non-stop, unedited.
I think if you let the screen, the view screen go dark, I think you can get 2.5 hours of filming.
Yeah, I believe so.
But if you've got it on the whole time,
Yeah, I've learned that.
maybe an hour, hour and a half.
Yeah, well, I am basically going to start. And of course, we're probably just gonna. I think we're just gonna end.
You want to end right here?
Yeah, we're done.
Say, let me turn around and say, bye.
Alright, that's it.
You got a close up of your mouth saying that's it.
Okay. Okay, so let's. Is it recording?
Red light on.
Yeah, okay, it's recording. So I
Oh.
guess.
This,
Yeah.
this is an unusual video. We're doing it in a
Okay.
way that I usually don't film, but that's I guess for that.
Okay, we got 3.
Okay, look, he did it exactly backwards.
Yeah,
Usually he would hand me the GoPro. Then he would have he would have this. It's like he was making whole
Well, I was originally, but now I guess Mom's gonna be filming with the GoPro. This
Oh,
time.
you can film with the GoPro.
Yeah, no, that's not a big deal. It's not problem for me.
Check out debris.
This is still
right?
No, storm. Milton went through.
We're just gonna get on with this.
The park was actually
How do I stop
closed.
the recording?
The button
No,
that's
like pause it.
okay. You can't pause it. You either stop it and restart it, or it keeps going.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, this is supposed to be unedited
Oh
continuous footage.
wait, yeah, oh okay, yeah. Oh wait, I thought you were just gonna edit it out.
We keep recording. This is supposed to be continuous unedited footage.
Yeah.
And if we get
Whoa! Look at the water. There's usually not water at this part.
Yeah, we can pause that if they want to. It's gonna go.
Yeah. There's a fair bit of water here. And
That is a lot of water.
well, it's at
Is there a way to zoom in?
There's a way to zoom in.
that has a zoom on the top. This.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just zoom in. This is demonstrate. So you can.
That's zooming out. And
Zoom.
then, there you
That
go.
camera also has pretty good stuff. This is the first time we filmed it the other way.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not really complaining. I'm just saying this is the first time I've ever filmed it this way. But I guess you know.
I know how I felt.
They've got something that they're setting up at the grassy area where the tortoises go.
Now you know
Oh.
how I felt carrying the GoPro around.
There's water down there, water over there, water down here.
Water there.
Well, before the rainy season starts,
We also have no tolerance for salty wind or direct salt spray.
this is all dry.
Okay, yeah, that is pretty bright. That's not gonna get it.
And as we go through the rainy season, there gets to be puddles.
Our point is.
But we just had a hurricane come over.
You mean POVs?
Yeah. Our.
POV.
POV is point of view.
At some point, I'll get a good sync on all this. Just because.
Okay.
You're welcome for the part two.
Well,
Look,
you
look.
promised when we brought you the first time that you would want to do it again.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something. I wouldn't have won it if I didn't hear Andrew begging slash not begging to me.
Whining and complaining.
Yes, yeah, technically, yeah. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Eastern Red Sea. Oh, it actually kind of hurts.
I've never thought we would be filming it like this.
There's another big puddle over there.
Is there a way to hold it with my left hand?
Not using the strap.
The strap's actually good because then you don't drop it.
Yes. More water under the boardwalk. That's why there's a boardwalk. We have a raised walkway because muck.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And everyone watching this should be glad that there is no smell-o-vision.
Yeah, which
Because there is,
if there was a site for that, I would create an
Oh,
account
yeah.
and upload to it.
there's definitely an
Ooh,
odor.
look at that. That could be a good thumbnail.
Hmm.
The boardwalk over here. Like look, hold on, if you stare where, if you stay
stop
where
here,
I'm looking at, look
you,
forward.
you get a nice little.
You get a
zig-
nice little thumbnail.
Yep.
If Andrew were in it, but still.
But this is kind of interesting how
Some
you're
water
filming
there.
for the first time ever with the camcorder.
Yeah.
Usually I'd do it the other way, but
That's okay.
still, we're going through this. Never thought on my channel that I'd be.
Ooh, berries!
I mean, filming the
Don't eat the berries.
I tried.
Those qualify as edible once.
Edible ones? Okay.
Yes, you can eat them once, and then you will never eat anything again.
Okay.
So
They
no,
still sound good.
no,
Okay.
they're poisonous. We don't eat them. That's it.
I didn't know it was possible to get tired from holding a camcorder.
It's not like it's a heavy camcorder.
Sorry, I'm just trying to pause at like all the
signs.
So people, like if they want to pause the video, they can rewatch it.
That's interesting. See?
Oh. Oh wow.
Yeah. That tree branch does not have a tree anymore. That was part of that tree, I would imagine. Or one of those.
That's not connected.
No, it's not. That used to belong to one of these other trees.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I told you there was storm damage.
Oh, that tree looks cool.
Yeah, that's one that did not give up. It's actually rooting from the second spot.
Oh, my hands just got suddenly very soft.
Okay, you're aiming at the...
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. My hands are getting tired. Did you know you can make a lashing out of palm leaves?
Mm-hmm.
Usually I'm the one with the camcorder, because the camcorder usually is the best one to use. But
berries again.
For once, it's
Although the last couple we used the phone.
I cannot see that.
You have to do it from this side.
It's kind of interesting how we kind of switched for this one particular video.
And there's a spot that's had water in it lately.
I just realized I accidentally zoomed in.
As long as you don't keep it zoomed in while you walk around, that'll make people. Yeah. I did that, and we had to classify the video as a blooper and start over. And you're already complaining about carrying that, so you don't want us to start over.
Well, my hands are sweaty and I feel kind of bad now.
Well, you're already complaining, so
No, hands are sweaty.
It's not even hot out.
I'm a teenager.
my hands aren't sweaty at all, really.
My hands are sweaty.
My hands
You're
are-
a whiny teenager.
Oh, squirrel. Wait a minute, I want to see if I can get that. Oh, never mind. Squirrel. He doesn't want to do much.
Mm-hmm.
That's another good thumbnail.
At the beginning of this, we probably got bloopers of him. Aren't you gonna get your own camcorder at some point?
Maybe.
His cell phone has a camera.
Christmas and wait a minute, wait.
Squirrel.
As you can see, a squirrel in its natural habitat.
He went underneath. This is fun. I'm gonna hide.
It's cool that I got that in the video.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, so I might get my own camcorder for like Christmas.
The question is, do you need a camcorder because there's a camera on your phone?
Camcorder, I think is better. I like it better.
Well, technically it is. Technically camcorder. Even though my camera's kind of a little outdated a bit, even though I kind of use it.
Oh, we're at the end.
Yeah, we have to turn around and go back the other way.
What?
Come on.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Don't make me.
Yes.
We're out of our camera's out of date now,
Mm-hmm.
This camera's
Yep.
starting to come out of date.
And you can see here why they closed it. See? They had to cut branches and stuff and get them off the trail.
Oh, that is a cool thumbnail. Look at that. Okay, this picture is just been me trying to look at squirrels, trying to do Barry's signs, and trying to find good thumbnails.
And over there is where they're setting up Clown World, which I'm assuming is for
Squirrel, gotcha,
something to do with Halloween, maybe?
Sure.
Okay, let's turn around at this sign. The sable palm.
Originally, you know what the original idea
And there's
for
a
this
live
video
oak
was gonna
sign.
be?
Live oak.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the original idea was? Originally, you were going to have the camcorder, but this time around, we're doing the GoPro and the Brave. And I was
He
gonna, I was
does
gonna-
have the camcorder.
Yeah, I was going to be the Riley was going to be the one that uses the GoPro, but this time around, we're doing the camcorder. But that's all right.
It doesn't matter.
What do you have in your hands, David?
That's the Brave.
Well, I was going to have the Brave in my hands anyway. That part I was doing anyway.
Oh, so you're gonna have the Brave and the.
Well, Riley
And
was
see,
going to have
there's
the
a-
GoPro, but
There's a fresh cut.
well, Mom was going to have the camcorder, but this time Mom's got the GoPro, so that's how the take ended up being.
I just saw dragonfly like stay in front of the camera for like 5 seconds, so I tried to zoom in to grab to get it.
And that's when it moved.
Oh, that's a wasp. Alright. Is wasp phobia a thing?
Yeah.
You can have a phobia for anything?
Yeah. A phobia is an irrational fear of something.
Yo, video surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
Video surveillance.
Yeah, somewhere up in these trees they have cameras. Or they say they have cameras.
Somewhere they do.
Yeah, the
Whether or not they actually have cameras is another story. But you know, every morning somebody comes out here and
So
they...
what's that?
What? That's the memory chip. Do not take it out.
Oh, don't I
He
take
will
it out?
break-
You will delete my video.
He would probably break the memory chip if he takes it out while it's recording.
I didn't even do
Mhm.
that. I just asked.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll break my camera, and
He's not doing it. He just asked.
not only will F the camera.
He wanted to make sure it was something that he shouldn't touch, and the answer to that is yes. That is something you should not touch. Do not
Really?
touch that.
Do you want to chill there and sit down there for like 2 seconds?
No, we want to head back to the car. Righty? No, because the mosquitoes will be out later,
If you break the camera, then I'll be on a rant with angry words.
and it still smells bad out here.
All I'm gonna say. It would not be funny.
No.
It would basically.
There will be angry words.
If he breaks that memory card, I'm gonna
He's
be.
not breaking the memory
I
chip.
know, but if he does, there will be angry words, and my video will pretty much be a mature audience because there would be angry words over that. And I would have to retake it another time. So,
That's all I'm saying. No, it's fine. You're already recording with that, so you do your tape with that.
Yep. Oh, okay.
It wasn't open when you had it, when you were handling
He bumped it with his thumb, that's all. And the thing moved and he saw something he didn't see before and he asked what it was.
Well, I'm glad he didn't touch it because that would have deleted my video.
Yeah, ever since you started posting on my channel, I started getting more subscribers.
Well, he put a link
In my video.
in his videos in the about to your video.
I would link it in the description.
Yeah.
And I would mention it on the video. You know how I say your channel name, Riley Ray, on the videos? That's how people are finding your channel. It's because
Well,
I say it on the video.
you say it on the video, and in the creator's content or comments at the top, you usually have a link
In the description of the
in,
video.
to his view.
Yeah, in the description.
Yep.
Usually I do that like in the description. Well, sometimes I'll have a link to just the channel.
That's a bird. Bird.
I'm timing it.
And now we are all done.
Oh no, I just deleted it.
No, you didn't.
Okay,
I didn't.
let's see what that's happened with the picnic bench in the water. Mark rules is no. Actually, doesn't look too bad. They've cleaned it up, or it didn't have much damage. Right?
I want to do something more exciting than this.
Well, first we're doing this.
I know, we're doing the pointless, stupid video that's...
Hey! This is your 24-hour walking challenge. The smart way.
Yeah, but this is kind of
Half hour
dumb.
at a time. Hey, I want to see where the picnic bench is.
We'll
Did
look
it
at
float
that.
down?
I guess
Oh,
we'll look
there's
at
some
that.
debris. That's not too much.
I know Riley decided to do it the other way, so... kind of something else. For
Riley's sulking because he thought we were going to do something exciting. That didn't require him to walk and carry something as heavy as a camcorder.
Well, I was originally going to have you operate that,
Okay, well,
but we changed it around. We decided for the first time ever to do it the other way. So,
I'm not worried about it. I think it's probably fine. As a matter of fact, with him zooming in on the signs, it worked out well, him having the camcorder. Because that's the only one that zooms.
yeah, and that would be for, I guess, my point of view or his point of view.
His point of view shows him zooming, has him zooming in on the sign. And that's fine.
I know that's fine. I think so. That'll be for his channel or mine, I'm not sure.
Well, you can do his point of view on his channel.
Well, I guess it'll be on his.
Yeah.
But it'll kind of take a good 24 hours to
We
get.
had some caution tape up here for a while.
I know.
I don't see the bench, do you?
No, I don't see it anywhere.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, it's right over there.
I would be willing to bet that the wind and the water moved it over there.
I kind of want to get something else filmed, you know? I want to figure out what else we can do.
Well, we got to get Riley home because he's in the middle of doing laundry, and I bet when we get home, his laundry will be dry,
Yep.
and he has to fold it and put it away.
Of course. But what I'm saying is one of these days we got to figure out a trip that we can do.
We will figure out a trip. Right now, everybody's cleaning up after the storm.
I know, but the Halloween thing, how many days
the
are...
Halloween thing is in just a couple weeks, okay?
Yeah, we're a couple weeks away, so...
Yeah, because it's October already. And Halloween is the end of October.
Yeah, so we're... Instead we're just doing a boring video like always. And I'm sure most people probably got bored watching this, but...
Where they had taken probably a chainsaw to a lot of branches, so there was a fair bit of damage or stuff that was hanging over. And remember, we got that good view of a branch that was hanging from a tree?
Yeah, we'll put this up. I mean, I'll definitely put this up, but it's just the editing is going to be trickier than usual videos that get uploaded to YouTube. And my point of view will obviously be uploaded soon. And we're to the point where we're ending. Alright, we're recording, and
This week's trip.
I think we got time to do this.
Yeah, we had time to do this.
If the battery dies, I'll swap it out.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'll switch to the camcorder just because,
Battery guys will be frustrated.
and we'll retake. But we have another way to retake this. So I'm not worried about that. If the battery dies, there'll just be a cut where we restart.
Now, when we came here last week, there was all sorts of water everywhere. Because we had a hurricane come through. And last night, or this morning, it actually got below 70.
The one thing I'm actually shocked about the Brave is when the battery dies, when it beeps that the battery died, it actually, the microphone on the camera picked that up on the video.
Yeah, well, the beep is a warning that the battery is dying and we are shutting down in seconds.
Yeah, but the video actually, but there were not only the video saved, but the beep is literally on the video.
Yeah, because the beep comes before the battery's dead.
So literally, I got the part where I'm like, the battery died, darn it, and then the beep.
Mm-hmm.
So you literally hear the beep before the video cuts off,
Yeah.
which is literally the battery warning.
Yeah, the warning comes before actual death.
And I didn't even edit that in. That was actually just live footage.
Yeah.
So.
It comes before it stops recording. Not by much, but it comes before it stops recording.
That's one of the things you noticed at the end of the last blooper video that I did. Which I think is kind of interesting, the first time I've ever gotten a video like that. I mean, that's the first time I've ever gotten.
That's the first time you were recording with this thing when it actually had the battery die.
And I'm glad the video saved.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
So for the first time ever.
Is that one of the things that we forgot to test with this one?
Well, now we finally did.
Yeah.
Now we finally did with a vending machine fail.
Yep.
So, yeah.
That vending machine fail tested it for us.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of glad I'm kind of glad we know that.
There's a little bit of a trouble directly underneath us here. You can't see it right underneath.
Yeah.
I saw it from a distance and my eyes picked
Oh, there it is right there. You can kind of see it.
Yes. Yeah. Now this used to be all water, remember?
Yeah. It's still water.
Well, it's
A good portion of it's still water.
a good portion of it's still water, but the water was higher. There was much more water last year. Because the park had just opened up after being closed. Well, they did cleanup. Plenty of candy. A mosquito?
Yeah.
In Florida? Oh, they're here. Oh, try Kiwanis Island. That you walk through the grass and every step is sort of like that.
I'm sure you probably remember that video too. I'm sure some of you in the audience may have seen that video as well.
Oh, the mosquitoes were horrible. We thought we were going to get a nice video. I knew there'd be mosquitoes.
I just didn't think they would be that bad.
No, I did not think it would be that bad. And they certainly went for you.
Yeah.
You know, I was seeing, when we walked, I was seeing a little tiny moth.
Oh
And
man.
I thought that was what was bothering you. Because they were fluttering up by the face.
Yeah.
And then I looked at the back of your legs, and you had a half a dozen of them on each one of your foot. It was long.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, we're gonna get out. We're gonna quit. We're gonna get out of the grass. We're gonna quit.
I know the reaction was definitely priceless. And that was its own blooper. That video itself was its own blooper. I mean, that video by itself is its own blooper.
There's a little bit of water under there. It used to be all the way over to here. Just barely underneath. Some of it's evaporated, a lot of it's just soaked in.
I think in 2 days, or we're doing the Halloween thing in 2 days, right?
Today is Friday.
So
After Friday comes Saturday.
So tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow is Saturday. Tomorrow's when there's a whole bunch of different Halloween.
So we're gonna do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can make it out tomorrow.
Tomorrow we will do some sort of Halloween activity, okay?
And I will swap the battery out if it gets to the point where it's dying.
I'll just charge the battery tonight.
Well, I'll charge it, but I'll probably use the camcorder, but still, I mean,
Did you look up the hydrant power wash?
I haven't yet.
Ah. There's one in Melbourne.
Because I know for a fact that I saw at least in somebody else doing the haunted car wash video.
Well, there's haunted car washes all over.
I know, but I saw a couple of them.
Yeah, you've seen a couple of other people do them.
And as I'm mentioning, I want to be able to get the haunted car wash thing done.
I saw a thing at some car wash in Melbourne that has a haunted car wash. But I do not see details together.
Yeah, we didn't commit the details.
I believe though it was like a $30 car wash.
I saw a few people doing it.
But it's got like a super deluxe car wash with all sorts of coatings on the car.
Yeah.
And water here.
Yeah, water there. Are we gonna make it?
Halfway there.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see the bee.
I wonder if the camera gets it over by that fly.
I'm scared of those things. I am scared of those things.
Well, these are not automatically aggressive.
I know, but
Because remember what happened when you sting it?
they die.
Yeah, it rips their butt off and they die.
But wasps can do it more.
The wasps will just keep stabbing. So a bee does not want to sting you. But it will protect itself and it will protect the hive.
Yeah.
That's its baby, you know. The hive isn't just where the honey is, that's where the babies are.
You know, I've seen
Where the
different.
mom is and the baby is.
I've seen different videos where people have deliberately went to get themselves stung by a bee or a wasp for educational purposes.
I remember a long time ago seeing a video, a movie actually, where somebody got stung by a bee to show how it,
And it was a real case.
yeah, the guy got stung, and then the bee, I guess, flew off, and it left the stinger. It also left the venom sac that had musculature on it that was squeezing it or something,
Yeah.
which was injecting more venom into the guy.
Yeah. People have done these demonstration videos. You know, people.
I wouldn't do that because, well, it hurts.
Yeah, it hurts, but you know, I mean, in ways I can understand. Some people did it for educational purposes.
And while I would not say I am allergic to these things, I do tend to have more than typical swelling problems.
Yeah, well, I don't want to do it because I overreact too much,
Yeah, you overreact.
and it's not even funny. It's not even something I want to show. Even, it's just not that funny.
But the bees that you see outside the hive are the worker bees.
Yeah.
And they're workers and kind of soldiers at the same time. They don't want to die. They want to keep working.
Yeah.
Taking care, because when they're working, they're taking care of their mom and their baby. And the baby, their baby sisters.
Yeah. It shouldn't be
They're
rain.
willing to die to protect their mom and their baby sisters.
Yeah. I really hope that I can, you know, maybe the haunted car wash will be on.
Okay, I'm sure the haunted car wash is running.
I just haven't.
I just have to figure out where it is and what time it is, okay?
Yeah,
I
what?
need dates, times, exact location.
Yeah, that's what we need. I mean, I'll definitely do it for everybody.
I think it's not.
I'll definitely try and do it just so that just so I can get a video.
Well, we'll have to check the internet.
And I'll try to be prepared for this. You know, like they're probably gonna bang on the window a couple times. I'm sure they might kind of look like they're banging on the window or something.
I don't think I've ever been to a haunted car wash, so I don't know what they do. Could be they just decorated the inside of the car wash.
I know I saw a video before.
They put Halloween colors in the soaps. I don't know. We'll find out together.
Yeah, we'll find out. I'm not sure which Halloween thing we're going to, but I think Cocoa Village maybe.
Possibly.
We'll see.
There's one of Sandy's friends tagged her in a thing that has hay rides.
we might be
Cocoa
going.
Village does not appear to have hay rides.
We'll be going there, probably. Most likely we'll be going to that place.
Yeah, Cocoa Village used to have the hay ride.
But most likely we'll be going to that place. And I'm going to try and get a video.
I know you want to go to the place that has hay rides.
Yeah, and as soon as I'm there, I'll start filming.
The place that has hay rides, I don't think is a Halloween thing. It's a fall thing.
Yes.
So it runs not just this weekend. July. It'll run for several weekends, probably through Thanksgiving. Or up until Thanksgiving weekend, but not Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you're right. I just hope we can get
I
the.
don't know.
I just.
think it ran for multiple weekends, and it ran after Halloween.
I just hope we can get the Halloween.
And there was one that didn't have a hayride, but they had one of those little train things.
Yeah.
Remember we did that for 4th of July one?
Yeah.
Rockledge had a thing with trains.
Alright, we're about to the end.
We went on that.
We're to the end. Okay. Alright, we made it to the end. Alright, here we are. We're at the end. Alright, we're at the end. Nah.
What date and time on it?
Camcorder doesn't do date and time.
Oh, okay. Now we hold it.
Yeah.
And it's October now. And guess what?
What?
The weather report says the low might drop below 70 next weekend. How about that? Still got a little bit of water there. Okay. There's the bee house. Still unfinished garden. Okay.
still got a mile.
No, you don't. This thing's only a third of a mile from end to end. And we're on the way back, so nope.
It's hot.
Well, warm. It's been hotter. Ready to say goodbye?
Bye.
Bye.
Hit the...
This one.
Alright, we're recording.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. It's mid-November and it's below 80 and the sun is up.
When we go to the Mall of America, we're going to try to live stream.
We'll try.
Maybe I'll try to live stream in the car when we're on the way to it, too.
That's harder.
I know it'd be harder, but it might be possible.
Might be.
And we can see how much of the stream keeps, you know, and I can do the can video.
Mm-hmm.
I'll still run the can video so people can see that.
Mm-hmm. Hello. Oh, yeah. You got way ahead of me, huh? I didn't get him on camera.
And just ignore what they're saying. You can't even hear it.
You can't tell what they're saying. That's a motorcycle on Tropical Trail.
I got some exciting videos kind of coming up, though. I still got some exciting content coming up, but I really like the Mausoleum trip especially, because I managed to get all the elevators in that mall.
And you posted them all, didn't you?
Yeah, I posted all the footage
Okay.
from that trip.
Okay.
I did upload the road trip video, which is 3 hours long, which includes all the footage as one, but I did post all the individual videos separately.
Okay.
Like the Burger King adventure, I think is still on, and the and the Gauntlet video is still on. It should be. It shouldn't be like unlisted or anything. It should still be public. But the road trip is there, and the Gauntlet and the Burger King video should still be up too, because I want to make sure those videos are on there. Because I will be very disappointed if YouTube decides to remove any of my videos again, because they already done it before. They already did it a couple times, and it really wasn't fun having that experience.
I know.
I know I usually wouldn't say this stuff on camera, but it's really happened. I've had a video removed, and I know why, because of something I said in it, even though there was nothing bad being said. But still.
Well, you did something that violates their current guidelines, so they removed the video, or somebody complained about a video. That's how they get removed.
Yeah, well, I don't like it when people. And if anybody's recording my videos, you need to stop recording my stuff. Anybody out there?
Okay,
You know,
just take it easy.
They're not going to listen to that, though. They're not going to listen to this. But people need to really be nice and not record my
Yes,
videos.
people need to be nice.
Especially since none of my videos. You know, because
Yeah, you didn't have to worry that it's working because I
you know, because as said before, if you don't like,
If somebody doesn't like your video, unless there's something
offensive to somebody.
Well, offensive is a relative term.
I know, but none of my videos offend anybody. You know, I'm not bullying.
Okay, if you're not bullying or harassing or promoting criminal activity or violence,
Then it should be allowed. It really should be allowed, and that's the one thing I am getting on about, especially in this episode.
well, just like X says, their policy is if it's legal, it can be up.
Yeah.
If it's not legal, it can't be up. They take stuff down, not because, oh, I'm offended. They take stuff down if it's illegal.
You know, but YouTube.
And very, nothing that you're putting up is illegal.
No. And nothing I say in my videos is going to cause, you know, and most of
you're not encouraging anybody to harm anyone, including themselves.
And I'm not bullying.
And you're not bullying or harassing, so you're okay.
I know I'm okay, but I have to retake a video, especially, and even before I did that retake video, whatever you call it, even before I did that video, I still had situations where, you know, where YouTube has taken down my videos, even though I thought, you know, to myself, you know, there's really no reason for them to take down my videos, especially since I'm not showing anything inappropriate, at least from what I can see.
I do not write the rules for YouTube. I do not even know all the rules for YouTube because YouTube doesn't publish what their rules are.
But this is kind
They've got a thing about, oh, you know, it violates community standards. Well, can you tell me exactly what community standards it violates?
You know, and if there was a certain word that I said that YouTube doesn't want, shouldn't they give me the option
to where I could take out whatever word it was.
There's that garden thing. It's still been too hot to work in it. They will fill it in and put something in later.
But I kind of wish they would give me the option to where I could remove whatever word it is.
Okay, one of the problems people have with YouTube censorship is they'll send you I've heard people complain about this. Well, this video was taken down, or we were demonetized, or whatever, because we violated community standards. Okay, what community standards did I violate? Where on the video does it violate the standards? And they don't want to tell you that, because if they put the standards in writing, then it would have to be enforced for everyone.
Yeah, but you know,
Equally. And so by just saying it violates community standards, but without telling you what community standards, they can be nice and vague and do what they want. Now, it is a private business, and they do have the right to do what they want with their privately owned business. But if they're going to censor people based on what they like and don't like, and what they say, and whether or not it's agreed with, and censoring people for stuff that is legal, then they're not a platform, they're a publisher, and therefore they should be held accountable. And that is something that is being evaluated and reevaluated.
and if YouTube fixes this, maybe some of my videos that have been taken down by YouTube, maybe they'll put them back up, because I don't think
They can only put them back up if they know which ones were which ones were removed or blocked, and why. And were they removed? Were they deleted? Or were they blocked? If they were blocked, they can be restored. If they were deleted, they're gone.
Yeah, but things like, you know, for example, you know, I had videos with certain music, with the CSAC music, that had to be, you know, they blocked it for a while, but they now put it back up.
Okay,
Now
that was blocked, not deleted, because they were in contract negotiation.
But now that
with
negotiation's
CSAC.
over, to where now they put it back up.
Right, they came to an agreement on how much money that music company was going to get per minute of playtime of songs that were in that company's library. Stuff that they owned. And I perfectly understand them wanting to be paid for use of things that are theirs. When you use something that's not yours, now if you borrow something that's not yours without permission, which in the case of music generally means compensation, then that to me is stealing, because that's how they make their money that feeds their families. And they did have an agreement on, okay, we get paid so much for so many hours of playtime or so many minutes of playtime. And this is how much we get paid when it's background, and this is how much we get paid when it's foreground. They had a contract. The contract was expiring, and the music company was wanting to renegotiate, and I'm sure it was for more money, because everybody's always after more money, or YouTube was wanting to negotiate so they would keep more money. But somebody wanted more money. And when we were getting into the last week before the old contract expired, YouTube said, okay, we're going to lock out any videos that have this music in it. And we know which videos have music by this company because we're paying them. They didn't delete anything. They just blocked access to it for everyone. That only lasted a few days.
Yeah, but
Now, as far as any videos that may have been deleted for banned words, I don't think YouTube has a list of those so that if they unban the word, they can reinstate the video.
I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I don't either.
And honestly, you know,
Still got water down there.
I think it's a
Less and less each time.
And I would love to get an update on them changing it back to old YouTube. Because old YouTube used to be where you could post whatever you want.
Originally, YouTube was pretty wild in allowing anybody to post anything.
But they had to change it for obvious reasons. But now they have to do extra censorship so they don't offend people.
Well,
and they have to be
they had to do censorship with the music,
you know, but they
because the music companies got together and sued them.
But now the music companies aren't so bad. Now they're doing the censorship as in,
Right now they're doing a social censorship,
you know, where
you can't say certain words.
you know, and at the same time, it's like there are certain cases where it might not necessarily mean that I'm talking about something bad. It could, you know, it's just YouTube censors, and it really is a shame. And then they also pretend to be family friendly, where they'll demonetize you or age restrict your video if you say a certain number of F-bombs. But then if you're doing things like...
Okay, YouTube has their own standards.
I know, but when you get ads, you can get ads, and you don't even have to be signed in to see these ads, and there's nudity on the ads, and you don't even have to sign in to see it.
I don't know about any ads with nudity.
Well, it is a real thing. And
because we don't pay, we pay a fee to not have ads.
I know, but it's kind of ridiculous that you don't even have to sign in to see this disgusting stuff.
I think they're...
I mean, they got to be fixing this, because I know for a while, and it has been true.
If there's a business that is running an ad with nudity, the business will get in trouble for public dissemination of pornography.
Yeah, and it's bad.
So I don't think they're doing that. I think that's just something somebody told you.
Well...
And, okay, and how are they defining nudity?
Well, technically you can kind of see it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna get into details. No
No.
details.
Yeah.
You know, it just wasn't appropriate. It was just an inappropriate ad. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, well, there are plenty of things that are inappropriate in ads, because appropriate is a relative term.
Even you would agree that they're inappropriate for
And
young people to see.
nudity,
I mean,
what is considered nudity, you know, how much skin can you show, is also a relative term.
I know.
There are areas of the world where you can get, a woman can be arrested because her hair on her head is showing.
I know, but that's...
Okay?
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, you don't... I mean, if you saw...
I haven't seen any of them, so I cannot tell you
Yeah,
what
but-
my opinion is
Yeah,
of them.
if you saw them, you would say they're inappropriate. And you
I
would
would.
not like them.
There are probably plenty of them that I would think are inappropriate.
But you know, that's it. We're about to the end of this video. I think we're about done, right?
Yeah, this right here, there's the end of the boardwalk, and now we're back in the parking lot of the Rotary Park Nature Center and Boardwalk.
I guess we're gonna end. That's it.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, you can hold it.
Get your hand out of there. Yeah.
Just put your hand in there.
You are still wearing shorts, even though it's 66 degrees out.
I just hope we can get that trip done. One
We will.
of these days, I think by December or so, we should be doing Yakima Orlando. We should.
Yeah.
We should be able to do it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to do it Thanksgiving week. It'll be very, very busy.
Yeah, and also Riley won't be around,
And Riley's not going to be around. Right.
so we don't want to do that.
We still haven't checked with parents to see if he can go.
Well, I think the parents are going to say he can go.
It's probably, we still need to check.
Yeah, I know, but they're going to give us a time when we need to. I think.
Yeah.
And we'll do it. And that'll be exciting. Obviously, he will obviously respect the fact that I'm videoing for the road trip and the ride there.
We have to check with parents. We also have to check with him, see if he wants to go.
You know, and if he comes along, he will respect me videoing.
Yes, he does. He respects the video.
You know? And obviously, when he plays things, we'll tell him not to play anything vulgar. But I know sometimes he makes the mistake of doing that.
Going real fast there.
It's so funny if these boards just fall out. While I'm walking, if these boards just come down. Wouldn't it be very easy just to be walking? Wouldn't that happen with these days? I'm just walking here. I really hope it doesn't happen. But I'm just walking here and then
No, they inspect this.
I know, but it's going to be so scary of a situation if
Yeah,
the board falls and then I suddenly
If
fall.
you notice, they repair boards on a regular basis. We can see.
Of course, but it would be scary if I...
That would be very scary. That's why and there would be heavy liability if you did that.
There would be heavy liability to the people
Now-
who are in charge of this. it would be there full.
Now they, he's a squirrel. See if I can go around to see him better.
That actually happened where, you know, one of the...
Okay, now you scared him. He's gone.
Why, because I was talking?
Yeah.
Well, you know
Squirrels
how...
are a prey animal. They are very frightened.
I know, but what I was saying is there was a YouTuber who was walking on a board and then it suddenly, the board fell through and he fell into the water. Luckily he had a waterproof camera, but he fell into the water.
Sounds like he was walking someplace he shouldn't have been. It may have been cordoned off, saying danger.
And really, you know, it really held reliability to whoever had the board.
Whoever was in charge of that boardwalk was probably in a bit of trouble.
I also think it was funny, also, when a guy was doing a live stream and he fell into a ditch while he was doing Pokemon Go.
Okay, because he was paying too much attention to his screen and not enough attention to where he was going.
So he thought there was a Pokemon, and the funniest part is I watched him fall into a ditch, and somehow that made me laugh. I don't know why, but it made me laugh.
Because he wasn't hurt, and it was just a clumsy.
And it was so funny how just watching the live stream of that situation.
Now, we've been on this, and I've seen, like, of course it was after a storm, but I saw somebody with a leaf blower getting all the stuff off. So we turn around and go back. Now, if we go slow, we'll keep space between us and the people ahead of us. There's that planter. Still not doing anything with it. If you let me pass on the right, I won't get you in the video.
Oh,
He's putting it on YouTube. Okay. And we don't want to get people in the video who don't want to be in the video. Excuse me. Thank you. want to go to Austin Park too?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Shouldn't be that slow. I got a problem. Beside the point.
It's not that hot, so.
It shouldn't be hot enough to sweat anyway, for goodness sake.
It's below 70.
Yeah, see, this is, I really would think that
I
wouldn't-
checked the temperature according to my phone
I'm not even sure.
and the location mapping. It was 66 degrees when we started. And given the time of day, the temperature is doing nothing but drop.
Yeah, but this is a weird moment.
Now, even if it's cold, if you go real fast, you can still sweat.
Of course, you're right about that.
The water's drying up.
One of these days we're going to have a trip to the Icon Island, or maybe you'll take me there and I can film the ride all day.
Well, I thought we decided when we were going to go, we were only going to do 2 rides.
I guess we're only doing 2 rides with Riley,
Yeah.
so that won't happen.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that, because last time we did.
Well, last time we went all day, and it was a big pain because they wouldn't sell me tickets. They told me they were selling me tickets for all day, and it was they only gave me a ticket for 1 ride.
And then but somehow they let you ride it again.
Because I had a hissy fit. I said I wanted an all day. Well, we can't give you an all day. You only have a 1 ride. No, I asked for all day. I was given 3 choices. 1 ride, 2 rides, or all day. I said I wanted all day because it was your birthday treat and you wanted to ride it all day, or for at least several hours. So they had to get management out there, because they told me that once they sold me the 1 ride only, the only thing they could do is give me half price on a second ride.
I kind of wish, honestly, I wouldn't want to show the footage of my reaction to the situation, because honestly, I was kind of mad.
I was angry, and I let them know I was angry, and I told them I was very clear that we were going to be riding all day, and I wouldn't be surprised if we rode over a half a dozen times.
It really was just fricked up.
And they brought the management out. I paid the difference.
Yeah, it really ticks me off.
And every time we went through, we had to argue. When we went through and there was a new person there, we had to argue. And then when they had the shift change, we had to argue again, because they wouldn't issue me a new ticket. They just wrote on the ticket that I had. And here we are at the end.
That's it.
Bye-bye.
Just hit the...
This button. Yeah.
I'm just going to walk through. This one's kind of easy to do.
Yeah, this is just a short little walk. Samuel A. Austin Park. over there. And there's broken glass under this one. Clear and green. Almost enough.
Loser, give up. I think it's loser, give up.
Yeah, that's what we do that. And somebody smashed a Coke bottle.
Of course. I hate it when people do that.
Yeah, it's very irresponsible.
I hate that behavior, but I guess that's still going on today.
Yep.
And it's gotten worse. Oh, where's the surfboard?
On the other side of the picnic bench. That looks like a shortcut. That looks like a boogie board. Kind of fat for a surfboard.
Yeah, it's a board.
Some sort of board. It's got a rope on it.
Well, if I zoom in on it here, look. See, it's a board.
Yeah.
Just gonna zoom out.
Zoom out so you don't make everybody dizzy when you move. Right?
Which I have done with some of my videos.
Me too. Right?
I'm zooming out and then I walk, and it really just. I've done that on a couple.
I had that zoomed in and I was walking and I was like, ugh. I could bark.
Yeah, I just accidentally did that.
Look
Can't.
how long our shadows are.
Oh yeah, I can see our shadows. They're really long.
It's 5 o'clock.
Yeah, of course.
It's 5 o'clock and it's still light out. Because we're farther south than a lot of people. Oh, in the middle of December, it gets dark before 5 o'clock if you live far enough north. As a matter of fact, if you get, there's a city in Alaska called Barrow, and the sun set several days ago, and it's not coming up again until January.
No.
Nope. I think they say 60 days. Zoom in on him, see what he's got. Oh, there he goes.
He's gonna be scared away.
He's got garbage.
People always leave it around here.
Well, he could have gotten that out of the garbage can too.
Of course! Of course, of course. I always have to do that embarrassing noise every time. It's always that awkward sound that everybody's got to hear.
You got a
And now I'm having to do it.
pretty nasty sneeze thing.
Yeah, but now I have to do it on every single video. At least it's been forced for me to do it.
Pollen count is high because it's
I know.
cold.
I know, but now I have to do it on every single video. The more embarrassing my life is going to be for having to film this. I know Jason's going to put it on his videos, but
Look closely.
all right, it's fine. We're ending.
If you look closely at the
At what?
at the greenery when we were in there were flowers that were blooming.
Of course.
Yeah, well, flowers have pollen. You ready?
Yeah, I think we're ready, and I'm just going to end it right there.
Is it recording? Yes, it's recording. Okay. They have bird feeders up in the tortoise area. Cool. Maybe. Now it's been over a week since we've been here because it's been cold.
And I'm very thankful that people have, you know, to some people who have watched me years ago, even though some people may not remember all the videos, but I've had my channel at least since 2012. I know YouTube may not say that, but, you know, YouTube's not very accurate.
Somewhere on there it'll say member sense, but that may not, they're not so much inaccurate with member sense, but the dates that things were uploaded.
I know, but it's also member sense too.
Yeah, look at the cold damage.
Okay, we're gonna focus on this now.
See? Look at all that cold damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see this.
It got into the 40s.
I know, but
that
what
night.
I'm saying is, you know, you know, thing to announce is, you know, my stuff, YouTube, even the channel creation date is also inaccurate. The join date, member sense is also inaccurate. I can prove that because I know for a fact that 2014 was not when I created the channel, it was 2012.
The big problem you're having with YouTube right now is
My videos automatically went to private.
it's privating videos, changing the status of videos to private, and not all of them has it let you just go back to being public. You've had to go to private, to unlisted, and then to public, and everybody gets a new notice when you do that.
No, and also another thing.
And it's disallowing comments.
And also, I have to keep turning it on and off every time. Another thing I also have to mention is when it comes to all the channels on YouTube, even my old channel, it shows up as brand new, even though it's not. Now, I'm just saying that for an obvious sense, common knowledge right there. YouTube is saying that
Based on the notifications on the phone, the YouTube app for the smartphones has had 2 updates in the last 2 weeks
It's taking
or
a
less.
look what YouTube does, and it seems like a joke, but it's not. You know?
No, it's annoying.
And I kind of get on about this sometimes in my videos, and I said that I'd be on about this some, because YouTube has started doing this, and
You got something blooming because it got cold. See? Was it pretty? Some of the stuff has no leaves.
couple days we're doing the Akron Olympics.
Yeah.
That's what I should be focused on. I'm not going to focus on what YouTube's done with channels and videos. I'm focusing on what YouTube has done. I know the Elevators Rock On 2 channel was created in, like, I think 2022. I think is when that was created. Was
2 or
YouTube.
3?
What?
Is it the end of 2 or the beginning of 3?
And end of 2.
End of 2? Okay.
Because if you go, because you'll actually get an accurate upload date. So, but you know, the main channel was created in 2012. That we do confirm.
Yeah.
But I'm glad people have found my original videos on YouTube. I'm glad I'm able to show some of my original content now. You know, I made the recovered videos compilation, which also showed some original content that was on my channel. I just took it down for odd known reasons. Just for some weird reason, I've taken down my original videos, and then I put them back up. You know how there was one point where I privatized my original uploads, and then later we decided to make them public again? But very few of them were kind of made public, and I think at one point I accidentally deleted some videos. So I'm glad we recovered those original videos, because I accidentally deleted some of them, I believe.
Possibly.
Some of them I accidentally deleted, which I'm glad I was able to recover, because some videos I accidentally deleted. That's why some of my videos got re-uploaded, because some of them I believe I may have accidentally deleted, and I still had a copy of it, so I was able to put it back up. Some of my videos I accidentally deleted, and some of them, a couple of my videos have been taken down because somebody's reported it.
There's a squirrel on that vine. See it? There's
Yeah.
that tree.
I see it. Some of my videos have been deleted because they've been reported falsely. And we don't like it when people falsely report videos, but that's beside the point. But I'm glad for whoever's watched me since the start. Aren't we glad of that?
Mm-hmm.
Whoever's watched my videos since the start, I am glad of that.
I'm just wondering what happened to this with these were all going to be silent takes. Remember? Oops.
I never can shut up at all, can I?
No.
I can also remember I Hate Escalators with the Dangerous Shimler, how he said, let's be quiet this time, and then he starts, and then whoever he's with, and they both start talking right the next second. Yeah,
Reminds me of you.
Remember I Hate Escalators with the Dangerous Shimler, where he would start, you know, his most popular elevator video, he would say, let's be quiet this time, and then he would start talking shortly after. And he was going to be quiet to capture the noise that the elevator was making, is what that was for.
Well, when the doctor diagnosed you at 2.5, she said that 80% of the kids with your diagnosis never really have language skills. They never learn to speak functionally. I would say, and she said she thought that, because I was on it from the start, that you would be in that 20% that can have conversational language.
I'm glad we were able to recover those videos, because you know what? That one video that I had that my brother took on the phone at the mall. That one video, I think I had it up on my channel originally, but I accidentally deleted it, so I'm glad we were able to recover that one. Because that was a YouTube video that I accidentally took down. I do remember for a fact that that was one that I accidentally took down. It wasn't taken down on purpose, it was accidentally, or somebody reported it, so YouTube took it down, because people are false flagging things. And we hate that.
I think they privatize things now if somebody flags it.
Well, I hope people aren't flagging.
And that's not happening as much as it used to.
No, it's not happening as much as useful, and most of my videos stay up on YouTube. But you know, YouTube deletes things when they flag it, it gets deleted. But when YouTube automatically switches my video to private, I know that nobody's reporting it. It's just YouTube glitching.
Well, most of the flagging is actually flagging it for adult content, in which case they just age restrict it.
Well, I know, but some of it is they take it down.
That would be if they flag it for inappropriate things or copyright.
Well, some of my videos I had to re-upload because they got falsely age restricted. You know how some of my videos I had to re-upload them because YouTube falsely age restricted it for no reason.
That actually has happened to a lot of people.
Because you know how if you look at one of my vending machine videos, I had to re-upload it because the original upload, if you look at the unlisted video, it's age restricted based on community guidelines. Even though when I re-uploaded it, it's not age restricted because there's nothing inappropriate in the video. Even you said there was nothing.
Okay, if there's nothing inappropriate in the video or in the title of the video, and it got an age restriction on it, that means it was flagged by somebody as needing to be age restricted.
And you didn't like the fact that it was falsely
Now,
flagged.
it can be accidentally done.
I know, but you didn't like. I didn't.
No, we don't like that it's done, but
because you know, one thing I have to say is, you know, this is the reason why National Elevator had to start it. You know, the reason why Elevator Mate had to switch over to National Elevator was because of false flaggers. People were flagging his videos. People
we
were
still got some
reporting
water
his
down
stuff.
here. Not much. There used to be water way over there.
You know, people were reporting his videos for no reason. But
Well, people,
you know,
there are people that will report videos. Squirrel. To harass other people. Okay? That has happened. And that's usually people that know you. Based on what I've heard about people who've had to shut down their channel or create a new channel
it was
because of false flagging, they're in school. And bullies at school have decided that that's a good way to bully them.
Yeah, but you know, for me personally, I don't have very many bullies who know about my channel.
Well,
I've had a couple of them who wanted to flag my videos, and there was no
you
reason.
do not attend public school.
No, but I am.
First off, because I homeschooled you, and second, because now you've aged out of the system anyway.
I know, but I tell people that I don't want any false flagging on my videos.
Nobody wants that.
Because, you know, let's face it, I mean, I don't do anything inappropriate on my YouTube videos. I am, you know, mostly family friendly with my videos, and at the same time, even if I put a video with an age restriction where it's got a couple cuss words, there's nothing like inappropriate about my videos.
No, you put adult age restrictions on because there is no PG for teenagers and up. It's either little kids can watch it, or only grown-ups, or people professing to be grown-ups.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, if my video only has one minor swear word, then I leave it that way, because I don't think there's anything wrong. If it's only got one minor swear word, then I leave it to where it's not age restricted, because honestly, everybody should be able to watch my videos if the only thing that's in there is one minor swear word.
If it's a minced oath, yes. If it's, you know, or minor, as you say.
You know.
But You age restrict any of them.
that has F-bombs, D-word, B-words.
Yeah, so stuff that you realize little kids are going to learn anyway, but you don't want them to learn it from you.
You know, like I've allowed people, I've allowed like ass or something minor in the censors, but that's the only curse word I ever leave in my videos, and it depends on how I use it too. For whether or not it's a strong curse word, it depends on how I use it and how many times I say it in the video. But that's just that. You know, those are
You
things.
try and make, if it's not adult restricted, you try and make it to be something where parents don't have to worry about young children watching it.
Because whatever stuff I leave in is stuff that you're not going to horribly be offended by. That's all I have.
You want to say goodbye?
Yeah, we're going to end this portion and go to the...
You want to go to Austin Park?
Yeah, we'll go to Austin Park and continue this.
Okay, and...
I'm not sure if we're upside down, but we don't care. I can always flip it with my editor, so let's just go on with this. We're back at Austin Park.
Yep. Where the rules are, no, 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 no.
Sure, I may have to flip this video now. But this is the same park that I've...
Is the on-off button on the top?
Well, the recording counter is down at the bottom, so maybe maybe I don't...
That's okay.
Not that I care. Not that I care, because I...
You have the thing that'll flip it.
Yeah, I got an editor that flips it though. Even Cyberlink will flip this. Even my Steam editor flips this video. So I don't have to use Corel to flip the video. Which is another cool thing that I've just discovered recently.
Okay.
And this is knowledge I guess I gotta pass on for anybody who has the Cyberlink Action Director, I think 3 or whatever the editors on Steam. You can flip videos with that. So this is knowledge, I guess, that needs to be passed on for all the people who create videos on YouTube. You know, because I know there's going to be... You know, because anybody who uses that editor and has like the same kind of videos that I make, because sometimes we're in situations where the camera's upside down, but we don't know it's upside down, right? We don't know it's upside down necessarily when I'm filming. Like when I film my road trip videos, when I have the camera suction mounted, it's upside down.
Because we have it hanging instead of armed up.
So therefore, when I have the cord plugged in, I have it plugged in a different way, and I have to flip the video with editor. Like when we do the Minnesota road trip, I'm going to have to flip the video when I record it.
I wonder what kind of shape that...
And look, the bench is still out. The bench is still out.
I'm sure the bench is still in the water. It's just a matter of what kind of shape is it. Remember, it was starting to fall apart.
Now, there's one person here, but only one person here, so we're good to go. There's 2 people here, actually, but I don't think they're going to say anything. I'm just going to aim to the side so they're not in the shot.
The bench is still there.
Yeah, the bench is clearly still there, but I can't really show it because there's people there. And sorry about the finger in the way. And look, the board's still down there.
Yeah, it's still in bad shape.
Is it up?
But you can see that it's a low tide.
Yeah. I think it's up now. I'm gonna have to make a split here because I think I now just flipped it to the right angle.
See how much out of the water it is over there?
Yeah.
And see there's a rock over there that you can't see when the tide's high?
Yeah.
And you can see.
Glad I didn't drop this thing because
Don't drop it.
this thing's not waterproof, so it's gonna
No,
be.
it is not.
It's gonna be
It would be completely destroyed.
if I dropped it in there. If it's waterproof, then I might be able to go get it, but.
When the water's all the way up, it goes up to where that cement is, where the concrete.
I hope I'm not covering the mic, but I don't think I am. And yes, my camera work is bad in this clip. I apologize for that, and I may have to flip the video again. Okay, I might have to flip it now. I think I just had it upside down or something. I don't.
We'll figure it out.
I'm gonna have to know the time.
Part of it's upside down and part of it isn't. You can cut it and flip part of it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna flip. I know what parts to flip.
Okay. It'll be fine.
I'm just gonna play through this to make sure I know where to do that. At least this part. This is the only part that I have to play through, and then I upload it and then watch it. Just want to make sure I've uploaded this fine. And yes, my finger's in the way of the shot. I apologize about that. But these are my new videos in the series. Oh yeah, let's get a shot of it.
See how it's normally all green, but the cold weather, because it got down into the 40s,
Yeah.
killed the greenery. It'll come back in no time.
Of course.
Well, a couple days ago we had a high of 60, I think, and it's expected to hit a high of 80 again in a couple of days.
I think we're about at the end now.
We're about done.
Shouldn't we end this right now? Yeah, I think we should.
You want to end at the sign that says Austin Park on that rock?
Yeah. Guess we'll go over to that.
We can end it right there.
Yeah, we'll end it right there. Well, it's right over there, right? Well, I was thinking about the one over there, but now we're fine. Alright, you know, I'm going to end this. This may have not been a best video, but I'm ending it here.
Yeah, you can see Florida snow. That's what they call these little flowers, these little whitish flowers. You want me to hold it?
Yeah.
Okay. You find a way to keep your hands warm? Yeah, we missed a few trips because, well, holidays, crazy drivers, and cold. It's still cold. Today's high is under 70.
graffiti up there.
Yep.
And it's not safe for work either.
Well, I didn't show it.
I think it's a shame that people have to vandalize.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the stuff that's written is funny. However, it's just they vandalize.
It's still not their property to paint on.
And of course, it's not very good the fact that there's vulgarity written, so therefore kids walk by and they can read that. And I don't think it's good that, you know,
No, it's not.
the fact that all that vulgarity is written on there. Some of it's humor, but at the same time, it's just not good if they've written it all over things.
Not as green as it was a couple months ago, huh? Still pretty green though. Beats snow. Squirrel. Squirrel gone. Bee house display. Back the way we came. Now, that one lady told me that they weren't working on this because it was too hot. I guess they're not working on it now because it's too cold. Yeah. Still got water there. Right. Can't see the squirrel anymore. Okay. What'd you say? Austin Park?
Yeah, I guess we'll go there.
Okay.
See if you can
That's it for Rotary Park here. And recording?
Yeah, it's recording.
Okay. We did not notice at the beginning, but I noticed as we were leaving this gopher tortoise area here. And that is probably a gopher tortoise hole right there.
Yep.
Cool. Yep, recording. And we're at Steen Park. There's a squirrel on the sidewalk and on the garbage can. Squirrels are very active. Oh. There's that picnic table. Still got tape here.
They just took everything out. I don't see anything there.
Somebody's fishing weight. Well, the boards are holding up. That's good. People aren't.
I'm sure somebody's gonna come down here and kick the boards down or something.
They might not.
I'm sure. Just imagine you get somebody who does that. Just comes down here.
That
and
wouldn't be nice at all.
Kick the board down.
Well, there's been partying and littering into the river.
Of course, you do that all the time.
Well, because there's beer cans. I see 1, 2, 4, 5, 6.
That's just
I see at least 7 beer cans.
That's just hilarious. The fact that beer cans float.
No, that's not nice.
The fact that somebody's getting drunk and then they just throw it in there.
Well,
Is that crazy?
it might not have been one person. It could have been a bunch of people who had 1 beer. Or it could have been somebody who had 7 beers.
I wonder if any more beers are floating.
I'm sure there's more beer cans floating around.
I'm waiting until we get that trip done so we can do some more exciting videos. Even though we do have a plan for a video that should be coming later.
Yeah. You were thinking about you wanted to go to Silver Springs.
Yeah.
You want to do that when it's a little bit warmer?
Yeah, when it's a little bit warmer. At what time should we do that?
I don't know what time of day we should do that. We should definitely not do it during a school break. Puppy? Oh, here, you take the camera. I will pet the puppy. Hello, puppy. Hello, puppy.
Something out of the trash can, surely.
Yeah, looks like bread. Somebody dumped part of their lunch in the garbage can. That explains why there's 1, 2, 3 squirrels.
Yeah.
And they're like, people, get away from here. We want to raid the garbage. Don't make that 4. There's another one over there. 4 squirrels out in plain sight is unusual. Oh, and look at that. Caution tape. You know what that's possibly for? That's either for that tree needing some work or the fence is damaged.
I think the fence is damaged.
The fence doesn't look like it's leaning. I don't know.
Well, I think we're getting to the point of ending this video.
Because we're about done?
Yeah.
Well then.
That's it.
Bye-bye. Go for Total Soul?
Alright, well you started halfway through, so let's...
Ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Let's check out the gopher tortoise hole that we saw last time. It's over by the fence here somewhere.
Let's see where it is.
It was along this fence. Near one of the posts. Remember? There's the habitat.
There's the habitat.
That sand pile over there, I think is Yeah, see, there's a...
They were, oh yeah, we saw this before.
Yeah, see? I wonder if you... Can you get down close to it? And I'll shine a light into it.
Oh, you want me to do this? Not sure if this is gonna work.
I don't see anything in there.
No. Alright, well I already did my thumbnail shot.
Yeah.
So, just gonna go through here. And yeah, I'm aiming the camera down for no reason.
There we go. I was just hoping to maybe kind of get a glimpse of the turtle.
Here, you can take the camera.
Let me take the camera. Okay, I hold it at eye level and tip it down just a little bit.
Make sure you don't. Make sure it's zoomed down.
I didn't touch the zoom. If it's zoomed wrong, that's on you. Okay?
If this episode comes out bad,
You're gonna blame me, okay?
well, actually, I'm not gonna blame you, but I'll blame myself. I'll blame myself.
Hey, it could be your fault. You'd still blame me. That's okay. I'm mom. I'm used to it. Hey, it appears quite fine from the view screen. This side because there's people. Hello.
You want my copy?
Past the people.
There's still that graffiti all over.
They don't clean the graffiti off that often.
No.
I'm not sure they clean the graffiti off.
I don't think they did because it's got more graffiti now, so.
I think the graffiti gets removed when they need to replace the boards.
I know, but
or if maybe some organization decides
even the
to
people,
paint it.
even the people who are on the board, you know, acknowledge that there was vulgar graffiti.
Well,
they acknowledge that.
The graffiti is going to stay there.
I know.
Unless some organizations, like the Boy Scouts or something, decides as a project to paint over it or get some sort of paint remover.
Yeah, but didn't you see that some of the people who were on that board at the dock at the Austin Park, they acknowledged that there was vulgar graffiti?
Yeah. Well, you know, it's not like it's a question.
Because you could tell, you could
Oh,
read
cool.
some, you could read some of the stuff off of it. This is actually one of the more fun times to do it, where I'm actually not sweating. Better.
You're not sweating. I'm wearing a jacket. What, you want to go on it twice?
We could. Yeah, that may be a good idea.
One way to get a walk. Well, we go back and forth.
I can't wait to do that trip, though. You know, I can't wait to do the Silver Springs road trip.
Well, I told you, we're not doing that until it gets warmer.
And then by October or something, we're doing the Minnesota trip, hopefully.
I told you the Minnesota trip might not be this year.
I know,
I think that might be next spring.
Most likely. But we'll try and do the Silver Springs.
Yeah.
And we'll hopefully do it, and maybe we'll figure out how we can, you know, film the Silver Spring. I mean, actually, I know how to film it, but
I would recommend when we go to Silver Springs not using the camcorder for filming.
only on the boat ride. Not using it for the road trip.
No, for the road trip we use camcorder. We don't use the camcorder. We use the sport cameras because they clamp onto the dash.
Yeah, well, what I'm going to do...
And for the boat ride, because it's in the water, I recommend not using the camcorder. And they do have, I think, they have places where you can walk. You can use the camcorder on that.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Use
Yeah.
the camcorder, because I am going to use the camcorder some.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll probably
Yeah.
use the Brave. I mean, wherever it's appropriate to use that. I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know, and I'll have to have the camera plugged into the car so it doesn't die, because it's going to be several hours.
Yeah, well, the trip up there is a couple hours.
And then I'll do a couple hours on the way back, and that'll be included on the same video.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that'll be included on the same video, at least as I planned. And I can put the entire Silver Springs road trip up, where it starts from Walmart and goes to the Silver Springs, and I can show the entire thing.
Yeah.
And of course, if you want to, you can put timestamps in. Since it will go on my second channel anyway, we can put timestamps in for the road trip video.
Yeah, we just have to set the correct date and time before we leave.
Well, we can put timestamps like, you know, like say, we can put timestamps in the description. Like we could say,
There's the bee habitat.
yeah, you can say in the description of the YouTube video and say you know, go to this time to see the boat ride, and go to this time for. You could have like skip to this for boat ride, or
Oh, you're gonna have the whole thing be one long video?
and then
Okay.
yeah, because I think the road trip video, because it's going to be even the boat ride itself would be long.
So there would be one long video that would be car trip, a bookmark for any activities we do, and then the car trip home.
Yeah, I think that's what we might want to. You might want to consider that.
Okay. Yeah.
You know.
Well,
Or we could put up separate videos of the thing, even though I think putting up the entire road trip video may be the best idea.
yeah. As long as you put in timestamps.
Now, I know for elevator videos, it's like, yeah, I should do the
Yeah,
elevator
but those are.
those should be separate on my main channel. But for stuff that's on my road trip channel, like the really long stuff, I kind of think to myself I should just put up the whole thing for like road trips and stuff.
Well, a trip to Silver Springs, including a boat ride and maybe walking the park, will definitely come underneath the time limit of, was it 24 hours?
I think 24 or 12.
12. Yeah, 12. It's definitely less than 12 hours.
Yeah, it would be like maybe 5 or 6 hours or so.
Yeah.
So we'd have like a 5 or 6 hour video.
It might be longer than that. Depending on, it depends on traffic.
Well, we might have like a 5 or 6 hour video, which would be entertaining, I think.
Mm-hmm.
To have like my first 6 hour video that's legit, that's not looped. Have one of my longer legit videos. Because if we're by ourselves, we can easily, not be private
We can take our time.
And film the entire thing.
Film the whole thing.
As long as we don't have people with us,
No, it's just going to be the two of us.
So in that case, we can play music. We don't have to worry about that.
You've got a playlist of music that lasts several hours, right? That is only copyright claim, which means it's great music to play. And
and we could play all that.
Now, I don't find it exactly accurate because it doesn't allow for traffic and it doesn't allow for red lights. It doesn't allow for any kind of a slowdown at all. But MapQuest says it's a little over 2 hours.
Well, I think it's going to be longer than 2 hours.
Each way. And that's assuming that when the speed limit is 45, you're able to go 45 without...
Well, it's going to be a 6 or 7 hour video.
Oh, cool. It's a nice stick.
The Silver Springs road trip video will be at least a 6 or 7 hour video. We might stop at McDonald's on the way.
Yeah. It doesn't allow for stopping for gas, stopping for food, stopping for bathrooms, stopping for red lights, stopping because traffic has slowed down.
That's why it may be a 6 or 7 hour video, which, hey, 6 or 7 hours actually would be exciting.
We may spend 6 hours in the car. Or 6 hours not at Silver Springs.
Yeah.
The boat ride, I think, is 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And the walk, I don't know how long the walk is.
Yeah, I don't know how long it is either.
Yeah.
But,
That's why I'm thinking if we go in, like, March. The beginning of March is not hot yet.
No.
Now, it is cooler up there than it is down here. But it won't be cold and it won't be hot.
Yeah, that's a good time.
And if we go at the end of February, early March, it's still cool enough where the 72-degree water at Silver Springs is considered warm enough to attract manatees.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to,
Manatees like warm water.
I think it'd be good to go in March and just film the Silver Springs road trip and get the best take. Like, show the entire trip to there and the entire trip back. And even show a stop at McDonald's and then show, like, the food or whatever we do, just like how I've done before. And then,
Now, we're going to go on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. We don't want to go on the weekends. And we don't want to go when school is out, so we're not going over spring break. To have the least amount of crowds, you go in the middle of the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, while school is in session, not near a holiday. Because once...
Oh, this is embarrassing. Okay.
Once school lets out, families who are going to school take trips, they take vacations. So during the spring break, it's probably crowded. Over the summer, it's kind of crowded. crash into anyone. It's rude and painful. Shall we go to Austin Park? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're about done because it's the exit entrance. Huh? Yep.
Alright, well, we're at the end of this.
We're at the end. There's the end. Let's see. Bye.
And make sure you push
Push this button. In January.
Alright, we'll have to say that again. This is Austin Park in January.
And it's been cold. Do it. That's the no, 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 no. Don't do anything here. Right?
I was gonna walk through here, and of course this is where someone's thrown something in the water.
There's still that cotton people around that tree. Given the fact that it's got a giant broken branch on this side, that arborist is going to be taking it down. You hold it?
I'm not being very good at filming. You know, I will be good at filming when I go out to Silver Springs really good.
Okay.
Because, you know, for some reason, I mean, even though I'm not good at filming though, but I'm kind of better at it.
Your filming's getting better all the time.
I'm going to have to run the camera off the car when we do the Silver Springs road trip.
When we do the road trip, we will plug the camera into the car because you don't want the battery to run out. Now that does mean that when we shut the car off, the camera will turn off.
Well, that's why as soon as we pull into the parking lot, I'm gonna stop the recording. So that way it doesn't power itself off.
Yeah. We shut the camera off, then we shut the car off, unplug the camera, and then turn the camera back on.
Yeah, and then plug it into like the juice pack.
Well, it may or may not need a juice pack.
Well, actually, it may need it because, you know,
It depends on whether or not how charged the battery is.
well, it doesn't charge when it's recording.
Windy. There's the,
It's unlimited battery, but it doesn't actually charge.
there's the bench that was thrown off. Definitely the worse for wear. And it still has the tape over it. They have not fixed any of this.
No, they have not.
Most of the beer cans are gone. There's one over there. Where is it? There it is. And there's another can there. That looks like it's an energy drink. The tide and currents are taking most of them out. want to get closer to where the caution tape is? Don't do that.
Well, I can't
Too
control
late.
it. I can't control it.
You have to, when we're going under trees, you have to look up a little.
Well, I can't control it. I've always had that.
Okay, well, I will walk where it's shallowest.
I hate people here that just have to have a tree branch right through.
No, that's just the way the tree grows.
I know, but still, I mean, it was pretty bad.
It's not like it's somebody's letting it grow over the
It was
sidewalk.
pretty bad when I was walking through Old Man Cave and hit my head on the tree. Pretty bad.
There's all this caution tape that's tied to that set of palm trees, the corner of that fence. The fence is fine, but this tree, that looks kind of rotted in there. And if you follow it up, you can see that big old branch there has broken off fairly recently. So I'd be willing to bet that this tree is slated for removal by an arborist. See, there's a chunk of it right there. Right? See, there's branches over there that are down. Okay, you gonna say goodbye?
Yeah, and of course we gotta make sure we do it properly.
I will do it properly.
We get it, we back up recordings regularly.
Got it?
If that message would just go off, there we go. It kept saying backup recording. Okay, now I know I'm recording, but it keeps telling me, oh, backup recording. Just make sure that GoPro's aimed up. All right, we're good. And also you get to experience the wide angle with GoPro videos. You know how you get the wide angle on the video?
You can't set it where it's not a wide angle.
True. But I think the wide angle actually gives a good video, personally. True. But I think the wide angle makes a good video. I think the wide angle actually makes a good video. Imagine how funny this is going to be when I tag myself in this on my own channel. Somehow I have the idea of doing that. I don't know why I have the idea of doing silly things like that. I don't know why I think that. I keep tagging myself in my own videos. Even though technically it's a different perspective, so that gets me mixed in. And there's that graffiti that I can't even show because it's not appropriate.
Normally we go kind of slow, but we got the thunderstorms over there.
Yeah, I hear it.
We'll be able to shut the AC off again tomorrow.
Yay! This is more fun than anything. This is great to look at all the Luckily the microphone's on the lens of the GoPro. At least the microphone on the GoPro is on the lens. I wonder where the microphone would be on the camcorder. I know with the Brave the microphone's on top, but GoPro it's on lens. So that's kind of a good thing. So at least we're good. Nobody's here, which is actually a good... Well, we're glad, because this is actually the good time to be going on this. I mean, when nobody's here. Look at that. Just make sure you aim the camera up. Sorry guys, you're gonna be seeing the floor a lot. Whoever's watching that video. I could also sync this up too, if I could figure out how to do that. I still have the ability to sync the editor. I still have the ability to do these side-by-side videos too. I may start doing that. Where are we going after this? We should just go to Burger King.
Yeah, give me a noise like Scott. I think we should skip the other part.
Yeah, just do Burger King. We'll do a video about Burger King and
Another Burger King drive-through.
yeah, that'll be exciting because I'm bored. I have to think of something to do for a YouTube video because I'm pretty bored right now. Like, I'm kind of out of ideas, so that's why I'm doing this. The only reason why I do the Burger King and McDonald's drive-thru adventures is because I've run out of ideas for what to post on the channel. Well, I like both reasons. However, I seem to be getting a lot of views on these videos. Like, it's my most viewed video. Like, that's kind of the thing that surprised me. I got 1,000... Like, I got 1,000 views on all the... I wonder how many views my hot fries video has really gotten. Because that one should be having a fair amount of views just because of the content of that. Like the cut footage Burger King hot fries priceless reaction and the Burger King hot fries priceless reaction, those two videos should have a fair amount of views. I mean, you should have seen how the fries were burning hot when I tried them. I mean, that video got a fair amount of views. I mean, the fries were literally burning hot. Like, you should have remembered the video. Oh, I almost hit the tree. It'd been so bad if I would have hit the lens right on the tree. I would have. No, it's not. It's not good for me to be doing that. I was just about to destroy the camera. Which I would not have been happy if I would have banged the camera lens into it. Alright, we're about to get to the end of this, I think.
Inside the fence of somebody's yard.
Alright, I think we're about to the end, so let's just
Almost to the end there.
we can kind of speed up a bit.
What, we haven't been walking fast enough?
Well, I mean, it's not that we're worried about time limits or anything, it's just this. We can go over the 15 minutes because YouTube allows that. We just have to go out here. Alright, we're ending. See, there's that over there. Alright, let's just end our video now. End that video. You're recording.
Recording. Stuff's recovering from the frost.
What?
Stuff is recovering from the frost. See all the bright green new stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. So remember how that was all brown?
Yeah, I remember how it was all brown.
Of course, we might get another frost soon.
Yeah, I think so.
They are talking about 80, maybe. In a couple days. Squirrel. See the squirrel?
Yeah, I see it.
He said, "Why are you looking at me?" See another squirrel? Or just waiting for me? Oh. Mhm. Looks like there's somebody in there. It's about 5. No, they're closed. Anybody that's in there has finished the workday but hasn't left yet. Okay? See, it signs up there says closed.
I think they permanently closed.
No,
Well, the way they got the sign, it looks to me.
no, I think they close at 4, maybe 5, and it's about 5 now. It's a little after 5. That vehicle we saw pull out, I think was an employee. They're not permanently closed because somebody comes through here with a leaf blower on a regular basis. I believe they were here one time while we saw them doing it. I don't know if they were filming that time. Not sure. You know what, Andrew? I think I should have worn long pants and brought my jacket. It's chilly out here for me. Not for you, just me. Right? Well, yeah, we're almost done. It's not like we're going to stop and teleport home. You can't do that.
No.
Looks like a lot of those little red berries that we've been seeing have been eaten. Oh, squirrel. Squirrel. Watch out. It's like, seriously, seriously, little guy, you shouldn't let us get that close. Right?
What, it jumped?
No, it got really, let you walk really close. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
How close were you before he finished running across and jumped down?
Very close.
Very close. That's dangerous for a squirrel to let somebody get that close. Or to let anything really get that close.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it wouldn't let a dog get that close. Or a cat. If it did, it'd be dinner.
Yep.
But given this is a park, and there's picnic tables and stuff,
Yeah.
also there's benches out here,
Yeah.
people probably eat.
Yep.
And if you can eat it, a squirrel might be interested at least in checking it out.
Yep.
So they probably get like bread crusts, maybe chips. Another one back there. Remember when we went to Austin Park?
Yeah.
They were going into the garbage cans.
Of course they were.
And there's some standing water. Still, because maybe cold lately, but it's still been raining.
I still want to do another road trip video soon.
We will.
We are going to, hopefully by March. I think some beginning of March or in the middle of March we're doing.
I'll have to look to see when Easter break is, okay?
So we can do the Silver Springs road trip.
When it's not Easter break.
And we'll try and do the Silver Springs road trip again because
Well,
I know everybody will like road trip. There's hours of road trip to sit through, and hopefully we won't have any calls, so that way I can keep it continuous.
we'll have to encourage your nephew to get caught up on his schoolwork, right? So that we can have a day off.
Where he's not coming along.
Well, coming along or not. If he's not coming along and he's far enough behind, he would still need to come over and have me help him.
Yeah, but you know, as the saying goes, I don't want him to be playing, you know.
No, I
vulgar
didn't.
videos
I
like
didn't
that.
say he was coming. I'm saying I want him to be caught up enough so that we can give him the day off to stay at home.
Yeah, because I'm not going to say what exactly it is, but you know.
He listens to music that's inappropriate for your channel.
Yeah, and also he doesn't realize.
And he
what's
does
going-
not realize until it gets to the inappropriate parts that, oh, yeah, that was inappropriate.
And also-
Because he's not paying attention.
And another thing too, he doesn't know exactly what's vulgar and what's not because he chanted something that meant something else.
Okay, well, he does not speak other languages, so he does not know whether or not something is vulgar in a different. There's another squirrel.
Yeah, and it's not just that; he also doesn't know what certain words mean.
But
so he'll say a
the
new
issue,
word.
I was wanting this to be you and me when we go there.
I know, but you know.
Okay?
Yeah.
The condition with him catching up on his schoolwork or being a little ahead on his schoolwork is so that he can have a vacation day to play video games
Yeah.
while we take a trip.
Yeah, that'd be cool. You know, we'll do the Silver Springs trip. We'll go on the Foes. Everybody who tunes into this channel will get to see hours of road trip. Hopefully we can get it where nobody calls, because then we can have it unedited. We don't have to mute audio. And when it comes to the Minnesota road trip, I'll have to be cutting the camera off.
Okay. If we take a daytime trip, most people will either be in school or at work.
Yeah, but you know, it'll be fun to do.
And there's the nature thing, and it says closed.
Alright.
So
That's it.
that's it. Yep, recording. Not too fast, okay? Cut this one down for the storm and it's coming back. See? Hmm? Not a whole lot. I have an idea.
What?
You look along here ahead since you're walking ahead of me and see if you can spot any flowers and we'll get a close-up of stuff that's blooming. Does that sound like an idea?
I don't see it.
Not yet. Keep looking.
I just can't wait until we do the Silver Springs birthday. Since I won't have anybody with me that's, talking private, I should be able to do it. And successfully film it. Not only do it continuous where I don't have
Yeah, we'll
cuts.
leave everybody else at home. It'll be just you and me.
I think it'll be awesome to do the video. That way I can, as long as I'm talking about the trip, then everything's okay.
Yep.
Then I can talk about that. It'll be fun to do that video.
Yes, it will.
And it'll probably be a 6-hour video. The Silver Springs road trip will probably be 6 hours. I wonder if anybody's going to sit through the entire 6 hours.
I don't know.
Because honestly, I would sit through the entire 6 hours if I was a YouTube viewer. Because I've seen really long stuff that deserves to be watched. I mean, road trip videos that are long, I think deserve to be watched. I've actually watched somebody else do a really long road trip video. And I thought it was worthwhile.
Didn't Diesel Lucy live stream a 10-hour road trip?
But it's not just live streams.
And we only missed the first 5 minutes?
Yeah, but I'm talking about, I've watched, Hanny, who does the road trip videos that are really long. And he does canned videos of long road trips. And he records the whole thing, and he doesn't edit. He has it unedited, and I've watched the whole thing. And that's the kind of stuff that I want to be able to make.
Okay.
The Minnesota road trip will be longer, I think.
This leaf buds or flower buds? Flower buds.
And we'll have the Brave plugged into the car, I think, when we do the Silver Springs road trip, so I can record the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because it'll be hours, and we want to get the whole trip without any cuts.
Oh, there's some. Nope, not flowers. It's just new growth. There's little flowers. And seed pods. I stopped for some flowers.
The board's so good done, or so goodly done that it doesn't break.
Oh, they inspect it regularly to make sure it's in good shape, because every so often you'll see new wood. But it is pressure treated wood that's designed for outside.
The Silver Springs Road Trip, I'm not sure if I'll have much to say, but I'll try and say stuff. It's just,
You can be quiet on a road trip if you want.
Well, I can be quiet. It's just I'm gonna try and talk. Obviously, if I have things to talk about. Because I will talk if I have stuff to say.
Well, while we're there, we'll walk some of the paths, and we'll do the boat ride. Okay?
Yeah, the boat ride will be awesome. I really want to hopefully get a video, and I'm pretty sure I'll mention like, oh yeah, we're getting on the boat. I'm pretty sure we'll mention that, and people will talk during the boat ride.
We'll notice that we're getting on a boat.
People, the audience will notice.
Yes.
Because they'll sit through the hours of footage to find all that.
Well, I imagine if you're doing it with one giant video, you'll put time markers.
I'll try and do that if I can.
At least in the about have a time marker where various things start.
The reason why I'm not thinking things to say is about 4. But some of my upcoming videos should be pretty exciting though. I think we'll probably be ending this.
Yep. Did you want to go into the gopher tortoise area and see if we can find any more gopher holes or not?
Nah, I think we'll end up and do it another time.
Okay.
We're getting close to the end. So.
Yep, there's the end right there.
That's it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.